दूसरे लोग मार देते।
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Oh, hi. The big 60, yeah. That's totally a thing that if you have 60-month sub, you get into a special Discord channel. Totally. You know, I feel like, I mean, the Discord's pretty active. Not amazingly active. It's not like some kind of mega Discord where everybody's there. But like, if there was a channel for 60-month subs only plus, it would be the most dead channel ever. Even if there was a sub-only Discord channel, I think it would be pretty not super lively compared to the rest of Discord. Okay. Oh, I mean, like I said, the Discord's a good Discord. I personally think our Discord is awesome. I know I might be a little biased on that, but no, I legitimately think the Discord is really solid. You know, we've curated an awesome community of amazing people, and it's decently active. I just mean that there are some Discords out there where it's like non-stop chatter at any hours of the night, but it gets pretty empty during the late night when everybody's asleep, because everybody that's in this community is pretty much your standard 9-to-5ers. And there isn't a huge EU community in our Discord, which would help keep the Discord active during the evening. But no, I'm not trying to be self-deprecating about the Discord. I was talking about the activity amount in it, which is good. It's a solid Discord. There's a good amount of activity, I think. I mean, I wake up every day, there's always something to respond to, people to talk to, so yeah. For those that aren't in the Discord, join us, you know? Join us. Yes. My glasses are smudged again. Join us in the Discord. But yeah, it's good Discord. I mean, like, it's just good people talking about cool things, you know? There are a couple channels where you can get into involved in a little bit more serious stuff. But you know, those are properly moderated, and you know, there's warnings and stuff that you have to click through. Anyway, so Legend of Heroes. We are finally getting back to our Legend of Heroes journey. We finished Trails from Zero last week, and we are starting Azure today. Now, I will say this. I definitely get bothered by the fact that, like, there's almost this, like, expectation that the whole, like, trilogy of each set is going to end up being, like, one game split into multiple games. And it's crazy because, like, there's barely one game's worth of plot to begin with, and they just have a tremendous amount of filler, where like half the game is basically just filler with very little building up to the main story, and then you get like one story arc, and you're supposed to like be happy with that. So I think that's one of the major failings of these games so far, is that they're really just kind of like super stretched thin plot lines where you don't really get a whole lot. It's just a lot of side questing and minor, you know, interactions, and then you get 2 chapters of story that actually has relevance to the main plot, because they expect that they're going to make 2 more games to fill it out. So I'm hoping, and what makes it especially not super great is that each new game, it's not anything new, it's the same game, you know? So like, you're kind of thinking, well, at least maybe I'll get something new as they build onto this plot. And if the game was exceptional, it would be fine. But it's not exceptional. It's decent, but it's not exceptional. And I feel like that's kind of like where the sort of, it can feel like a bit of a drag from time to time. but the games are still competent RPGs as far as that's concerned, and so I'm excited to continue playing them. And I feel like I got what I wanted out of Azure and Zero for the most part. And that what I mean by that is, like, obviously we haven't played Azure yet. What I mean by that is it's Sky but better. That's what I was hoping for. My hopes with Cold Steel though is that it's like a new experience, you know, like it's not recognizable as a Trails in the whatever the fuck game, Legend of Heroes game, Kaseki, whatever you want to call it. I want something that really says we've moved forward from this and we're not stuck in the rut of making a single game multiple times over. So I'll forgive it a little bit in Azure when I expect to find the exact same game again. But if it doesn't in Cold Steel, I'm going to get really, really annoyed by that. So we'll see how things go moving forward. But otherwise, I'm still enjoying our journey, and I'm enjoying what the games have to offer from most of the perspective. Okay, what do we got? We got No Name, Rio Power, what's up? Jazzy, Mecca, and Zyfreak, what's up? Berserk now? Kamada Zero, Jimmy Jam, Cinny, Mr. J, Happy Chocobo, hello, what's up, Mecca? We said that. Northrex DW, thank you for 60 months, by the way. Dang, time flies. Time flies when you're just sitting here playing games all day long. Plynastic, what's up? Mokuri, what's going on? Berserk now. Vax, hope you're doing good. Hope you're enjoying your new roommates. Core, Lurkers, and anyone I might have missed. As a heads up, we did finish Castlevania 3 as we expected yesterday. And there is a brand new vote. I don't think there's a single vote up right now, actually. I think there's 0 votes because we just finished Castlevania 3 last night, wrapped it up, and that's that. We will be playing a DS RPG called Sands of Destruction on our next Monday viewer choice game. So that one is going to be interesting. Not sure what to expect out of it. It looks pretty cool. I wouldn't have put it on the list if it wasn't at least interesting. So, oh, we do got a couple votes there. Cool. There we go. Yep. We Heart cool. Katamari and some original Mario Kart. I will say that my goal with original Mario Kart might be very fast because my goal is only to complete every cup on every CC. So I'll do 50cc every cup, 100cc every cup, and 150cc every cup. I don't know if Mario Kart 1 has mirror mode, but depending on what the time is, I might do that as well. There's not really anything else I can do from a single player perspective. It's just messing around with Mario Kart. And the reason is because that was one of those games that was stolen from me a long time ago. And somebody gifted that back to me. And the reason it's on the list is because I want to make good on that gift and play it, you know, because I mean, cool. There's not a whole lot of reason to go back and play original Mario Kart. So, you know, going through it and building up all the stuff, again, kind of gives, like, the person that gifted that, you know, message saying, hey, I'm going to play this. It's going to get played. And it's also really important to note that originally, viewer choice only had, like, what, 50 to 100 games? And so I was kind of looking for stuff to put on there anyway, so it worked out really nicely. I will play as Yoshi just for that, even though I prefer Bowser or Koopa. I will play as Yoshi the whole time through for Yoshi races. Thank you, Dode, for the 123 bits twice, by the way. Some more votes for Mario Kart there. All right. Trails to Azure. This is also NIS localization. I'm assuming that the localization to this game is the same thing as what happened with Zero, where it was a fan translation that essentially they purchased. I'm willing to bet that that's a fairly similar thing that occurred with this. I'm hoping that's not the case because the Zero localization was not good. It was below average. Same sound effects. There's a backstory option. Oh, a zero summary. Well, we don't really need a summary. Oh my god. You know how like I just made the comments about like how there's a tremendous amount of filler in these games and really there's not a lot actually moving the main plot forward in here. And how it's pretty much like 80% filler and then like 20% main plot kind of thing. It was a 60+ hour game, and it could be summarized in 4 plot points. The SSS is founded, which is basically the Bracer Guild. They're not even trying to pretend that it's something else. You kind of build up this like relationship with the mafia and the gangs around town as part of like the story and the players in the game, and then you meet Kia through your interactions with the mafia. And then you realize that Kia has a connection with this DG cult, and that's it. And then there's a guy that was like behind the scenes, doing this whole culty thingy to what was the goal? It's like that typical generic, we're gonna rebuild a utopia with so and so, such and such thing as the way to rebuild humanity kind of thing. And their god or goddess was Kia, even though she's just a normal girl, just from the past, like 500 years. I mean, that's like what the cult would tell you. God. 1 second. I need to blow my nose. I think I got a cat hair up there. Yeah, like that little paragraph is like what the cult would say to get you in there. Like, we realize the truth of the world and we're shunned by the goddess because of it. It's more like they didn't believe in the goddess. I mean, look, I'm not trying to say one is better than the other, but like one is relatively well accepted by society and one is not. That doesn't make any one better or truer than the other. However, the major religion is based very much off of Western religion, like most RPGs end up doing. And so, it's heavily implied that it's corrupt in its own ways and spouting nonsense in order to mass control the people, which is what religion typically does. Not because that's inherently part of religion necessarily, but when religion becomes corrupt, that's exactly what it does. But anyway, the point is that like it's not necessarily the case that the main religion is the true religion or anything like that. It's just that they aren't out there publicly killing people and kidnapping them and doing experimentations on children, which is what the DG cult did. So, God. Main character, these are your friends. This is your boss. This is an investigator cop guy. This is like a Guardian Corps peoples. There's Kia. This is your doggo. This is your sister-in-law, hacker that we befriended. And then this is like a dancer who's actually Yin. And this is her dance partner. She's like a performer. Gang leader. Reporter. Sully? Oh, right. Okay. This was actually a side quest. This was like a thief that we stopped, but she was very graceful, so the dancers took her in. Mobster, more like Yakuza kind of style, but more Chinese gangster style of guy. S-rank Bracer, one of the Divine Blades, obviously Estelle and Joshua, and Ren was in the story. This is Arios's daughter. Rich guy, rich daughter, mayor, some lawyer guy. Oh, we only, yeah, he's a doll maker. We only got a very small bit about him. Yeah, Triad would be better. But he was with Ren doing stuff and allowing her Ren to be Ren. Ernest. He was just some cultist guy who just was misled into believing something. And then this guy was a doctor who ended up being the cult leader in the area. Obviously, you know Kilika from the last game. Lecter was a mysterious guy we didn't really learn about. There was a billion loose ends in the last game, but I think a lot of it is because the game is not a full game. It's so frustrating because you actually hear things like, oh, Final Fantasy 15 isn't a complete game. And then they go off and they're like, yay, Trails in the Sky is such a good game and it's so complete. And it's like, no, that's an actual example of an incomplete game. All of these games are incomplete, and they're by design, because they really are just a singular game split into 3 games in that regard. Like we will pick up right where we left off, and it'll be like a patch or a DLC pack or something that continues the story or something like that. The Trails games are best like described as like Final Fantasy for the after years, except you pay $50 or $60 per game instead of $10 per episode, you know. And the stories are very, very stretched thin, as opposed to each one having like a main story focus, and it's just one singular thinly stretched story. And again, this is just one of the flaws of the Trails games that I have a particular gripe with. Overall, the games are not terrible. They're not bad. They're as far as RPGs go, they're very competent games, and they have very decent mechanics. But as it stands right now, this is the 5th game in the series, and every single game is the same game. It's the same game. Like, same mechanics, same style, same graphical aesthetic, same concepts, same everything. The only difference between the Sky trilogy and this is there's actually voice acting, and there's a lot of it, so you don't really have to read anything at all. It's kind of nice. Well, of course it's in Japanese, so you'd have to read that, but still, the point is it does have voice acting. And the actual story concepts, while a little generic, are actually very decent when they're handled right. It's just again, the biggest problem is like a massive bloat of dialogue that just stretches out an already stretched out story even thinner. And I'm not sure if it's their intention of just like making it feel like the game is actually just every day as a police officer, the video game, and they want you to feel like really at home. But like as a game, it's a piece of media, it's a piece of entertainment. It's supposed to excite you and draw you in. And it just kind of seems like if you took out the trash and did the dishes, but you got experience points for it and leveled up, that would be the first like 3/4 of every Trails game. You know? And it's like I already live life regularly. I don't know. You know, I will say that I feel like I could have done hard mode, maybe even nightmare mode. But I'm still gonna do normal. Clear data from Legend of Heroes Trails of Zero can be loaded to reflect player actions in Trails of Zero. Load data? Hell yeah. Well, let's see how this affects it. Cool. I should try hard. August 2004 of the Septian calendar. I want to say that pretty much no time has passed. On the western border of Calvard Republic, near the outskirts of Altair. Calvard is to our east, I want to say? Maybe we'll actually go to Calvard. Oh, there's Art Etrios, Guardian Corps, First Detective, and me. That's 4 organizations represented there, plus whoever this other guy is. Maybe a Calvard military personnel.
到着です。
Oh, cool. No auto advance still. Is this one also not one of the versions of the game that got the graphical improvements when they moved over? Because like Japan already got a PS4 version of the game or a release of it or something like that, and the PS4 version is just a direct slap on from the previous one, so they didn't get the graphical improvements on PS4. It's kind of funny because I specifically got PS4, the PS4 version of it instead of like Switch, because I thought, oh, you know, just in case I'm going to be streaming them, I want to make sure that there's no slowdown or anything. Not like the Switch would slow it down or anything, but still, I just wanted to make sure. Unfortunate. Also, I need to move my camera over to the other side because I know that the battle scene is gonna be the exact same thing, so might as well just prepare for that.
ここがアルタイルロッジ。
6年前にティオちゃんが助けられた場所ですか。
Oh, we're going here.
悪趣味な門構えだな。
I feel if you were like a super secret organization doing experiments on children and doing all sorts of unlawful things, that you wouldn't want this like grand entrance. I'll make a new channel. Wait, hold on, didn't I? No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I already said that you should use the Trails to Zero channel for all 3 of them. Yeah, use this channel for all Crossbell games, but please use spoiler tags for anything that I have not yet played. Once I start the second game, you can stop using tags for the second title, as I won't come back here once I start the second game until it's finished. I actually did forget to read the Trails from Zero backseating channel. That's fine. You want to get a PO box in the States? Is there a size limit? Most post offices will offer you multiple sizes. And if anything is too big to fit in the box, they'll usually just put it in a locker or keep it in the back somewhere. But there's an annual fee for it, like what, 80 bucks or something for an annual fee, depending on where you're at, I suppose. Could be cheaper.
自分の案内はここまでです。そちらにお任せできる期限は本日1700まで。
Republican Army means they're from Calvard.
それを超えたら我が軍の部隊で制圧に当たらせてもらいます。
They always talk about how they're a democracy and everything in Calvard, and a republic is a form of democracy.
了解した。
丁寧な案内。まあ、せいぜいお気をつけて、名高き風の牽制が一緒なら。
さすがにあんまり歓迎されていないみたいですね。
まああちらにしてみれば自分の縄張りに飛び込んだ犯罪者を人任せにするわけだからな。どうします？このまま踏み込みますか？
ああ、もはや猶予はない。
What up, lone fellow?
マクリン、罠や仕掛けの可能性はどうだ？
大抵のものは6年前の制圧作戦で潰したままだ。
I mean, people could have come back in here and
徘徊する魔獣の方は
ロッジの地下にいた。
来るぞ。
行くぞみんな。
he's not even that much higher level than me. We can mostly skip by all this. This is all the same exact mechanics as the other 4 games. Wonder if I actually get Dudley and Arios in my team. They seem exceedingly high level, though.
俺の番だな。
行きます。行きますよ。
私の番だな。
Oh yeah, Dudley was already a character, a party member, wasn't he? Oh, he gets stuff. Wonder why he gets stuff and the others don't. Makes me wonder. Maybe Arios is not like an actual party member, but what's her name will be. Justice Hammer! $90 EP for Ariel? Why? 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 Fusion nipple? I don't know how much I agree with Dudley being level 60 there. Because he's not really supposed to be like this warrior. He's kind of supposed to be more of a civvy. Like, yeah, he has some fighting chops, but it's not like he's Arios over there, and he felt like he was on par with Arios, which is ridiculous. I think they're just trying to make it seem like the characters that you'll never get are things that you need to reach. But I mean, Arios is already that.
時間がない。とにかく入るとしよう。今ならまだ間に合うはずだ。
ええ、了解です。
絶対に逃がさんぞ。
Traces of D. Well, there's the XP scaling, so it doesn't really matter. What's up, Longfellow?
どさくさに紛れて帝国へ亡命していたハルトマン元議長と元市長秘書アーネストが帝国からの追放処分を受けたのである。なぜか二人は新たな潜伏先として共和国最西端のアルタイル市を選び、急遽新市長によって共和国政府との協議が秘密裏に行われ、二人の国外逮捕が執行されることとなった。しかし極めて政治的な問題を持つため、逮捕は正規の指揮系統から外れている特務支援課に任される形となり、さらに捜査一課、警備隊、ギルドが協力する異例の捜査体制が整えられたのだった。そしてアルタイル市での捜査から、俺たちはハルトマン、アーネスト両名が教団の旧ロッジ跡に向かったことを突き止めた。
They could have just told that through intermittent dialogue. Sometimes narration is the easy way out.
鍾乳洞ですか。でも人の手が入っていますね。
もともとは数百年前に使われていた。それを DG 教団が回収し、儀式を行うロッジとして利用した。6年前のあの日までな。
課長と有吉さん、それに兄貴が制圧した時ですね。そして兄貴はここでただ一人生き残った。
ああ、正直それだけがあの地獄のような惨状における唯一の慰めだった。今となってはその痕跡もほとんどなくなっているがな。
なんだか信じられませんね。そんなことがあったなんて。
どこまでも最悪な連中だったようだな。当時共和国軍が動けなかったのは、一部の将校が教団に弱みを握られていたからだそうだ。
ああ、だからこそセルゲイ藩にここの制圧が任されたわけだ。今にしてみれば ギルドも真っ青というくらいの強引な介入の仕方だったが、
さすがは悪名高きセルゲイ藩といったところか。
なんだか当時の光景が。アリウスさん、二人が向かっているとしたら。
やはり採用にある儀式の間の可能性が高い。太陽の砦にあったような不思議な祭壇が残されている。ハルトマンはともかく、アーネストがそこを目指しても不思議ではないだろう。
確かに。
ひょっとしてあのグノーシスという薬も関係しているんでしょうか。
その可能性は否定できんな。どうやらアーネストはヨアヒムからグノーシスをそれなりに受け取っていたようだ。それも青色のではなく。
Oh yeah, the special red variant of the drug.
それって
Everybody knows red makes it way more powerful.
ああ、場合によっては同行しているハルトマンの身が危ないかもしれない。取り返しがつかなくなる前に
It's that red dye.
何としても二人を拘束しよう。
ええ、はあ、でも参ったな。こんなタイミングでエニグマのバージョンアップが行われちゃうなんて。
Just another way to take away all the hard work that you put into previous games.
エニグマ通過。
中心にはめるっていう新型のマスタークォーツ。
Oh.
それが間に合わなかったから結局アーツは使えない状態ですし。
毎度ながらエプスタイン財団もキッティオの所属している場所を悪く言いたくはないんだけど。
いくらタイミングが悪いとはいえ泣き言を抜かすな。きちんと準備していればこれくらいは用意できるだろう。
He's gonna give us some level 1, yeah.
これマスタークォーツですか？
Master Coats at us, God.
俺たちに。
足手まといになられても困るというだけだ。
Gotta love how every proper noun in every video game ever is always just English words with Japanese pronunciation because it's cool. And it just ended up being that way forever. Like, it started off because it was, you know, it was foreign and exotic. And, or German, yeah. And it just ended up being how they always did it. And now it's just the standard.
好きな方をセットするという。どちらもつけたらすぐに複数のアーツが使えるはずだ。
はい。
To be fair, English does lend itself to basically like, it's the most versatile language in the world. There is a reason why English is the most spoken language, and it's because of its versatility. You can verbify anything. You can create an object out of other words that have individual meanings very easily.
わかりました。
The new Enigma 2 technical orbments allow you to set a master quartz in the center slot. Oh yeah, that's fun. Open orbment from the cat menu and select quartz from there. Set your desired master quartz in the slot. Well, I like the idea of the master quartz. There's definitely some opportunities there. I want to say I finished the game at about 48 from the other one, so I'm a little bit lower level than what I was. And of course I have to upgrade it. Oh, okay. So it's a huge amount of your stats. That's pretty cool. I like that. And there's some passive abilities, and there's an element off of them and everything, and apparently they level up as well. So, okay. There's some opportunity there. I mean, English is more than a mix of 3 languages, but that's kind of part of what lends itself to its versatility, is that it's already basically got a bunch of English, other languages in it. So I like this idea. There is a lot of potential here, but there's also a lot of pitfalls possible here. So we'll see how it goes.
よし、準備は済んだな。
How was Trails from Zero? It was alright.
はいお待たせしました
It really kind of basically really shouted from the rooftops how it's just one game stretched into 3 games, and then each of those 3 games is stretched super thin to be super long on top of that. But the gameplay itself and a lot of the systems are very decent. So like if you just don't care and you just want a video game and a decent RPG, then the Trails games are definitely fit that mold. I would play Trails in the Trails whatever Legend of Heroes games over Tales of games any day. Like I definitely think that the Tales of games have better stories because they edit themselves, and so the stories are a little bit more well structured and cohesive, and they're like their full story within, you know, each game. So you get a better experience there, but it's not like the writing is all that much better in a Tales of game. So you're getting a lot of like, you know, anime tropiness and a lot of like filler and stuff. But the gameplay in these games is a lot more stable and intuitive. The Tales of Berseria or whatever, those kind of games, they tend to have like really obnoxious mechanics that are a very like against the player. You know, you have all this like opportunity to do combos and build stuff up, and then the game just says no, you're not allowed to a lot of the time.
そのわざわざ用意してもらって本当に助かりました
別にお前たちのために用意したわけじ
I
ゃ
feel
ない
like if I played these games on my own, I'd probably push through the story a lot faster.
この任務はお前にとって一家での研修の仕上げでもある
Oh, training the first division.
話したらやり直しにするから心しておけ
はい
素直じゃない人で。
見た目よりもはるかに熱
Oh,
く
they're still doing this bullshit.
さすが一家でガイと張り合っただけはある
It's like there's more conversation where they're whispering to each other 2 inches from me than there is in the actual conversation.
よしそれでは始めましょうクロスベル警察捜査一課所属アレックス・ダドリー主任捜査官
ああ
クロスベル警備隊
Why are
所
we
属
doing
ノ
roll
エル・シ
call?
ーカー総長
Why are we doing roll call? We know each other.
そして特別補佐として遊撃士協会クロス
Why are
ベ
we
ル
doing roll
支
call? You know why?
アリオス
Bad
マケイ
writing. They're trying to get character introductions in without it being like organic.
あ
This is definitely not organic.
これよりクロスベル警察特務支援
We're
官に
like
よる強制捜査
already on the mission. We're already
逮捕
here.
任務を執行します逮捕対象はハルトマン元議長および
Not to mention we're already
アーネ
very
スト
familiar
元
with
首
one
相
another.
2名期限は本日1700各自全力を尽くしてください
いいだろう
承知
了解です。
Same thing. That's your bracer handbook. That's the same thing. All right, you can just save anywhere. Yeah, I mean it's very anime, is what I'm getting at. Like, and not in a good way. You know what I mean? That's all. What's up, Nikki? Thank you. I understand that a lot of anime isms are like Japanese isms, but it doesn't necessarily make them good or bad or anything. But they should be judged individually.
行きまや
さあ
行くぞ。
ーよーそか
Looks like it's straight
行くぞ。
on.
よーは
さあ
任せ
Arios obviously has the best one. Well, we just started this one, Ice Burner, so this is a brand new game. I mean, well, yeah.
10秒で終わらせるぞ
Oops, I got the team rush mechanic in here still. That's good.
突撃
確保。承知。
イエスだ
了解です。
悪くはない
さすがですね
I think it's not just hitting them, but also hitting them from behind.
10秒で終わらせ
Hitting
る
them
ぞ
and then hitting them behind.
見たか八王が一頭
Oh man. They finally learned. They finally learned to not allow you to take your teammates' stuff. Finally. Only took them 5 games, but they got it.
任せてく。
参る
No more thieving. Boo.
我が剣は風防ぐことはあたわず
Wasn't there a map?
参る
10秒で終わらせるぞ
参る
任せてか。よし、もう大丈夫だ。
Why would a talking chest like me choose to live in a place like this? You'd be surprised how badly DG tanked the property values here. Rent is dirt cheap. Ha.
これって
アリウスさん、これが。
Definitely low poly or low like low quality, low resolution textures. There we go.
グノーシスを投与された子供たちがありとあらゆる方法で五感と霊感を高める実験の犠牲となった
ちゲードどもが
DG 教団とっくに潰れたんでしょうけど
アーネストたちが何をしようとしているのか分かりませんが、二度とこの場所を利用されるわけにはいきませんね。
ああもちろんだ
全力で阻止しましょう
よし先を急ぐぞ
With the exception of Dudley, who was equipped with the information quartz, characters will not be able to see enemy data in combat. You can, however, obtain enemy information by using the battlescope item or the mirage or analyze. Learning an enemy well what the weakness and status vulnerability is a key to fighting against them effectively. Or you can just find really powerful magics and just obliterate everything. Oh, I can stun them from behind? Or from, wait, maybe it was Grandia 3 where I had to ambush them from behind in order to get the proper ambush.
我が剣は風防ぐことはあたわず
Would you like to join our order? OE. We teach that if a chest is open, it is therefore empty. I mean,
これは
岩のと
奥に続いているゲートだ
I would agree that in just about any RPG, if it's open, it's empty, right?
アーネストあたりが仕掛け直したのかもしれんな解除方法はあるのか
右手の奥にスイッチがあるそれで開くはずだ
よし、行ってみましょ
If
う。
I had anything to say about it, it is. You know, it's kind of funny that Arios is the Divine Blade of the Wind at level 60 because I got to like 120 or 130 on Estelle. Maybe they just removed having to hit something in the back for ambush. Automatically recover from KO, cool. Oh. There's some interactive environments now. Possible I need that box. Wow, I need that one. Chance. I feel like Arios' power is about what we'll get near the end of the game. I also applied for asylum in Arabonia, but the Imperial government denied me for talking too much during my interview. Okay. You again, huh? So what are we? What? I don't get it. Already leveling up, baby. Oh, hello, hello, hello. I mean, Caius doesn't wield a sword anymore. That's his name, right? Caius? I forgot his name. Cassius? Cassius. Oh, she's a little different, has more of a spread on her weapons now. Dudley did some training, I guess, in the last couple weeks. Snack-chan? Snack-chan. She said Snack-chan. Ah! Doesn't seem like the actual number growth is very good in this game. If Arios is hitting for about 2k right now, being like super OP against low level monsters, then I doubt I'll hit much more than 1500 by the end of it.
こんなところか。
Oh my god, her quartz sucks. So it seems like this master quartz is basically the same idea as the master quartz, but there's like, yeah, it's the same exact mechanic as the whole main central quartz. So the colors that this provides the colors to every single line. And only the ones in each individual line only provide colors to the main line. So these 4 work together to create spells. And then this one and this one work to create different spells. And then this one and this one work to create different spells. You see the different lines. He has 2 lines, which is standard. Okay. Standard main character lines. Oh, did you, Songbird? Awesome, that's cool. That kind of stuff always like makes me happy, seeing that people are like really invested in the game that we're playing, where they go and play it again or play it to make sure that they stay ahead. Like I know Chrono Crash has been in the middle of playing the Kiseki games as well, and he's just been just ahead of me. So like he gets to like participate in watching it after he's just finished it, kind of stuff. It's just nice. It's awesome to see, I think. He may have heard that Calvert has 6 lax immigration policies. It's true. Most of my fellow Altair chests had parents and grandparents that came from the Barrel and Crossbell. Okay. Great. I don't get it. If there's a joke there. That's alright, Cinny. I try to give people some time, but I know not everybody's like super gamer addicted like I am. Chance desu! I wonder why those didn't link. Oh, fair enough. I've been here since the raid. I really want to change the scenery. I think I might apply for a job at the locksmith agency. Okay. Boy, they're really stretching for some chests dialogue, aren't they? For the first ones, I figured they could do better than that, you know? Woo! Oh, it's a special chest. Usually equipment or quartz in these ones. Long barrel. This will be used for as long as I don't have anything else to replace it, basically. Long barrel is probably one of the least useful. Well, it's kind of silly to create a joke for something that the player couldn't possibly know unless they played it already. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think my friends and I will be the only Calverdian chests you ever meet that talk. Just when I thought we might actually go to new areas, the game is basically saying, nope, same old, same old. Remember the 60 hours you spent going back and forth between the same areas? Well, get ready for 60 more hours of that. Oops. I will say that the fast forward has kind of been amazing for getting to the games a little bit more expediently. I don't need to sit there and do the long battles, you know, and the fast forward really helps kind of push that forward really quickly. So, I'm happy for the fast forward.
いた。
追いついたか。
Hey, what's up, Donald? Thank you for 56 months of subs. Thank you.
アーネスト君、いい加減に解放してくれ。もう私は付き合いきれん。
やれやれ、困りますね議長。あなたにはクロスベルの正解にちゃんと返り咲いていただかない。
Then why did you bring him out all the way over here?
この私が次期市長となるためにもね。
Oh, hey, that thing. Thank you, Mr. J, for 32 months.
いい加減にするがいい。クロスベルの正解に返り咲く。今さらそんなことが可能だと思っている。ましてや貴様ごときがディーター・クロイスから市長の座を奪えるはずがなかろう。
簡単なことですよ。
How could he ever become mayor at this point? Like, everybody knows he's bad.
人の身ではかなわなくとも真なる神に近づけばたやすい。あらゆる因果を見通す英知があればどんな現実も思いのままになる。
Okay. I'm not one that has a lot of ambition myself. I'm very, very happy where I am, just being some random, like, micro celebrity on the internet, and I use that term very literally because that's basically what streamers are. They're micro celebrities. Like, 50 people in the entire world actually know who I am. Fine, whatever. You know, like, I don't really care. What I'm saying is that, like, just streaming and making a living out of it and being here and hanging out, like, I'm happy. I don't think I could be happier. I don't really have a lot of ambition to be, you know, powerful or anything like, or rich or wealthy or anything like that. I'm super comfy right where I'm at, okay? This dude has ambition. He wants to gain infinite wisdom and the power of a god so that he can become mayor? Okay.
そう、かの偉大なるヨアヒム・ギュンター氏のようにね。
I mean, he wants power. He has ambition to be more than he could ever hope to be through less than legal means. Through regular legal means, rather, is what I mean to say. But he's willing to use less than legal means. Mayor? You know, why not like ruler of the world? Mayor, dude, mayor. What does that have to do with what I said about anything, though, Janine? That has nothing to do with anything I said. Like, he's not using ambition. He's not using hustle and elbow grease or whatever. He's trying to circumvent everything by getting the power of a god, you know? He's looking for the position of mayor of the universe.
させるか。
Not on our watch. My favorite reality of the world is that people will put in a tremendous amount of effort to try and not put in effort. You know, like there are a lot of people that will do less than legal things, you know, criminals or whatever, and they'll go so far out of their way, work so hard, tireless amounts of effort to try and get any kind of living off of illegal stuff. And it's like they could just get like normal earnings. Like if they put that kind of effort into mastering a trade and getting a job in that field or something, like it'd be no problem. You know, they'd be way more comfortable. There's this weird concept of how some people put in. I mean, obviously, getting a job isn't as easy as just knowing stuff. You know, getting a job is difficult, but well, it's not that difficult. But the point I'm making is that like the amount of effort that people put into not putting effort into something is always hilarious to me. Ernest thought it was funny too.
お久しぶりと言っておこうか。アルタイル市での捜査はご苦労だったね。
I wonder how long it's actually been since the first game.
あんた
我々が追っているのに気づいていたというのか。
全ては偉
Oh,
大な
they're
る
gonna chuckle before everything that they say.
君たちが我々の行方を追ってアルタイル市を訪れたこと、そして我々の動向を突き止めて共和国軍の許可を得てから全てお見通しなのだよ。
どうしてそこまで。
どうやら
It's not.
少しにな
They're just making shit up
我々の
to make it seem like
動向を察知した
he's
ようだな。
has ability.
つまりお前たちはクロスベル警察の人間というわけか。背に腹は変えられん。頼む、素直に投降するからこの狂人を取り押さえてくれ。おやおや、狂人とは失礼ですな。
言われるまでもない。ハルトマン元議長およびアーネスト・ライズ自治州法改正項目に基づき拘置所脱走および多数の余罪であなたたちの身柄を拘束する。
They think this is always like my favorite part of the writing of these last two games is like whenever, like, first off, in this position, I mean, you're not gonna sit here and be like you're under arrest, especially so formally. You know, you're just gonna like arrest them, but it's just hilarious because it's like prison breach and escaping lawful custody. Those are like fines to people like Ernest because he's wealthy and powerful. Those are actual crimes that can actually put him away. But the funny thing is he's like actually done horrible crimes like attempted assassination and the complete manipulation of the governments and the people and all sorts of stuff. Like there's some actual fucking huge crimes that he's committed that we have proof of that we can arrest him for. And we're sitting here going, you're under arrest for escaping lawful custody. Attempted assassination? Yes, he tried to kill the mayor, remember? We caught him red-handed. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. Because I said attempted assassination, and it seemed like you were questioning that. Conspiracy to overthrow the government? Yeah. Which, by the way, like, that's a big one. You know, it might just seem like a kind of a small things, but a conspiracy to overthrow the government is kind of friggin' huge. Like, huge. So, yeah, it's just... Really? Like, you're gonna pick that he ran away from the cops? I just... Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's only a 2-button suit, but you know, it's got some good knitting on that. It just means he knows how to shop on a budget. You know, he knows how to be fashionable on a budget. He's gonna open the door to D. You can open the door to my D, bitch. Oh god, oh, so funny. I did the D joke. I am the peak of humor. He hasn't been tried for his other previous crimes. He escaped. They even had a whole deal about him having escaped and run away. I just want to know where he summoned them from. I didn't use them in the last game because I didn't know your levels were that high. Whoa. Really? Indeed.
任せるがいい。
いいだろう。そこだ。
よし。
はい。
ありがとう。
行くぞ。
いいだろう。
俺の番だな。
行きます。エニグマ
ありがとう。
行くぞ。せい。
さあ、そこだ。
私の番ですね。
俺の番だな。
行くぞ。
いいだろう。
Well, they still have the counter mechanic, which I thought is actually kind of decent. I didn't mind it.
いいだろう。
行くぞ。せい。
任せてくれ。
I thought it was kind of a neat reason to get more evasion.
任せちゃう。
行きます。
行くぞ。
行きます。そこ。
よし。いった。
さあ、そこ
任せるがいい。せい。
よーし。行きますよ。
だ。私の番だな。邪魔だ。
よし。させるか。
任せるがいい。
Nice. I haven't peed.
私の番。そこだ。よし、次に行くぞ。
No U material.
なんて強さ。
時間を取られたか。
よし、追いかけるぞ。
Man, down they go.
どうした？動けないのか？
大丈夫です。
こちらもなんとか。
ダドリー、上だ。
道が。
そんな。
先ほどの戦闘の衝撃で脆くなった地盤が崩落したから、この距離を飛び越えるのは。
はい。
If I were a cool ninja dude person, I could easily jump it since we regularly see people jumping 30 feet in the air.
すみません。
こうなったら仕方ない。そこで待っていろ。
そんな。
いくらお二人でもサポートなしじゃ。
I always find it hilarious how high high off the ground you feels like you can jump and how little off the ground you can actually jump.
いや、ここは別行動としよ
どういうことだ？
う。ここから採用に至るルートは2つある。もう1つはあちらだ。
Phew, convenient.
もしかしてあの先が？
ああ、遠回りになるが。
ならば話。バニングス、シーカー総長。我々はこのまま連中を追う。なんとか合流するがいい。
了解です。
イエスさ。
ブーンを。
It's a good thing we didn't waste half an hour having this small talk while they were running away.
よし。俺たちも急ごう、総長。すぐに動けるか？
ええ、大丈夫です。そうだ、ロイドさん、せっかくの機会ですから、コンビネーションを使ったク
Well,
ラフトを
looks
試して
like
みませんか？
she's gonna be a main party member.
そうか。いいかもしれないな。
Sorry, Randy.
お互いの癖も分かってきたし、なんとかなりそうだ。うまく使いこなして、慎重に、確実に進んでいこう。
はい。
I wouldn't. We should go back to that waypoint and rest. Something on my eye. There's something in my eye! Oh, it's my finger. I'd love to try my hand at voice acting, but it's definitely not something you just freely do. You know, it takes training. You have to understand the aspects and concepts of voice acting and everything. It's not just voice a character. There's so much more to it than that. So I wouldn't mind eventually training or taking some courses or something on that, you know? I think that'd be fun.
なんとかなりましたね。そこ。やあ、はあ、そこ。敵接近。迎撃を開始します。戦闘終了。
As you can tell, I'm just full of energy and pep, and I think I'd make an excellent character. What do you guys think? Lloyd had to ground Kia for the first time ever over the summer. He told her to pick up after herself and not turn the SSS into a mess. It's not even... whatever. I mean, I can make a judgment about that pun all I want, but it's definitely a joke that I would tell, so I can't say anything. Okay. Well, it's no vagina monster, but it's pretty cool looking. Trying to determine what levels up my major materia thing in the center. You know, I think speaking of materia, it's kind of funny because if Final Fantasy VII did like a materia system where there was like a master materia that affected all the other materias, it would actually feel like something special and unique for the game. And this game, it just feels like they basically just added more stats to the Master Quartz kind of thing, you know, and just kind of gave it like an official label, you know? So it already is very similar to what was already done, even though materia and the Quartz system have a lot of similarities.
さすが鍛え方が普通の警察官とは違うっていうか。
おだてないでくださいよ。どちらかというと装備の強さに頼っているところがありますし。
強力な装備を使いこなせるのも訓練とセンスの賜物だよ。
Still, I'm excited to see what the Master Quartz system brings. I'm excited for it. Just trying to figure out what actually levels up. I guess if you went through military training and school and everything at 15, that would make sense, but like... the ages of this game, once again, are just ridiculous. I get it, they're trying to appeal to a younger crowd because these games are basically written for like a teen, preteen. It's essentially a shonen anime, which shonen means young boy, basically. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is, what I want to say is, back in the 90s, it made sense to appeal to a teenage crowd because that was basically the major age of gamers at the time, was like teen, preteen, right? But as we've gotten older, because I was a teenager in the 90s, as we've gotten older, that's no longer the case, you know? Now it's like the average age of gamers is anywhere between 35 to 45, which is where I'm at now, 42. So like, games have been growing up, and you don't really get a lot of games with that target audience anymore. A little bit, but not as much. And it's fine to like have that as a target audience, but you don't need to arbitrarily like give these ages like so like off. You know what I mean? You can have actual adults doing these things that adults should be doing, not children. And it can still appeal to a younger audience because it's about how they act and how they're portrayed and whether or not they're cool. It doesn't matter if, you know, they're 25, as long as they're cool, they'll still appeal to a teen audience or preteen audience. There's plenty of RPGs with 20-something party members. Hell, even like Final Fantasy, I want to say Final Fantasy 10. No, is it not 10? It's, yeah, 10, I think most of them are in their 20s. 12, most of them are 20 to 30. 13, same deal. SAS is like 38. And 15, they're all pretty young, that's for sure. But 16, definitely not a teenager. FF7 has a lot of characters that are in their 20s, yeah. Barrett, for instance. I want to say like Cloud is like 19, so it's pretty close. Something like that. Anyway, there are definitely games, even in the 90s, where the characters were actually an appropriate age for what they're doing. Cloud might be 21. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it. Might be 2021. Yeah, 20 or 21. Anyway, point I'm getting at is that there are definitely plenty of games from the retro era and beyond where the characters are more appropriately aged. And I don't know why this game made in like 2013 still does the whole let's do these things that adults should be doing and then like have them be 15. You know, it's just weird. It's so awkward, especially when you get really young and they're not even child soldiers, man, at that point. It's beyond that. It's just weird. None of the ages make sense in this game.
そうにゃ副司令。あ、いや、司令か。確かにあの人に指導されたら相当鍛えられそうだよな。あのランディですら演習の時に徹底的にしごかれたみたいだし。
そうみたいですね。ランディ先輩か。今頃リハビリ訓練の付き合いの真っ最中なんでしょうか。
That's true, yeah.
なあ。
And she acts like a teenager. She acts like a kid.
ランディがいてくれたら。いや、エリーとティオもそうか。あの3人がここにいてくれたら怖いものなしなんだけどな。
確かに。考えてみると。
Yeah, let's have this conversation for forced exposition when we're trying to catch up to Runaways. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Once again, the exposition is extremely forced and misplaced. It just feels like they're having this conversation to force information on the player, especially considering that they've already done the job of like taking one game and stretching it onto 3 games. Like they need to do so much less of that because of that. I mean, yeah, refreshes are important, but still. Walking and talking, it would definitely be better. But walking and talking requires basically like a near endless repetition. Like you need a loop of environment to walk through. Because if you're not pushing the button, then they have to keep walking.
キーヤちゃんのことよろしく頼んだわね。ファイトとコッペの世話もよろしくお願いします。
エリー、ティオ、ランディ、あれから1月以上経つけど。
Oh, well, there we go. It's been about a month or so.
敵接近、迎撃を開始します。
悪いな、先に行かせてもらうよ。
Yeah, that was because... So it's actually kind of funny, Cinny, because like... It's going underground, for one, which is not an easy thing to do for a staircase or any kind of like structure, right? But more than that, it was like, even if I was like mashing through the button, that staircase would just be so astronomically long. It's kind of crazy. Like, that's what I was getting at, was like, even if you just like are pressing the button at the regular rate, and as they would be talking, you're talking about an extremely long staircase. So they just placed it in the wrong spot, basically. That was the problem, you know? Like, they tried to do the thing, and they did it incorrectly, which was kind of hilarious. So, I mean, as much as I appreciate them, you know, putting the effort into it. Oh, it's all these newfangled master courts. Back in my day, we only had regular courts, and we liked it that way. I swear RPG parties these days are so entitled. Next thing you know, they'll start making all courts give out free spells for no reason. The chest continues angrily lecturing you for about 45 minutes. Honestly, that is really my experience with a lot of people about, like, modern game design. They just complain about the most irrelevant things because game design is evolving, and they're mad that it's not the exact same game as it was 30 years ago. If you want the exact same game as 30 years ago, play that game. If you want new stuff, then play new stuff. That one was, I appreciated that one. Oh, I want to go slower on this. Okay, I didn't see any quartz XP there. Thank you for shopping with us at the Altair Lodge. It'll be 400,000 mirror. Just go ahead and leave the money inside me. Wow. That's a really dumb reason, yeah. I mean, who cares what generation a games developer's targets? So what? That game isn't made for you. Fucking cry about it, bitch. You know? They're like, well, I am crying about it, so... Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, Barney's 1-2-3 wasn't made for you either. You gonna cry about that? Oh, I did see the thing go up a little bit. EP cut. I can trace my lineage back to my ancient ancestors. Ha! Okay, let's go through here then. This is more likely to be the wrong way. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, it's the right way apparently. Well, I do appreciate the fact that there's this new interactive object, which is like barrels, rocks, and stuff like that you can break apart for some items. I'm always up for some more interactive parts of the environment, so that's cool. It just feels a little weird because it's like I feel like these are kind of things that should have been part of the game a long time ago, and it took them 5 games to add like the tiniest new little feature, you know? So it just like, I appreciate it that at least they're thinking about what to do with the different games, the new games and everything, but goddamn, dude. Snail's pace. Snail's pace. I'm really hoping for Cold Steel to just, like, really ramp it up, you know, because these are already, what, 2010 era games? I mean, what was it? Final Fantasy 13 came out in 2009, wasn't it? We're in the PS3 era of games at this point.
また扉か。
We're actually getting dangerously close to PS4 era at this point.
ダメか。多分入り口近くの扉と同じように。
ええ、探してみましょう。それにしてもダドリーさんたちの方は
Who cares? They're
どうなって
fine.
いるんでしょうか。
あの二人ならめったなことじゃ。僕敵はグノーシスを使っている上にあんな危険な人形も呼び出せる。楽観はできないかもしれない。
ですよね。こんな時にエニグマで連絡が取り合えたらいいんです。
通信機能が使えるのは
2011, yep.
財団の本拠地があるレマン自治州だけみたいだからな。でも確かに
2011 is not that far away.
便利な機能だったんだよな。フランのサポートも
14 years.
ちゃんとお役に立っていればいいんですけど、あの調子でちゃんとお仕事が務まっているか心配なんですよね。
アルタイル市へ出発する前、キーヤと駅まで見送りに来た時か。あれくらいいいじゃないか。君を心配してのことだろうし。
だからといって勤務時間中にサボってくるのはダメですよ。キーヤちゃんと一緒に列車に乗り込もうとするし。
今回はキーヤも珍しくダダをこねてたからな。
お姉ちゃん、ロイドさん、くれぐれも気をつけてくださいね。
ま、気を抜くんじゃねえぞ。後ろ盾を失った逃亡者とはいえ、あの教団に関わっていた連中だ。
Rough.
ロイド、絶対に無事に戻ってきてね。キーヤ、いい子で待ってるから。
大切な人たちがクロスベルで俺たちのことを待っている。何としても。
So yeah, knowing that this is in 2010 decade, the tens, I guess you can call them, I don't know. I'm sure eventually we'll be referring to this decade as the 20s, which will be really weird since we're usually referring to decades as the 80s and 90s. But anyway, I mean, like, games of this era were PS3 are starting to get to PS4, so game design was very robust. We knew, you know, the kinds of things that we could do with video games, and it just kind of feels like this is a very, very, very slow-moving series in terms of, like, content, interactivity, polish, etc., you know? Chang's same battle voice lines. Looks like this will be the way to get a lot of food items and stuff, so. That'll be good because otherwise getting food items can be a bit of a struggle. Check me once, shame on you. Check me twice, still shame on you. Please stop checking me. What are you gonna do about it? Gonna cry? Gonna cry about it? Gonna cry? See some tears. Don't cry, baby. It turns into a super boss. Ultra Mimic.
よしはあそれ行くぞエニグマ駆動
エニグマ駆
や
動や
よし
私の番ですね。
Well, they really don't like her, do they?
俺の番だなエニグマ
私の番ですね。や
や
よーし
行くぞエニグマ駆動
エニグマ駆動
よしは
やこの調子でいきましょう。
It contains everything you ever wanted, assuming everything you ever wanted was stale air and some dust. Sweet. Interesting. Yeah, why not? Final Fantasy X was 10 years ago? Sure. Sure. That helps you sleep better at night.
やー敵接近迎撃を開始します。はいそこ
行くぞやってよしよしもう大丈夫だ
は
負けられないチャンスだ
よーし
Alright, yep. I'm definitely going to avoid fighting these enemies.
は
や
やそこだ
私の番ですね。エニグマ
よし
駆動
行くぞよしもう大丈夫だ
It's very mazy. Yeah, why can't there be mimic friends? It's good. It's a good point, Berserk. Mimic friend. 161. You remember reading the teaser in Trails in Sky the Third for Trails in Sky Chest Part 2, but you didn't think it'd ever come. Yet suddenly you are craving for more trails in the chest. Uh-huh. Okay, I think we've gone everywhere. Ugh.
全力で行かせてもらいます。
よしは
や
任せてくれエニグマ駆動
エニグマ駆動
What's up, Titus?
任せてくれ
やなんとかなりましたね。
よし
Yosh!
お疲れ様でした。それにしてもあのアーネストという男、本当に何が狙いなんでしょうか。
Come on. Do we need to have another long-winded conversation about nothing again?
どうやら元議長の方は無理やり付き合わされてるみたいですけど。
わからないただユアヒムと同じ力を手に入れようとしているのは
教団事件の黒幕と同じ力、マフィアやベルガード門の部隊を意のままに操ったあれですか？
なあ、それも危険だったけど、さらにたちが悪い力が
Damn, I'm out of coffee.
人の心や背景を。
こいつ、私たちの記憶を。
まさかそこから再現したのか。
He's got the reality gem.
それっていろいろとまずくありませんか？
ああ、ある意味どんな風にも悪用できてしまう能力だろう。それどころか
我には全てが見えるのだ。キーヤ様の失踪のからくり、クロスベルの地に課せられた避けられぬ。
ロイドさん？
いや、なんでもない。
And then I bonked him over the head with my stick and he died. The end.
アーネスト
I
に
just
ヨア
went.
ヒムと同じ末路を歩ませ
That was
る
that.
わけにはいかない。絶対に生かして捕まえないとな。
ロイドさん。
Hey, what's up, Chris? Thank you for 8 months. Working on that almost 1 year. Thank you.
その例の首謀者が死んだのは別にロイドさんのせいじゃ。
それでも死なせずに捕まえることはできたんじゃないかと思ってさ。今更なのは100も承知だけどうじうじしてるとランディにまたどやされるかな。先を急ごう。アリオスさんたちと。
ええ。
Eh. With the cave being shaped like this, it better be a downstairs inside the door there, or else we're just going to be going into the open area that we were just going around. How did they get in here? The door was closed. We had opened the door, so we're going up, which doesn't make any sense. Like the door that we went into, we went around the back. So I guess it'd be easier to say it like that from a top view.
この場所ならば私の目的も万事滞りなく達せられるだろう。いい加減にしないか。ヨアヒムといい、貴様といい、気が触れたようなことを貴様らの妄想に私を巻き込むんじゃない。
Weren't you like all on board with this last game?
あなたこそ人のことをとやかく言えるような立場かな。楽園でしたか。あんな場所を利用していた割には随分と偉そうな物言いですね。
Oh, ew, gross. Paradise was the place that Ren was sent to. Okay, so Ren had normal parents. They loved her, whatever. And because the mafia was like after them, she gave her parents gave Ren to a friend for safekeeping until they could get out of debt. And that friend turned out to be somebody that basically created a place for people with perversions, with minors, to fulfill those perversions. And that place was called Paradise. And so he was a patron of Paradise. Ew. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't think Tio was sent there. No, Tio was experimented on by the cult, and she was rescued from the cult. She never went to Paradise. Ren was rescued from Paradise when Joshua and Huey or whatever the fuck came in, and they were there for different reasons, and everybody was already pretty much gone, but Ren was still there and they took her in. And then that's how she became part of the society or whatever it's called. I think society is a really bad name for it. because society implies that it's like a society, you know? It's more of a group, you know? It's not really a whole society. So it just feels like a little bit off on the branding.
クロスベルタイムズが独占取材したらさぞ盛り上がってくれるでしょうな。
そこまでだ。
I don't think it was part of the DG. I don't think Paradise is part of DG.
おやおや君たちか。
Pretty sure it wasn't anyway.
面倒な連中をまいたと思ったらとんだ雑魚が紛れ込んできたものだ。
その巨大な祭壇、ここがロッジの採用か。アリオスさんたちはどうした？
I may have forgotten that little bit.
風の牽制と捜査一課のエース殿か。さすがに厄介だったので今頃窓人形10体相手に
Must be nice to just like infinitely summon powerful archaeas, do whatever you want. Why don't you just fucking take over the city at that rate? Like you don't need to do this bullshit.
あの化け物を10体も。
おかげで死から受け継いだ駒を使い切ってしまったがね。だがこれであの連中も確実に始末できるだろう。私はゆっくりとこの聖なる場所で目的を果たさせてもらうとして。
させるか。
手を挙げて投降しなさい。
I enjoyed Civ 3, but I think it had a lot of pitfalls, and I don't mean that literally. Though it did have a lot of those as well. I think it was pretty revolutionary for its time, but it just implemented those concepts with a little bit of hit and miss. I enjoyed it though, I had fun.
エリーの姿がなぜ見えないのかと思っていたが、なるほど。一時的に支援課を離れてマクダエル先生の手伝いをしているのか。
まさかロイドさんの記憶を。
さらに新市長と新議長による新たな体制法案作りへの協力。なるほど。そうすることでこれまで以上に支援課が動きやすい政治的な足場を作るつもりか。新市長の提案らしいが、なかなか興味深い試みじゃないか。だがエリーのような人材を警察ごときに埋もれさせておくのは、私が市長となった暁には特務支援課は解体させてもらおう。そして彼女は私の専属秘書として存分に才能を発揮してもらう。それがいい。そうしよ
う。ふざけるな。あんたのふざけた妄想にエリーを巻き込ませるものか。
ロイドさん、すごい迫力。
そもそも君のような小僧が。
You know, maybe you should just leave that up to me to decide if I've ever seen Lloyd that angry before. Why does it need to like treat me like such a fucking child all the time? And, you know, I think that's probably why I get a little annoyed with the story. You know, it's fine that it's a little tropey and everything, but it treats me like a fucking idiot. It's so infuriating. Like, you're telling the story, and then you're telling me what I'm supposed to feel about that story, and it's just like, it's like when you tell somebody what to do, and they're just like, don't tell me what to frickin' do. You can ask me a favor, but like, don't tell me what to do. It's like, you're not my dad. Like, back off. You know what I mean? Like, you just get annoyed by that. And it really depends on who's telling it to you, obviously. But the point is that like, that's what it feels like it's doing. It's like, you're supposed to feel this way, and they just slap you in the face with like what you're supposed to feel. It's like, why don't you let me make that judgment call about how mad Lloyd feels in this particular instance? You got voice acting now. You know, it's up to the voice direction to kind of portray that. And it's so inherent in all of the Legend of Heroes games where it slaps you in the face with how you're supposed to feel, trying to tell you what you're supposed to think, and it just feels insulting, you know? And it's always something that really bugs me about the storytelling. And I feel like a lot of the like the tropiness of the game, you know, being very typical, I think that a lot of that would be eliminated if the game like let me decide how to feel about it. Cause what all it really wants me to do is just like not care. Oh, I've never seen Lloyd this angry before. Like, pfft, don't care. You know what I mean? No, it's like, nah, I don't think he's actually felt that angry before. I disagree. Yeah, it just makes me want to do the opposite, like a petulant child. Like a rebellious teenager.
赤いグノーシスによりデモ
この聖なる場所ではいつもの覚醒もことさら心地よい大いなる望みを叶える前のささやかなる供物せいぜいあがいてもがいてのたうち回ってもらうぞ
そうはいくか
対象1名制圧を開始します
手強いぞ気をつけろ
やあ
Yeah, shot him up real good, like. Oh. Ah. Combos were basically like the best in the previous game. Wouldn't it be a really bad idea to do a pincer attack when your teammate is shooting a gun? Also said continuous pincer attacks, and there was only one.
Yes.
Cool, cool, cool. Oh, he's doing a craft. Oh, interesting. Pull my finger! Oh, sorry, burning finger. I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? No curing on burn? They knew that the boss was gonna do burn on you, and they didn't offer you anything to cure bro. I don't even have it anyway. Because it was only for a single turn. Particularly weak to earth and looks like time? Space. I should have attacked first because what's her name got a double attack thing. It's like the most predictable laugh ever. He's still here freaking out for like he had a lot of opportunity to like leave this room and he's just sitting here. There you go, bud. That's how it's done.
おやおや、勝手な退場は困りますね。あなたが好き勝手していた自治州議会ではないのだから。
Oh, well, okay.
アーネスト、貴様。
I would have probably dropped behind the terrain that we're on, you know, and got into the water a little bit there. Kind of hid somewhere, probably. Or try to swim towards the exit, being behind the terrain. Oh yeah! It's that thing that Trails does all the time. You win a fight and you lose the story all the time, and then somebody comes in right at the last second and rescues you. They even did it with the final boss in the last game. It was really annoying. So a lot of your like accomplishments just get brushed away. Like you don't actually do anything. You just have a battle for the sake of a battle, and whenever the stakes are high, you always lose. And I'm fine with winning the battle and losing the story. I think that's a perfectly fine way to tell a story. The reason is a lot of people get mad because it's like, well, I won the battle. The thing is you're not realizing that the battle is just there to give you content, to make you feel like you're engaging a powerful foe. If you lose a story, it's because like they were toying with you, or that's just the way the narrative goes. You know, that's just the story. You have to accept that. You know, the game is not, the gameplay is not the story. They need to mesh in a meaningful way. But there's plenty of good ways of making the like whole win the battle, lose the story thing work, and that's fine if you're gonna use that every now and again. But they use it all the time, and there's always somebody that comes in and rescues you at the last second, and it makes it feel like your accomplishments mean nothing. So Arios is probably gonna come in and be like, Hoya! Well, we'll be going to a lot of the lodges then, won't we? He's gonna open the door to his D. I usually just take out my pants for that. It's not that hard. I don't really need to go to a Septium vein and charge up like I'm Goku going Super Saiyan. He's gonna stab himself with the ground. This thing again, huh? Damn, his abs are pulsating. Why does D escape my sight? Bro, just look down. Maybe with all that power, you lose your D. Honestly, that's probably why he's as vile as he is. D too small, needs to take it out on the world. There are more people like that than you think. It's It's more like shut up than
ま
silence.
ずは手始め貴様らを煮えとしてくれるその上でクロスベルへ帰還し巫女とエリーを奪って
People with D's too small want to force women to be with them as well, so that checks actually. That's pretty much entirely his real motive, I'd be willing to bet.
かな
ロイドさん危ないなんて化け物
それではさらばだ矮小なる己の身を嘆いて血と化すがいい
Ting! So fucking predictable.
ダドリーさんアリオスさん
やれやれなんとか間に合ったか
ロイド、ノエル総長、よく持ちこたえてくれた。
Lloyd, good job holding out. Sergeant Major Seeker, do better.
お二人の方こそよくご無事で
さすがに10体は手こずらせてもらったがな
Poser because he didn't actually experiment on children. Jesus Christ.
話は後だまずはこいつを無力化する
尋常な相手ではない。我々の全力をぶつけるぞ。
はい
イエスさ行きましょう
Yay, full restore.
超えるまでもない
Ooh, wow.
風よ、我が力となれ。
私の番だな
So the color is percentage then. I thought that might be it, but it just wasn't 100% positive.
俺の番だな
さあ行くぞそこだ
よし
任せるがいい。
はい
任せるがいい。
さあ行くぞ邪魔だ
任せるがいい。行くぞ。風間くん、
任せてくれ
いいだろうさあ行くぞ貴様
俺の番だな
参る。
I'm just casting this so I get the team attack. I don't want him to have it. I don't know if he can actually benefit from it, but I'm not gonna let him have it.
私の番だなエニグマ
よーしエニグマ助かります
任せるがいい。
よし
さあ行くぞエニグマ
ありがとう
行きます
参る。
いいだろうそこだ
よしストップ
行きますやあ
任せるがいい。
Oh, I counterattack killed him. Oh, that's actually hilarious because he still had quite a bit of HP left. I didn't even think my special was gonna kill him. GG, I beat the game. Roll credits. Shortest Trails game in the history of time.
気をつけてください
I'm melting, melting. Yatta! Oops. Put it on fast forward. Now he's dancing.
ロイドさん。
おい、何？
I'm gonna stab him with my
気をしっ
stick.
かり持て。自分を見失うな。あんたはあんただろ。
Erg? Erg?
弱姫と違ってあんたは赤いグノーシスを大量に飲んだわけじゃない。だったら助かる。絶対に諦めるんじゃない。
Nah, just let him die, bro. He wants to bring ruin to the world. At that point, he's lost his right to being alive. He's discarded his humanity and seeks only to destroy.
どうしてここまでした私どうして貴様は。
それとこれとは話が別だ。
It's where that like pure Snow White protagonist bothers me. You know, I get it. Like you don't want anybody to die, but like, you really want big demon dude just rampaging through the city? It's not like he's gonna stop.
でもだからといってこんな場所で死んでいいほど罪深かったとは思えない。それにあんたが死んだらエリーやマクダエル議長
Oh yeah, I'm sure Ellie would be devastated. Or why would you care about Speaker McDowell's feelings? He's that pedo fucking loser that was in on all of this.
マクダエル先生すまない。どうして私は。
誰か。
McDowell was the good mayor. It's hard to keep up with the names. Okay, fair enough. Still, I don't think he's gonna be worried. We already know, like, we already know that he tried to kill the mayor. So, like, we already know he's bad. He's lost to us. Those people have already come to terms with that, you know?
どうやら専門家が間に合ってくれた。
Like, as far as they're concerned, he's already dead. Dead to them, anyway.
天に言います我らが主よ。
Kevin?
光れし哀れな迷いを。
Kevin? Is that Kevin? Boy, it sure took a long time to die. It is Kevin. What up, Kevin?
あんたは。
すみません。時間がないんですぐに処置させてもらいますわ。君、ちょっとどいてもらえるか？
はい。
The way that Kevin is drawn in this one, it looks like he's balding and stuck a patch of grass on his forehead to make it seem like he's not. Like a really bad toupee. But I shouldn't have eaten that burrito.
我が深淵にてきらめく青の刻印を。光となって暗き正気を払い、迷い子の道を指し示せ。
これは。
の光は一体。
戻った。
なんとかなったか。
どうですか？
I see Lloyd is still going like this every time he talks.
気絶しとるだけや。数日は起きられへんけど。
It's trails, bro. Nobody dies. Don't worry, he's fine.
よかった。
Ooh, we sure are glad this monstrous mass murder child experimenter demon wanting to destroy the world guy is alive. Whew, boy, aren't we happy.
それはともかく、あんたは一体何者なんだ？教会の神父のようだが、一体どうしてこんな場所に？
あれ、アリオスさん、俺のことこちらの皆さんには話してへんのですか？
間に合うかどうかわからないと言われたからな。立場が立場だろうし、念のため伏せさせてもらった。
なるほど、助かりますわ。いやー、相変わらず気が利いてはるお人やな。
君の方こそな。ありがとう。来てくれて本当に助かった。
He got salty.
どうやら勝手に保険をかけられたようだな。必要協会風水省に所属する。
His inner Joshua is coming out. He's got the inner Joshua coming out where he just makes a wild assumption and it just happens to be spot on. Everybody on the protag side is just so capable and super duper smart and knows all the secrets of the world. Except for the actual plot of whatever the game is at the time.
確かアーティファクトを回収するっていう。
お見通しでしたか。はじめまして。七葉教会聖杯騎士団に所属するケビン・グラハム言います。アリオスさんの連絡を受けて参上させてもらいましたわ。どうかお見知りおきを。
Gotta get swole. Can't rely on your little crossbow all day.
ダドリーさん、2人のご相はよろしくお願いします。
ああ、任せておけ。ケビン神父、礼を言わせてもらおう。まあ、本当なら事前にこちらに連絡してほしかったが。
Guaranteed, Ernest is gonna get out of prison and be causing troubles again before he gets his trial.
そうしたいのは山々やったんですけど。
Just like last time, we put him in jail for attempted assassination, and he just like instantaneously got out.
何分うちらにとってはクロスベルは鬼門でして。
クロスベル教区の責任者、エラルダ大司教の意向か。
Let me guess, the cathedral's actually going to be a place we go to regularly, and that's why they randomly gave the archbishop a name that didn't have one before.
そうか。前にマーブル先生が言ってた砲術の専門家って。
Pizza's not that hard if you think about it. No, it's actually pretty soft. I mean, it hardens as it cooks, I suppose. You know, that's what the dough does, but it's still pretty soft. Yeah.
ああ、俺らのことやろね。ま、いろいろあって。大司教さんにはえらい嫌われてしまっててな。クロスベルでの聖杯騎士団の活動については一切禁じられてしまってるんや。
I know what you were getting at, Hoppy. I'm just teasing you, dude. I'm taking your comment very literally.
私も会ったことがありますけど、すごく厳格そうな人ですよね。
厳格も厳格。あんな頑固な人見たことないわ。
It's basically a crostini that's been expanded on, more or less. The concept of a crostini has long been a part of cuisine.
ま、俺らもいろいろやっとるから、彼みたいな真っ当な人から見たら我慢ならんのかもしれへんけど。
いろいろって。
ま、古代遺物に関わる事件は綺麗事だけでは済まないということだ。ケビン神父。とにかく今回は助けられた。改めて礼を言わせてくれ。
アリオスさんには前にでかい借りがありますしな。褒めたら例の教団
Real talk?
俺もついていきたいとこですけど。
Was that a phrase that was actually used in this era? Like, and I mean by like our human era, like 2011. Because I remember only saying real talk for like the last like maybe 5 or 8 years at most.
ま、大司教を刺激したくないですし、何か分かったら教えてください。
ああ、ギルドを通じてそちらに連絡させてもらおう。ロイド、ノエル総長も今回は本当によくやってくれた。
正直あんまりお役に立てませんでしたけど。
いや、総長は本当に助けになってくれたよ。
I don't see Kevin on this. I see the normal 4, and then I see Hazzy or whatever his name is, and then what's her name? The localization was 2013, 2014 era. So still over 10 years old. But yeah, I don't see Kevin on the box anywhere. On this box anyway.
俺の方こそやっぱりまだまだ未熟ですね。
Yeah, it is FF9's anniversary. Yesterday, wasn't it?
本当なら逮捕まできちんと。
The localization is from 2020? Really? That recent? That's way more recent than I thought.
うぬぼれるな。支援家による逮捕というのがあくまで建前であるというのはお前もわきまえていたはずだ。
I thought you were saying that this version came out in 2014. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It was fan translated, and Nisa bought the fan translation in 2014, I thought. So I guess, you know what, you're right. That's right. You know what, I'm mistaken, because I remember we talked about it when we were playing Zero about how these games came out after Cold Steel did. In the US. In the US.
それは
次回もいいが客観的な自己評価と状況判断は上級捜査官に必須だ。研修とはいえ一家にいたからにはそのあたりはわきまえておくがいい。
So yeah, that actually is pretty recent.
本当に素直じゃないですね。
よくやったの一言くらい言ってやればいいもの。
For the writers of Legend of Heroes, it's very difficult to just say good job and leave it at that.
うるさい。とにかくバニングス。これで一家の研修も終了だ。今回の事件で学んだことと合わせて。
はい。ありがとうございます。
You learn how to fight and not be a detective. Good job. You're now a detective.
それでは俺たちは一足先に行かせてもらおう。また協力するようなことがあればよろしく頼むぞ。
ええ、こちらこそ。
お疲れ様です。
そんじゃ。
Damn, how come my car door doesn't lift up like that? To be perfectly honest, that doesn't look like it's very convenient because I'm 6'4",
yeah.
so if the door lifted up like that, I'd have to duck under it every single time. The most realistic police training you've ever seen in a video game, that is to say there is none.
所属は違っても いい先輩に恵まれてるみたいやないか。
ええ、本当にそう思います。
そうですね。セルゲイ課長もそうですし。
それで君らはどうするん？このまま列車でクロスベルに戻るつもりか？
ええ、そうするつもりです。そうだ、ケビン神父、クロスベルまで一駅ですし、よかったら寄っていただいてお礼をさせてほしいんですけど。
いやー、ありがたいけどこれから待ち合わせがあってな。
Wonder if that means Joshua and Estelle will not be
本当なら
around in this one.
例の教団についても詳しい話を聞きたいんやけど。
DG 教団、
やっぱり教会の方でも何か掴んでいるんですか？
いやー、それが全く。俺らが教団と関わったのは4年くらい前の事件が最後やね。
4年前。
各国の軍やギルドが協力した一斉制圧。
ああ、あれから取りこぼされたロッジの一つを制圧したんや。ここだけの話、教団の中でも最悪と言えるようなロッジでな。正直人体実験がマシに思えるほどイカれた儀式をしてた連中やった。
そうですか。
本当に最低の連中だったんですね。
ま、実はその時にアリオスさんにえらい助けられてしまってな。でかい借りを作ったままやったから今回お手伝いできて助かったわ。
そうだったんですか。でもおかげで犯人を生かしたまま捕まえることができました。ありがとうございます。本当に助かりました。
いやいや、さっきのメガネの人も言ってたけど、なんとかなったのは君のおかげやで。
俺ので、
ああ、あの兄さんがギリギリのところで持ったのは君の言葉があったからやろ。そうでなかったら俺が処置しても多分助けられへんかったはずや。
I mean, you already interviewed him, huh? Even though it was supposed to be passed out for a couple days.
きっとそうですよ。ロイドさんが必死に語りかけたから彼も自分を取り戻せたみたいだし。
そうじゃ。
特務支援課やったっけ？また機会があったら詳しい話でも聞かしてや。これで教団の件も一通りケリがついたはずやけど、また何かあるかもしれへんしな。
Damn, I'm pretty sure my Steam account is pretty close to that age. Let's see. Sure, it has somewhere on my profile. I'm not sure where to find it, honestly. Oh, there we go, 17. Well, it says I have a 17-year badge, but I don't know if it goes up every year.
わかりました。それじゃあ俺たちはこの辺りで失礼します。
Because it's like it says a 17-year badge,
お疲れ様でした。
like badge of service or whatever.
あ、そちらこそお疲れさん。ロイド君か。なかなか見込みがありそうやな。エステルちゃんたちの力にもなってくれたみたいやし。せやけど今回ばかりはどうも分が悪いかもしれんな。
Which means we should probably just get Estelle and Joshua in this case so that it's not a struggle. All right, cool. Problem solved. Roll credits. Lloyd doesn't have to do anything. They're gonna be, yeah, what's her name? I forget her name.
No.
Generic priest girl.
で、
Or generic nun girl.
なんやその紙袋は。
そこの屋台で売ってたアルタイル名
I think her name starts with an R.
ホクホクしてて絶妙な甘さで いい仕事してる。
だからって紙袋いっぱい買うことないやろ。まったく、そんな調子でこれから大丈夫か。やっぱり俺もついて。
だね、ケビンの悪名は知られすぎている。
Take it easy, Hoppy.
エラルダ大司教に潜入が
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for stopping by.
かもしれない。
いくらなんでもそこまではされへんやろ。いや、でも天霊賞の応援の件があったか。あの一件で風星賞への態度をますます硬化させたみたいやし。
その点、私一人なら目くらましにはもってこい。それはケビンにも分かっているでしょ。
ああ、もう分かったわ。まったく総長もよりによってなんでこいつを。
的確な人選。
She's gotta, you know, find herself to, you know, in order to excel and be self-sufficient in combat instead of always relying on
ケ
Kevin.
ビンこそ私がいない間無茶はしないように。セサルさんとマーカスさんにあまり心配はかけ
Those are
な
new
いこと。
names.
へいへい、分かったわ。しかしリース、
Reese, that's her name.
お前がこれから向かう場所は正直何が起きてもおかしくない。いざとなったら俺を呼ぶなり切り札に頼るんやで。
それは心得てるけど、そんなに悪い状況？
ああ、生族双方の意味合いでな。どうやら連中も密かに動き出しとるらしい。魔とクロスベル、その名の通りになるかもしれん。
Eastern outskirts of Crossbell State, Tangram Hills. Sheen! Yeah, exactly. And we're back in Crossbell. No. You getting in the way was perfect, because then you took all the hits that I didn't want to take.
そうにゃ指令だって総長に見込みがあると思ったから、とにかくこれからは改めてよろしくお願いするよ。
はい、こちらこそ。あ、でもロイドさん、一応これからしばらくの間正式にお世話になるわけですし、軍服も着てないわけですから、その総長というのはちょっと。
You're literally in uniform.
ああ、それもそうか。でもどうしよう。呼び捨てでも構わないかな。
ええ、それでお願いします。
それじゃあノエル、改めてよろしくお願いするよ。そうだ、そっちもよかったらもっとフランクに言ってくれ。
She moved over to the SSS, I guess.
同い年だし同僚なんだから気を使わないでほしいんだ。
The whole same age thing is a Japanese cultural thing. Like you would refer to somebody older than you as senpai or like older person, like a higher rank or something like that. And age plays a major role in how people are portrayed as a rank, if all things are being equal otherwise.
私がロイドさんのことを？無理無理、そんなの無理ですよ。
The whole trope of like getting past the like honorifics and formalities is it's like the absence of character growth, you know? Like there's this opportunity to really like portray that and how like see how people grow into being more familiar with one another. And it's always in every anime or anime game story or whatever, it's just night and day. As soon as you get a new party member or something like that, they just goes right through it, and there's always some kind of like, oh, just refer to me by my first name kind of conversation every single time. It's hard to localize though. I mean, it's about writing. That has nothing to do with localization. That has to do with character growth and story writing. It is a concept that is poorly localized a lot of the time, but it's an opportunity to show formality around somebody. There's formal ways of talking to people in a lot of languages, so that's something you just, as a writer, need to do. But the thing is that what I'm talking about is there's a formality between two people, and then there's not. There's no process of slowly like becoming more familiar with someone and growing to be more comfortable with them being casual. It just, boom, we're on a first name basis all of a sudden. And obviously, like in a lot of cultures, there is no need for that. You refer to everybody by their first name automatically. In American culture, you know, so there's not a whole lot of that. But there is a form of personality that a lot of people will use when they're being formal. And that's where the localization lies, is using that term, that form of formality, and slowly like moving away from it. But the actual writing has nothing. This here has nothing to do with localization.
エリーとランディだって年の差関係なくタメ口だしさ。
いや、そのなんというか勝負みたいで。
Yeah, but there's still like a certain way you talk to somebody that you're not familiar with versus how you talk to your buddies. Like you talk to your buddies like, yo, what's up? You don't do that to a stranger on the street. Like, oh, hey, how's it going? Hello, my name is Bill. How are you today? You know what I mean?
一度そう思い込んじゃうとなかなか変えられないというか。
And that's what I'm talking. That's where the localization aspect of it would be. And even in certain languages where maybe that doesn't exist, there are still ways of doing it. Either way, this has nothing to do with localization. It's not a localization issue. It's a writing issue, and it's very prevalent in a lot of Japanese media because of that need to bypass it so that people can refer to each other more casually. The weird thing is that they still stick to their honorifics and just like throw out a random like nickname or something. As opposed to the ultra formal method.
でもロイドさんがそうおっしゃるなら、なんとか努力してタメ口を。
いや、別に無理はしなく
If
てい
you're
いから。
pledging to be cool and casual, you've already failed.
根っからの体育会気質なんだな。
父の影響かもしれませんね。厳しい人で、私も普段も小さい頃にしつけられましたから。
へえ、お父さんの。あれ、君たちのお母さんには。
And to be fair, I'm not like totally chastising the game for this because it's such a prevalent concept in a lot of Japanese media, especially anime and video games. It's more that I'm lamenting the loss of possibility, you know? Like it's a really good opportunity to show actual character growth and actual like progression of familiarity, you know, instead of it just being like we barely know each other, now we're best friends, you know? And it's almost always done with like party members or main cast members. Side characters are almost always stick to that formality. There might be a semblance of casual, but usually it's that formality that's very prevalent between those relationships. And it's always just like a wall, you know, it's either you're on one side or the other. It's not a path, it's not a journey. And also basically confirms that Noelle will be a main party member with this conversation.
悪いことを聞いちゃったな。ひょっとして君が警備隊に入ったの？
どうでしょう。あまり自覚したことはないですけど、でも父と同じようにクロスベルという地を守りたかったのはその意味では所属は違ってもフランも同じなのかもしれませんね。
そっか。 ごめん、なんでもない。でも君が来てくれてこちらは本当に助かったよ。人手が足りないってのもあるけど、この先何が起きるのか
そう言ってもらえると光栄ですけど、でもマフィアがいなくなって市内の治安も改善されたんですよね。
No, it just creates a power vacuum, and somebody will fill that vacuum.
ヘイユエは残っていますけど、目立った動きはないみたいですし。
表面的にはね、ただ一つ言えるのはルバーチェという組織がクロスベルの治安を守る意味でね。
That's actually kind of true. Having that counterbalance of forces at play kind of kept each other in check. Now there's nothing stopping them from just going all out.
マフィアがクロスベルの治安を守っていた？
It's not really like they were helping to keep the peace. There was just, they couldn't make strong moves without invoking the ire of the other gang. So they kind of kept each other in check. And that's, without the mafia there, there's nothing stopping them, hey you, from just going ham. You know, that's the problem.
まあ結果的にだけどね、クロスベルの置かれている特殊な状況を考えてみてくれ。自治権はあっても国家としては独立しておらず、二大国の干渉を常に受けている。
Yes,
犯罪を
we
取
need
り締まる
Kiryu.
法律は穴だらけで、入国規制もほとんどない。本来ならヘイユエどころか他の犯罪組織やテロリストなんかがバッコしてもおかしくない場所なんだ。
I don't know. I mean, they portray him as very methodical and intelligent. So I don't think he's one to overextend. I think he's one to know exactly where he needs to go to be.
それじゃあ今まではルバーチェがそれを抑える役割を？
認めたくはないけど、結果的に一定の秩序を裏し、それが何の前触れもなく教団という最悪に巻き込まれる形で消滅してしまった。
パワーバランスの崩壊ですか？
ああ、帝国派と共和国派の議員たちが失脚したのも同じことが言える。代弁者がいなくなったことで逆に両国からの圧力が今まで以上に露骨になる可能性は高いだろう。だからこそ新市長は俺たちに期待してるんだと思う。
New mayor?
なるほど、ようやく納得しました。
I think there's like sergeant and then major and then sergeant major. You can look it up. Let's see. Private first class, specialist, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant first class, master sergeant, first sergeant, sergeant major, command sergeant major of the army. For enlisted. Then there's warrant officers. Those are a different growth. And then there's lieutenants, which second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, and general of the army. Warrant officers are just warrant officer, chief warrant officer 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Very simple. Warrant officers are, if I'm not mistaken, like more in control of like the hardware, tanks and vehicles and stuff. They manage all of that. Like I said, ages in this game are massively arbitrary and poorly given.
ああ、新たな局面を前に可能な限り各方面と連携してより高度な活動ができるようにする。俺も一家で研修させてもらっていろいろなことを叩き込まれたし。
But yeah, there's like as far as I understand, I'm not super familiar with it, but I want to say it's like you have like the enlisted ranks, which is what she is, and then you have officer ranks. Officer ranks are leaders, they're heads, they're pencil pushers, I guess you could kind of say. Like the difference between being out in the field and being, you know, at the office kind of thing.
さらに人手が足りなかったから新たな戦力も要請したってわけさ。
呼んでいただけて光栄です。でもそういえばもう一人の新メンバーって前に会った彼ですよね。
That's gonna be the green hair guy. Focus. Lazzy, Hazzy, Hazy, whatever. He was one of the gang leaders.
正直意外だったんですけど、どういう経緯なんですか？
ああ、彼ね。いや、新しい人手を俺たちが探し始めた矢先に新市長からの推薦なんかも取り付けてきたから断るに断れなかったんだ。
市長の推薦ですか？
ああ、IBC ビルの危機に力を貸した謝礼と引き換えに推薦状をもらったらしい。そもそも特務支援課が新規メンバーを探してるなんてどこで聞きつけたのやら。本人は面白そうだからとかしれっと言ってたけど。
それって大丈夫なんですか？
まあ悪いやつじゃないのはそりゃ経歴不詳だったり裏社会にやたらと詳しかったりホストなんかもやってるけどなんだか言っててだんだん不安になってきたな。
He's alright. I mean, I don't know. I don't see a police force recruiting a known criminal, but never mind. Actually, that seems like the most realistic thing that they would do.
そう言ってくれると助かるよ。正直君とは反りが合わないかと思ったからさ。
確かに私もからかわれたりしましたけど、どちらかというとロイドさんをいじる方が彼には楽しいみたいですし。
勘弁してほしいんだけど。
Holy moly, W Knight, 44 months, dude. Thank you. Working on 4 years there. Thank you so much. Bing bong. The 1 hour of mandatory text has passed. We will be arriving at our destination soon. This better be the end of the prologue. I'm telling you right now, this better be the end of the prologue as soon as we arrive back at the station.
全員が揃うのはもうちょっとしてからか。キーヤ、寂しがってないといいけど。それに
私ベルのところに戻るわね。何かおじさまたちに協力できることがあるかもしれないから。
ああ、俺も今のうちに補給と装備の確認をしてくるよ。また後でな。
ええ、そのさっきの続きは全部解決した後にでも。なんでもない。それじゃあまた。
あれからお互い忙しくてあんまり進展してないけど、エリーが戻ってきたらなんとかしてあの時の続きを。
Take things to the next level. 5 months of holding hands before you get one smooch, and then it's 5 more months of holding hands before you get the second smooch. Got it? That's the next levels. Holding hands.
いやいや、 続きじゃないだろ。もっと真面目に考えないと。
What am I saying? I can't take things to the next level. No, no, no. We gotta dick around with those kind of romantic things in video games like this, because otherwise we might get beyond a teen rating.
ロイドさん？
あ、いや、その、なんでもないん
Can't
だ。
have actual romance with actual feelings being conveyed and exchanged.
それにしても疲れたな。早く支援課のソファーで休みたいよ。
ロイドさんの反応が。
Pretty sure they use this exact cutscene for the intro to Zero. The OST is the exact same so far. Is he gonna flip off the top of the train? No. Damn. Well, that looked like a unique model there. Sprite.
Kia, 迎えに来てくれたのか？
今日帰ってくるって聞いたから。大丈夫？どこも怪我をしてない？
What's up, Dud? I'm doing good. Yeah, yeah. How are you?
ああ、
Chilling.
ただいま。
Hanging out.
おかえり、ロイド。ナイルもおかえりなさい。ただいま、キーヤちゃん。お姉ちゃん。ほら。お姉ちゃんが無事でよかった。おかえりなさい。怪我とか。うん。見ての通り大丈夫。っていうか、たった数日なのにそんな大げさにしなくても。お姉ちゃんは分かってません。時間なんて関係ないんだよ。ねえ、キーヤちゃん。
That said, I'm excited to see where you live, and I was just like,
さあ、
what? See you later. Oh, right. Yeah.
なんだか戻ってきたって実感がありますね。ロイド、おかえりなさい。
Weird how I can hear her from way over there, but when people are talking amongst themselves right in front of me, you can't hear
エ
that.
リー、もう戻ってきたのか？
つい昨日にね、おじい様の手伝いも終わったし、私も今日から復帰できるわ。
そっか。
ねえねえ、ロイドとエリー、見つめ合ってどうしたの？
いや、別に何でもないって。
そうそう、久しぶりだったからつい懐かしいなっていうか。
なんかラブラブだな。ねえ、やっぱりこの二人ってそういう関係なの？私の見立てだと決定的な関係じゃないみたい。気になるなら。
I was just gonna say, poor Noel, of course, because Hero Protag guy is the coolest and every girl likes him.
私はそんな。
ノエルさんもお疲れ様。危険なことはなかった？ロイド、たまに無茶なことをしてかすことがあるから。
いえいえ、エリーさんこそお疲れ様です。確か
Yakuza games are fantastic.
議長の付き合いで
Super underrated.
各国を回ってたんですよね。
ええ、大した手伝いができたわけじゃないけど、でもいろいろと面白い情報を仕入れてくることができたわ。
そっか。後で改めて聞かせてもらうよ。しかし、これでティオとランディが戻ってたら。
ま、今月中には2人とも戻ってくるだろう。 それより
Sergey can be in my party
ちゃんと
instead.
首がつけてきたのか。
はい、無事両名とも逮捕しました。ダドリーさんと有吉さんが拘置所の方に。
そうか。ま、これで教団絡みの事件は一段落したと見ていいだろう。
Sort of.
ぼちぼち頭を切り替えてもらうぞ。
はい、その
ノエルの方は改めてよろしく頼む。今日からでいいんだったな。
Is she gonna get civvy clothes instead of her
ノエル
uniform?
シーカー、本日より特務支援課へ出向させていただきます。
これでお姉ちゃんもお仲間だ。
そんなにかしこまらなくてもいい。ソーニャからも聞いてるだろうが、うちにはうちのペースがある。軍隊式の上位片スはとりあえず捨ててもらうぞ。
努力します。
揃っているみたいだね。ワジ。お勤めご苦労様。その調子だと、ワジの情報があったから、アルタイル市の情報屋にも一体どこであんな情報を仕入れてきたんだ。蛇の道は蛇ってね。
They say that?
他ならぬ君のためだ。役に立ったのなら嬉しいよ。近いってなんでにじり寄るんだよ。愚問だな。君の反応が面白いからに決まってるじゃないか。あのな、
ワジ君。なんか楽しそうだね。いいな、特務支援課。
She wants Wazzy.
ミワちゃんもいるし。
She wants Wazzy to nuzzle up to her.
いや、羨ましがられても困るから。
やれるのはそのくらい。
Children.
ともかくこれが新生特務支援課のスターティングメンバーだ。リーダーとして、
はい。
リーダー補佐、
はい。
警備隊からの出向の、はい。臨時の準メンバーとしてワジヘムスフィア。
いや、
本日18時30分をもって特務支援課の再始動を宣言。
Reinstated?
前以上に楽しいお仕事が舞い込んでくるはずだから。
And prologue over. Yeah, obviously this story is going to have a lot to do with Kia. I think it's very clear. I mean, just from the box alone, that's Kia. Probably answered a lot of the questions of Kia and her history. Generic anime intro, let's go! The whole like trope that every anime opening is the same. There's a lot of truth to that. There's some really good videos about that and why they're all the same. How come we don't get Morpheus in our team? Oh, that's that observer guy. Okay, Lady Knights are like Lady Valkyrie Knight kind of, even like Paladin types. Those are like one of my favorite aesthetics. We gotta meet up with Lady Paladin Knight person. That's a weird thing to put at the end there instead of like the title of the game. Oh my god! A reasonably length prologue! I'm gonna faint. Oh my god. It wasn't 10 hours long. I would still say it was a bit long. 2 days after the rest of Altair launch. I'd still say it's a bit long for a prologue. They didn't really need to have like the whole dungeon and everything going on there. And the huge long conversation on the train. That could have been shortened down to about half an hour, realistically. Good boy. Well, looks like something's going up there. True. You're not wrong, Zyfreak. Damn, look at the detail in that building. It's got blue. No, there's not really much to do there with an FF6 lore run because the game isn't very robust. And like FF7, 8, and 9 makes sense with this because they're very deep in their storytelling and lore, but there's not really any voice. Well, there's no voice acting, and there's a lot of like age in those games, so kind of makes sense to go and like break it down and analyze it a little bit more. FF6 is kind of simple and fast comparatively, mostly just due to cart size limitations. A retro console that I don't have that I'd like to add to my collection. It's actually a kind of good question. I don't have a Sega Master System anymore. That would be kind of neat, but I think like probably the only thing that I don't have that I'd like to add would probably be a Jaguar, maybe. Maybe a Neo Geo, just to kind of like actually, because the problem with those consoles is they're very expensive and the games are very expensive. And so it's not like I'd really be able to get much out of it, you know? So it's like I would need to find the games with it at a reasonable value. I don't know. I don't really know what I'd be missing if I'd never got those consoles, so I can't really say. Even my Genesis, which I absolutely love, I don't play a whole lot. And that's a Genesis. There should be a lot there, right? It's hard to say, Space. It's hard to say. I have a Dreamcast. You can probably, you can't see it in this scene, but I have a Dreamcast up here already. It's my old Dreamcast that I got back when it was new. But yeah, like the only thing I could think of with like a Jaguar or a Neo Geo are like those old fighting games like Samurai Shodown. I don't really know what else those consoles had. And my wife has the Sega CD. She has a CD. So I don't need that. Just be redundant.
そういう研究もされていると聞いた。
そこまで動力化されるのは
Orbalization?
なんだか抵抗がある
I don't understand what they mean by that.
紙とペンの
Oh,
方
I
が
see.
しっくりく
Digital.
るのは同感だよ。
Digitized.
ま、ざっと説明すると、これが支援課の基本スタイルだ。まずは端末に来ている支援要請を
了解しました。
開けても
You say that until you get like an actual like digital notebook and just how convenient that is. The only problem with like a digital notebook or digital anything is that it's dependent on energy, and if you don't have power to it or ability to charge it, it's useless. Whereas a book or a pen and paper, a notebook, it's always there. However, it's a lot more easy to ruin that. It just gets wet and it's gone. It's done. That's it. Same request system.
よし。やれやれ。
よーし。
Oh, they don't even have quartz stuff. They're the same, so they'll be kind of both decent casters, but not. So, okay. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the way the systems work in this game, when it comes to magic, or casting, I guess, it's not technically magic. Oh, you prioritize the space. Interesting. So you see on the bottom it has line, and then there's a golden line and then a blue line. And what that's referring to is this right here for the golden line, all of these slots, and this down here for the blue line. You can see it kind of highlights the other line, right? And the way spells work is that it's a pretty cool system, actually. Oh, looks like it'll be about the same amount of chapters as the last game. Oops. The way it works is like, let's say I want to get Gorgon Breath as a spell. That means I need 5 earth and 2 wind quartz in order to get that in my spells list. So when I go to equip quartz, I would need, well, this gives me 2 earth. You can see on the right where it says element, 2 earth and 1 water. And then this gives me 1 water on the bottom left. You can see it. This gives me 2 space, 1 mirage, and 1 time. So obviously I don't have like the earth needed. Well, I guess maybe here, but I don't have the wind needed. Obviously, it's the beginning of the game, and I'm not going to have anything to work with in order to get those spells. But the way the lines work is that all the things from the master slot all the way down here are added up. They're all added up. So you have a big opportunity to get huge numbers here and have them all added up to give you a lot of the higher level spells. And in the case of Noelle here, the biggest line that she has is her golden line, which only has 3 plus the master slot. The master slot applies to all of them though, so at the very least each line is 2 quartz big no matter what. So you have the master slot and then the blue one, master slot and the green one, master slot and the red one, and then master slot and the yellow one or gold one. So when you're looking to determine how good a caster is going to be or how good someone is going to be at casting, you look at their lines to see how big of a line that they have. They have a nearly perfect line. They're just missing 1 slot, which it's kind of fine because it usually you're going to have a lot of throwaway quartz anyway. Yeah, sure, it's not going to add up, but maybe you just need one to like apply a passive buff because every quartz has something. Like this one gives me 10% evasion and -1% defense. This one gives me 20% accuracy. Oh, it's a hit gem. Okay, yeah. Max HP by 10%. There's always a passive, and some of these passives are really, really, really big, so you want that quartz equipped no matter what the element is on it. You try to work around that element in order to get the spells that you're looking for, particularly healing and rezzing spells are the ones you're going to look for first before you go for like a big AoE damage spell or something like that. Anyway, point is that the characters with longer lines tend to be the better casters. And the reason it's interesting that he's space, and what I say by that is this slot specifically can only have space quartz. This spot specifically can only have wind quartz, so on and so forth. And the main character always has equal lines with no requirements. That's how Estelle was, that's how Lloyd is, that's how it's always been. but she has Earth requirement on hers, so she'll probably end up getting like La Crest for buffing, and that's about it probably. Lots of opportunities for throwaway buff quartz on her, so she might be the replacement to Randy because that's basically what Randy's was like. The thing is we don't have a Tio. Tio had a perfect line. Everything was free. She only had water requirement, and that's it. Yes, the deeper into the line, the more Sepith it is to upgrade it. Sepith is basically like experience points for your magic. You need it to unlock stuff and to make quartz to get higher level spells. The higher the quartz, the more elements it gives you. Like hit 2 is gonna be like 2 space instead of 1, so you're getting more bang for your slot. And that's how magic works in this game. What's up, Zayo? Yes, I have played all of the original Dot Hack games, Quarantine, Infection, etc. I have not played the GU versions of them, though. Alright, I gotta use the restroom and grab some water. I don't think I'll be taking my normal break because wife is making food, so I'll probably just have food at my desk whenever it comes in, so I just need water and to use the restroom, so I'll be back in a couple seconds. By the way, it's nice to see you, Zayo. Hope you're doing alright. Alrighty. You finished Sky first chapter yesterday. I liked it, but felt like it could have been cut down. Also, the hard mode was really weird. Difficulty spikes. Wow, that is really weird. For me, Sky first chapter just felt like a 60-hour prologue. And like, so that what you're saying, it really could have been cut down. My understanding is that Trails in the Sky was meant to be like 1, maybe 2 games, and they just kind of like last minute sort of broke it down and had to really stretch it out, and that's how Sky's first chapter kind of came to be, which is why Sky's second chapter is a lot more focused. And I guess they kind of just kept that format, which is unfortunate, you know? What are my thoughts on the Dot Hack games? I think they are pathetic. They had a really neat concept and idea, but they took half of the game and split it into 4 games. Like, you think Trails in the whatever is bad about how much they stretch thin a game. Dot Hack is especially egregious. That is just a very, 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 like, unnecessary stretching of stretching out of content. West Crossbow Highway, Mason Imelda, Downtown District Apartment Complex. Okay, gotcha. Okay, we'll probably go do that first then.
緊急2件に手配魔獣が2件ですか。エニグマ2の件はともかく、もう1件はかなり特殊ですね。
ええ、あのレクターって人
Yeah, Superior Mosquito. Can we just leave
シュ
it?
バルツオークションの時にいたあのとぼけたお兄さんだね。
Yeah, but it's just like you play the entire Dot Hack game and you get one plot element, you know, which is like the weird girl, right? And then the game ends. And it just it's very frustrating, you know? Like it's episodic, but you're still paying $50 a game, you know what I mean? And it just felt really, really cruel to like force out so much like filler and grindy nonsense just for like a single plot element. And the gameplay, I think the gameplay had a lot of promise, but it kind of just sort of ended up being like spam X a whole bunch, miss 80 times in a row and then die. And it just felt very like RNG reliant, with a weird high miss rate and really aggressive enemy types and stuff. Sometimes you just die, you know? And I appreciate the, like I said, there was a lot of really interesting concepts in the Dot Hack games. I feel like they really had something, they just lacked a competent hand to bring it together. You know what I mean? But it's also Bandai Namco, and they're particularly greedy, so I can definitely see them making a very, very low budget game, half of a game, and then splitting it into 4 games and calling it good. But it pairs with an anime, you know, kind of thing. I think if Dot Hack was a singular game, a little bit more focused and well balanced, I wouldn't really care about the other small stuff. I think it would be pretty decent. Like, there's a lot of other minor things about the game's gameplay or concepts, even like the generic, like, open world aspect of it, where it's just the same tile set, just different color. Every world surface and dungeon is the exact same, just a different tile set usually. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. I could forgive that if it was just a single game, tightened focus and you know, not drawn out filler kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm grateful to be able to play them, because if it wasn't for Seneca sending them my way, I never would have gotten a chance to play them. And they're definitely kind of a weird, like, it's one of those things from gaming history that you kind of want to play and experience, simply because it's a really unique sort of thing to have 4 games drawn, like, to like have this like you know, full gaming experience out of 4 different games, but they did it very poorly, I think, especially with the overall lack of like game quality and content, you know. Xenosaga was a much better set of games, and I didn't even think Xenosaga was all that great, and that was the same console, PS2. Although I think the only truly successful, and what I mean by that is like competent, well-made, well-crafted, multi-game series is the remake trilogy. And well, we don't know about the last one yet. You know, the first 2 are obviously phenomenal. We're waiting for Square to stick the landing, so. Because there's definitely been a lot of like attempts at making like a multi-game epic. The problem with games is they're not movies. They're not like, you know, $10 movie ticket. At least they used to be $10. And you go and see the next movie and wait a couple years. You know, games are huge experiences. They're much more like of a player investment, and they're much more expensive as well. So to treat the game like that, it's $200 to play half a game that's not even all that well finished and fleshed out. You know what I mean? It's really insulting. Yakuza? What about Yakuza? Yakuza games are complete games, yet they have a cohesive sequel system to them, but they're self-contained. You do not need to play any of the other previous Yakuza games to play any of the other later Yakuza games. It would help, but you don't need to. They're not made with each new game in mind, right? They're independent of one another in so much that you can start from any Yakuza game, play it, and the story within that game, it holds up within itself. It's not based on any other previous games that came out, aside from like characters existing, you know, which they're introduced otherwise. Yakuza is not episodic in any way, shape, or form.
帝国軍情報局所属レクター・アランドール特務隊員帝国政府の二等書記官としての肩書きも持っているらしい。
I want to say that's Arabonia, the imperial government.
情報畑の人間ですか。
1 year, Zayo! Thank you very much for 1 year subbing!
政治的な工作もできるような情報将校みたいね。捉えどころがないのも
I don't know, are you?
技術なのかしら。
半分以上砂気もするけど、しかし帝国政府の書記官であの有名な鉄血大将の腹心ってところなのかな。
どうしてそんな背景までしれっと通じてるんだか。ああ、一家の情報によるとオズボーン最初
I feel like if their parentheses were actually internal thoughts, it would make more sense, because internal thoughts are like that. They're instantaneous, you know? It's more of a concept that you're like... You're kind of sparking instantaneously, whereas like the muttering under their breath, it's actual conversation. And sometimes they go on for so long, and you're in the middle of another conversation already, it just feels awkward. Especially considering that they don't have like a... How do I say it? The volume is just whatever they want it to be to make sense for their story. You know, whoever wants to hear it gets to hear it, and there's always this like, huh, did you say something? Oh no, it's nothing, ha ha ha, kind of thing. I feel like it should be more of an internal thought thing. Makes more sense.
それは本人も言ってたわね。冗談みたいな口ぶりだったけど、まさか本当だったなんて。
Oh, I have GU and I want to play them. No, VG sent it my way. I have the whole GU collection for on PS4. Let's see. Let me go grab it really quick. So yeah, it's sitting there on my shelf, waiting to be played. I want to play it. I've also heard that they're much better. No, they did not. That's not what that is, Jazzy.
どう考えても一筋縄ではいかなさそうな人ですね。
Xenosaga is an attempt to kind of finish Xenogears. Like, Xenogears is episode 5. At the end, like, you learn that much later, but Xenogears is episode 5. They were trying to do a Star Wars thing where they had this, like, here's what happens way later, what happened before to get us there. Xenosaga was kind of an attempt at telling episodes 1 through 4, but they just didn't have the budget because, once again, we're talking about Bandai here, which is actually kind of funny. And they didn't give Takahashi what he needed to make those games really shine. Not to mention, we're still kind of in the infancy of game design, so it really didn't shine very well, and they didn't do a fantastic job overall. Xenoblade is basically starting from square one again and just saying, let's take a lot of my concepts and apply them to a new story that I'm going to tell, and just, you know, we'll just try to get a lot of the concepts in there and not really try to retell the story, because part of it is owned by Square, part of it is owned by Namco, now part of it would be owned by Nintendo, so yeah. Oh no. Well, that's good. It's good that they came back.
面白そうじゃないか。となると、まずは市内での支援活動が優先ってわけかな。
ああ、手配魔獣が一件街道に手配されている。
Yeah, they are, in my opinion, quite possibly one of the most competent developers out there.
ルバーチェの消滅から数ヶ月。
And by competent, I mean they know how to work within the scope of the hardware that they're developing for really, really well. It's no surprise that Nintendo has them handle every single open world game that the Switch has ever put out under Nintendo's umbrella. Even Mario Kart World.
そろそろ裏社会で新たな動きが起こっているのは確かみたいだ。
兵ゆえの動き、それから帝国政府の動きね。月末に開かれる通商会議もかなり影響していそうだわ。
通商会議というと、
I mean, it runs the same on Switch 2 as it does on Switch 1. Yeah, there you go. They haven't updated the games to run on Switch 2 yet. We're hoping that we get some 60 FPS updates soon, because as nice as the games are as they are, it would be nice to have them polished up and smoothed out a little bit for Switch 2.
新市長が呼びかけた首脳クラスが集まる国際会議だね。
Mostly just 60 FPS is needed, but also 1080 would be nice.
彼が主催する帝国、共和国、リベール、レミフェリアの首脳が一堂に会する西ゼムリア通商会議というのが正式名称ね。
It's a good platform. It's a pure straight up upgrade to the Switch 1. If you like the Switch 1, Switch 2 is just all of those things but better. Everything is just better than the Switch 1. However, the library is very lacking right now. The only real major release on the Switch 2 is the Mario Kart World. We got DK coming soon and Metroid Prime 4, obviously, but it's going to take some time, like any new console, before there's a really robust enough library to pull from. But I mean, it's not even just like it's a limited library. There's like, what, 8 actual Switch 2 games that are like Switch 2 exclusive or new to Switch 2 kind of thing. The rest are like just basically old games now on Switch 2 or upgrades to like the Zelda games or something like that, you know? So it's a bit lacking of a launch, but I think they were counting on Mario Kart World to really carry sales, which, to be fair, is a pretty smart plan since Mario Kart 8 is like their best-selling game ever by a lot. Mario Kart 8 top sales tracks basically every month. So far, the Switch 2 sales have been exceedingly well received, so I would say that it's very popular and very well received. And if you want to get one, I imagine there's definitely, with that kind of early reception and sales numbers, you're going to see a lot more games coming out on Switch 2 soon. Not really. The Switch is not a Steam Deck competitor. It's the same reason why the Switch 1 was not a Steam Deck competitor. It's not in the same realm. I mean, generally speaking, when people want PC gaming, they buy PC gaming. If people want console gaming, they buy console gaming. They're not really in competition to one another. Not to mention, most people that are already PC gaming kind of already have a PC. So you're not really looking to get a Steam Deck as a new platform. You're looking to get it as a luxury convenience, you know? Whereas a Switch or Switch 2 is like, this is the gaming platform and the only way to play these games. So they're not really in competition. Like, the Steam Deck is in competition with the Switch in the same way that a trip to Disneyland is in competition to the Switch. If your entertainment budget is limited by something, which most people's are, then that's what's in competition to it. You know what I mean? The Switch is in competition to other platforms like the PlayStation or the Xbox or something. West Zumeria Trade Conference? Wait. Is this like the East India Trade Company kind of thing? Is this what that's gonna be referencing here?
あんな大規模な国際会議の開催を呼びかけるなんてな。さすがは IBC の総裁を兼ねているだけのことはあるか。
直接お会いしたことはないですけど、ものすごいやり手って話ですよね。
I'm probably not gonna get the DK game. It looks neat. I feel like if I had it, I would play it, but I don't really feel like spending money for it when there are other games that I'm a lot more excited for. Wait until something really interesting comes out. Not to mention Metroid Prime 4 is probably right around the corner, so I'll save for that one instead. I will say the nice thing about the Switch 2 over the Switch 1 that's available right now is that you get the GameCube Virtual Console thing, so or the Nintendo Switch Online GameCube games as well. And I think they said DS games? I forget what else is available. But anyway, there's GameCube games available on the Nintendo Switch Online now, which is really cool. I honestly, I should be taking a look and see what I want to play on that because there's a lot there.
警察の部署への推薦状を不良少年にくれるなんてね。僕が言うのもなんだけど。
I hope not. we don't want to introduce people to that.
いや、笑い事じゃないんだが。
Burn all the copies.
おじさまで、はっはっは、面白い子だねとか言ってたし。
おお、やってるみたいだな。
セルゲイ課長。
おはようございます。
ああ、そのままでいい。基本的にうちは放任主義でな。よほどのことがない限り、俺の方からは口出ししないから。
Get like an RPG Limit Break gift basket with like Lunar Dragon song and other horrible RPGs. Hey, I got you guys a gift basket. Oh wow, thanks. Yeah, you live in the UK, right, Zayo? So 98 is significantly hot for that area. Like, we get 90s and sometimes in the hundreds, but it's dry weather, we're used to it, that kind of thing. But for the UK, that's fucking blazing hot. Oh, you're US? Oh, okay. Must got you confused with someone else.
今日は例外的に俺の方から指令がある。
え？課長からですか？
ああ、一通り支援要請を片付けてからでいい。警察学校に行ってもらう。
Spirits would be great for that as well.
西クロスベル街道の途中にある演習場もある場所ですよね。
Oh yeah, you never went there in that last game, did you?
ノエルにとっては おなじみの場所だったな。こちらの準備が整ったらエニグマで連絡する。それまでは市内を回りつつ支援要請をこなしていくがいい。
了解しました。
ですが一体どういう要件で？
それは行ってからのお楽しみってやつだ。そんじゃあな、また後で連絡する。
ノエルさん、非常に申し訳ないんだけど。
まあ好意的に考えれば俺たちの自主性と判断力を育ててくれているんだろうけど。
なるほど、さすがはセルゲイ課長ですね。
ものは言いようだね。
We're supposed to be hitting in the hundreds by the weekend. Oh, out here as well.
ああ、そうしよう。そういえばキーヤが日曜学校に行くって言ってたな。課長も出かけたことだし一緒に出た方がいいかもしれない。
そうね、3階に上がってキーヤちゃんに声をかけま。
Wait. Weren't there only 2 rooms here? There were 2 rooms and then the end room. Suddenly there's 3 rooms in the end room. They just magically added another room here. Oh, that's where Kia is. Okay. I remember it being like 2 and then the locked one was at the end and I thought that was what it was gonna. Maybe, okay, you might be right. I might be mistaken. Too much rain making it really humid? Yeah, and not to mention, if it gets really hot and then cloud cover comes in, it could be like a greenhouse effect where it keeps the heat in and doesn't cool down. So you really need it to be cloudy like earlier in the day to prevent it from heating up. So if it clouds over when it's already hot, it can keep it really hot and make it really humid.
出かけなくてもいいのか？
あ、うん、もう待ち合わせの時間かも。みんなもお仕事に出るの？
ええ、よかったら一緒に出かけようと思って。あら、日曜学校の予習をしてたの？
そんなとこ。キーヤちゃん偉いな。日曜学校の予習なんて私はほとんどしなかったかも。
僕はどちらかというとほとんど授業に出なかったかな。下手な神父に教えられるより自分で勉強した方が効率いいしね。
ワジ、
キーヤちゃんに悪影響を与えないでほしいのだけど。
パパたちがお怒りだ。ワジ、さすがクロスベルはいろいろ進んでいるなと思ってさ。それより出かけないのかい？
そうだな。キーヤ、一緒に出るか？
うん、ちょっと待ってて。
Yeah, probably.
うん、お待たせ。
よし、それじゃあ行くか。
I looked at the gacha game a little bit, and I thought it was very boring because it's a gacha game. But I did play the action RPG Relink. Yeah, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. There's only just the one. I would say it's a very decent game. It's got a lot of neat stuff in it. Honestly, it's pretty fun.
キーヤちゃん
The story isn't really all that great, but it's a very decent and competent action RPG, and I think they do some really neat stuff with how they manage certain enemy sizes and boss sizes and stuff. That was really interesting. Try the Horus one? No, I've never played Ume Musume. I don't want to play the Horus Gacha game. I'm pretty picky about anything I play on my phone to begin with. I don't think anybody else, I don't think there are more people than usual playing the Horse Gacha game. It's already very popular. It's one of the highest grossing gacha games out there. So it's already been pretty decently popular. There's just a lot of memes coming out about it recently that are going viral. That's really all that is.
いつの間にあれ支援課の裏口ってこんな感じでしたっけ？
へえ、いかにも工事中って感じだけど。
あ、そっか。ロイドたちは知らないんだ。ロイドが出張した後、工事の人と課長が呼んだみたいだけど。
Maybe they're expanding.
そうなのか。昨日は気づかなかったな。しかし課長。
何か理由があっての工事だと思うけど、いずれにせよこっちの方は通らない方が。
ああ。
そろそろ授業が始まるよ。
ごめんごめん。
やあ、リュウにアンディ。相変わらず元気だな。
It's Stan Marsh and Eric Cartman.
いつもキーヤちゃんと仲良くしてくれてあり。
お久しぶりです。へへ、久しぶりじゃん。キーヤから聞いたけど、支援課また始めんだってな。
ああ、おかげさまでね。いろいろパワーアップしているから楽しみにしててくれよな。
言うじゃんか。ま、今の兄ちゃんたちだったら遊撃士と同じくらいは認めてやってもいいかな。だからリュウ、偉そうだってば。
さすが支援か。子供にも大人気みたいだね。
あれ、そっちの姉ちゃんたちは見かけない顔ですね。そういえばティオさんにランディさんもいないし。
2人は用事があってまだ戻ってきていないの。こちらはノエルさんにマジ君、支援課のしよ
ろしくね。
お、よろしくって、あれ、そっちは男なのか？なんか女みたいな顔してるけど。ちょっと
どうだろうね。君が女だと思うんだったらその通りかもしれないよ。
Actually, kind of a decently good response. I'm actually kind of impressed.
それより3人とも急がなくていいのか？
あ、そうだった。それじゃあみんなお仕事頑張ってね。
ああ、キーヤも頑張れよ。
車には気をつけてね。
よーし、そんじゃモモッチに寄ってくか。うん、急ごう。
元気な子たちですね。
西通りに住んでる子かい？
ああ、もう一人は住宅街に住んでるんだけどね。さてと、俺たちも仕事を始めよう。とりあえずそこのオーバルストアと、できれば市内も一通り回ってみた方がいいかもしれない。
なるほど、パトロールというわけ。
そこまで大げさなものじゃないけど、意外な情報が入ってきたりするから巡回も大事だったりするのよね。
しばらくしたら課長からエニグマに連絡が入る。
I will not be talking to every random NPC.
了解しました。
そ
If there were actually quest markers on NPCs, I would do all the random side quests that you can find out there. Chapter 1, Bright Skies, Gathering Storms. While inside the city, press the options to bring up a map of the city. Press options again for a map. Shortcut, fast travel, same stuff. Be aware that in some situations fast travel will be unavailable. Okay. But yeah, if they actually had like little quest markers on your minimap and on the NPCs that let you know that there was a side quest on them, I would do almost all of them, as long as they weren't like really dumb needle in a haystack garbage, like some of the other quests. But they aren't available to see, so I'm not gonna sit there and talk to every fucking NPC in the whole game to try and find a side quest. If I wanted to do all the side quests, I would just use a guide. Huzzah! Master chords can't be synthesized, and they can't be mass-produced. Wait, equipped or unequipped? I feel like it's probably best to lean into... Ooh, yeah. These are obviously meant for these specific characters. That's obvious. I was about to say, what's the difference between one upgraded ornament over another, because they just seem like they offer the same fucking things, you know? But I guess different spells is probably what it is. Yep, okay. Uh-huh. Yep. That should be good to start with. Yeah, that'll be good for now. All right. I think a pretty good variety and just enough slots unlocked, you know? All right, so from here on out, let's see what we gotta do. Maison Imelda, that's downtown. Okay. Oh boy. A gift of letting me do the job that you requested for me to do. We have to kill the super mosquito in the dungeon that we already cleared last game.
Yosh.
Oh, this is better. This battle theme, I think, might be new. Oh, okay, cool. Let us know. That's fine. I'm not gonna be able to get any preemptives in this dungeon. Oh, it's only single target. Thank you for letting me hit you. Nice. The treasure chest activates its power to stop time. Fortunately, it can do nothing, either, so nothing happens while you read this text. That was always like something that really bothered me about some of like the time stop type spells and or like invincibility in Dragon Quest. There's this ability, it's like Steel Body or something like that, and it does literally nothing. Like it makes you completely invulnerable to any damage or effects, but you can't do anything. So it's just a wash. You do nothing, and they do nothing. Oh, you know what? Now this track is seeming a little bit more familiar. I feel like it was a boss music or like a major event music or something before. Like, yeah, we're gonna win the thing and defeat the bad guy or something. A hero's charge kind of track. The ability comes in handy in an anime? I mean, yeah, you can write it to be useful any way you want, but in actual practical use in the video game, it does not really do anything. Okay, it is not better. Never mind, I take it back. There's like really rare situations where it's actually useful in the video game, but yeah. I shall await your answer at midnight from my heart to yours, Jubilee. Okay, it's like this constantly evolving epic tale thing. I really don't want to read that. They managed to utilize 61 slots in order to write a little short story thing. It is kind of funny. I mean, I suppose if you really wanted to burn the enemy MP while simultaneously burning your own MP, then awesome. Yeah, I always like that part too. Wow, a sequel to Trails in the Chest. I can't believe they got a chest-selling author to work on the game. Oh, hilarious. Part of this balanced breakfast. Oh man, the track ended, but I was jamming. Yeah, this whole entire dungeon, I remember struggling quite a bit to get preemptives on it before because the rooms are so small and they just, as soon as you walk in, they aggro. I think did they get rid of that in later games though? I win! And I got the 8 enemies at once trophy already. I don't think you actually get any power with that though. Someone keeps stealing the wheel. Like the trophies don't get you anything, just trophies, because like there's an in-game trophy thing. Someone keeps stealing the wheels off the First Division's patrol cars. They're working tirelessly to bring them to justice. Tirelessly. But I'm tis. That gives him some space. Eventually. I haven't played the Dragon Quest Hero games. I feel like if I'm gonna get into a Musou game, it would be like a IP that I like the Zelda Musou or the Dragon Quest one. There's our quarry. Let's go down here first. Come on, bud. Come on. Fluffy tail. Oh, hello. Damn, Noelle is amazing. If we can keep her attack power up, like the automatic AoE on her attack has actually got a decent radius. An advisement is pasted at the bottom side of the lid. You'd have to be blind not to see all Mason and Imelda has to offer. For availabilities, contact Mason and Imelda at Imelda's Antique Shop. Ha, very funny. That's better for now. Oh, I already got breath apparently. Okay, sweet. What is it that gives her the? Well, is it? No, Pixie doesn't. Oh, I gave her the HP. Okay. Well, having breath already is gonna be helpful. That's very good. I remember it took a while before I got the AoE heal in the last game. It was like chapter 3 before I realized, oh, it's not water in this, it's air. You know, I should take a peek at the list actually of magic. I'm sure there's some differences. So it looks like a lot of things have been streamlined. Oh, never mind. Okay, there's the other one. Crest just for Earth. I want to say that's different. That's different because Genesis Flood was 12 before, and now it's 15. And now there's Eschaton, which is 19 plus 10 Mirage. Yet there's nothing really that big for Earth. I guess Gigant Rage. Okay. I find that I struggle with Miso games. I enjoy them. I enjoy the premise. I enjoy the coolness factor, you know. But then I just end up not being able to see it through to the end, you know. There's that Aqua Mirage again. ADF debuff? That's new. Alright, that's good. Magic defense debuff is going to be huge because magic tends to be the best. Lord Inferno, once again. I think this is going to be a major AoE on everyone. I will say though that fire does seem like the best single target with the Crimson Ray. Nothing else has that. Yeah, Genesis Flood is all. Yggdrasil is all. Wind has Ragnadorian. That'll probably end up being something that Wazzy can get. Holy Breath, yeah. Oh. Reincarnation is an attack? Ooh, Golden Halo. It does the debuffing and has an AoE. Oh, that's big. And it's on my faster character. Wazzy might have a permanent place if he's gonna be able to get that when nobody else can. Last Disaster Reincarnation. And oh, I see they separated them between attacks and support spells this time instead of it just being like the number of things that they have. I like that. That's better. Magic Reflect. And it looks like we have attack, oh, magic attack and magic defense up in a single buff as well with Fortuna. Space is looking pretty attractive. 600 EP is so stupid. That's just such a dumb amount of MP cost. Argent Arc. Yep, Zodiac would be nice, but I doubt I'll be able to get it without getting those super rare ones. This is Master Arts, not Master Quartz. So that's weird. Looks like... I think the shield one is going to eventually evolve into the Rune of Refuge. The Rune of Triumph is the attack one that I have now. And either it's going to give me an ability or it's going to give me a passive. I'm not sure what the extend and all the cast means, but maybe they offer abilities on them after leveling up so much. But it looks like the 4 here are the ones that I already have, I think. Unless it's Rune of Providence. What do I have? So I got Earth, Fire, Wind, and Time. Which means it's the Rune of Illusion that I have. So I don't have the Space or the Dark one. which means that'll probably be what Tio and what's his name come with. So you can switch them around if you want to, but they're made with one particular character in mind. This is kind of disappointing. They had an opportunity to make like a whole bunch of really cool master quartzes and like really build some stuff around there and like let you have some things to change in and out. But usually these manuals tell you everything that's available in the game. So if there's only the 6 master quartz available, oh, sorry, 7, that means there's only 7, you know? What's up, Ellie? And these are probably the evolutions of the ones that I already have, which means I'm gonna get 2 more from the other 2 characters, and yeah, we haven't really gotten that far yet. Also, I really feel like the Trails games never really trip over their own shoelaces. They kind of keep that same general whatever you're feeling all the way through. Okay. So the best, so we'll have the like the tier 4 gems in this one, which is like the ones that are named after the gem in question, like Topaz, Sapphire, Ruby, whatever. And those will give us 7. So with the status effect one in mind, oh, okay, wow, that's okay. So there are some special ones, so you can get 14 with that, and then you have to hope for things like ingenuity or intimidation to like fill it out on other colors. So 7 is going to be the highest amount. They're wearing Velcro shoes. I feel like you just trip on stepping at that point. These Mercury Bell, Saturn Bell ones are awesome because you can basically get double turns. That's freaking huge. I doubt I'll be able to get them because they're either like New Game Plus or ultra super duper challenges on like optional content at the end game or something along those lines, more than likely. So, but it looks like there's some neat stuff. Dragon Vision. Ah, I see. Speed Breaker's kind of neat. I like that. Well, there's the time gem. We're gonna need that. The cast gems. There's Shroud. It does exist. Good luck getting that one. Looking that it's basically a rainbow gem, there ain't no way I'm getting that one. It's gonna be super well hidden. I've never been able to find like the best kind of quartz in the games on any of the games that I played. I always feel like they're just completely hidden. Oh yeah, I imagine the Master Quartz has an element as well, so there's that. Oh, these are the Master Quartz. What are these then? Master Arts? Oh. I see, that's why they cost EP. These aren't abilities that, okay. Yeah, we'll have to figure out these once we actually get them. So there is a lot of different Master Quartz. There we go. Okay, good. Good. They did actually offer a lot of unique different Master Quartzes with different passives and elements and stuff. And you can see like their different stat growths and stuff like that based on the Master Quartz you have. Arts damage up as HP drops. Really good scaling, lots of elements on them. Yep. So it looks like there's 3 for each element, and predictably they go the same kind of growth. You know, this one is the caster one. This one is, looks like the arts one, or ATS one. Oh, this is arts defense one. Looks like defense in general. Okay. Physical attack for fire, more than likely. Speed for wind, more than likely. Well, time could be speed as well, yeah. It does look like they bounce around a little bit. They're not just like, oh, the time one is the speed one always. But it looks like they automatically recover from KO once per battle. That's pretty cool. Offensive arts have a chance of dealing critical damage. Recover EP through offensive arts. I mean, there's some really neat stuff here. This will change your build quite a bit. And depending on how many runes it gives you and the stat gains on that, it could really change stuff. So this is basically an equipment thing. Awesome. Okay, that actually, I'm happy for that then. The Master Quartz system is more than just a gimmick. There's actually some stuff. There's some meat and potatoes in there. It does look like a lot of the really good passive abilities that came in from Quartz in the other game has just kind of been sidelined to the Master Quartz instead. But that's not entirely a bad thing. It just does mean, all it means is that you can only really have one of those. You can't stack those really good abilities together. I like how the game gave me a combination attack right away though, so that's cool. Oh, I don't have enough. Shit.
Yosh.
Oh, I just knocked him right out of it. Good job, me. With. Ooh.
Yosh.
Pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. I had fun with it.
Yosh.
Pretty sure the name of that ability was called Outer Heaven, which is a Metal Gear Solid thing. That's kind of funny. Well, it's actually a Metal Gear thing, but yeah. Cool. I like how we're getting the dual techs a little bit sooner. That the game really needed it that way. That you didn't really get them until much later in the previous game, so having them earlier will smooth things out. But seeing as how this is the second game and balanced around as the second game, it means that there are going to be greater powers than dual techs, more than likely. This is the highway, yeah. West Crossbell Highway? Yep. Okay. Let's turn this in first, I think. Oh. Wow. 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 These are good. I imagine by the time I can afford them, they're gonna be worthless though. Yeah, I mean, I definitely had some issues with the game, but like, it was just more of just me being me, just like, you know, like you're shaking your fist at the game, like, fuck you, hate you, stupid piece of shit, you know, and then you beat the game and you're like, cool, that was fun. Oh, okay. Ports of Police Headquarters. Oh, I don't care about this. Wow, this special quartz made special for the Enigma 2, and it's like the most basic quartz ever that everybody has, and you always get right at the beginning of the game. We should probably hit up our room and rest. Oh, we can turn these in. I doubt I'll rank up or anything, but yeah. It's possible I don't get paid until I turn them in which case I just got paid, so. Maybe I should go to the shop and see what I can purchase. Perhaps there are some weapon or armor upgrades that will assist me in my endeavors. I feel like because we're starting off at such a high level, don't really need to worry about small upgrades, so I'll wait on the armors. PlayStation.
レベッカさん、お疲れ様です。
ご無沙汰していました。特務支援課再始動ですね。早速支援要請を始めていらっしゃるんですか？
ええ、新メンバーもいますし、市内を回りながら一課の要請を受けたんですけど、エマさんはどちらに？
そこの会議室でお待ちですよ。一課からの協力要請なんて 皆さんも出世されましたね。なんだか感慨深いです。
いや、そんな。
We're so happy that you're making our entire precinct look like idiots.
無理難題を押し付けられなければいいけど。
ワジ
とにかくエマさんから話を聞いてみよう。
頑張ってくださいね。
来ましたか、バニングス捜査官。
どうもエマさん。
一家での研修のことであれば世話したつもりはありません。あくまでダドリーさんの指示に従っただけのことです。筋は悪くありませんが、一家への誘いを蹴って支援課に戻ったのは理解に苦しみますね。
Maybe I don't want to be in your arrogant shithead full of yourself club.
すみません。
いろいろあったみたいね。確かにロイドさんだったら他の部署も欲しがりそうですよね。
まあいいでしょう。早速本題に入ります。ここに来たということは手伝ってもらえると考えてもいいのですね。
ええ、もちろんです。何でもあのレクター・アランドールがクロスベル入りしているとか。
Who?
一家ではそう掴んでいます。ですが残念ながら未だ確定できていません。
それはどういう。
所在が確認できないということでしょうか。
そもそもクロスベル入りしたというのが不確かな情報なんです。それらしき目撃情報はある。だが足取りを追おうとするとカゲロウのようにぼやけてしまう。おそらくこちらの動きを察知して捕捉を逃れているのだと思います。
なるほど。
とんでもない人ですね。
まあのお兄さんならそのくらいはやりそうかもね。
そこであなたたちにレクター・アランドールの滞在事実を確認してほしいのです。本当にクロスベル入りしているのか、それとも何らかの偽装情報なのか。可能ならば帝国軍将校ないし帝国政府の書記官としての身元確認も頼む。
わかりました。
ですがどうして私たちに。
以前あなた方は彼と何度か接触しています。それに
Have
か
we?
けてみることにしました。
なるほど。エリートの割には意外と柔軟な対応なんだね。
仕方ないでしょう。人手を割けば捕捉は可能ですが、下手をすれば外交問題になりますし、それ以外の案件も抱えています。ダドリーさんがいらしたらあなたたちには頼まなかったのに。
そういえばダドリーさんはどちらに。
昨日の夕方通商会議の警備の打ち合わせでリベール方面に向かいました。
Oh man, no Studley Dudley. Darn.
そうだったんですか。
お忙しそうですね。
ですから彼が帰ってくる前にどれだけ出張で疲れていても引き受けてしまう人ですから。
なるほど。確かにダドリーさんなら。
わかりました。引き受けさせてもらいます。とりあえずどのあたりでレクター大尉が目撃されたかわかりますか。
そうですね。真偽は定かではありませんが、裏通りのあたりで見かけたという情報があります。
裏通り、キュールバーチェの近くですか。
He's looking for a place to post up, you know?
それっぽいじゃない。わかりました。早速調査に入ります。
よろしく頼みます。私は一家で待機しているので、報告の時は受付で呼んでください。それでは。
Goodbye.
随分一家の研修でお世話になったみたいね。
ああ、態度は厳しいけど今節丁寧に教えてくれたよ。なんていうか生真面目な人なんだと思
そんな感じですよね。
う。まあそういうお姉さんほど癒しを求めているものだけどね。今晩あたり飲みにでも誘ってみようかな。とにかく当たりをつけてまずは。
As far as like the playboy kind of style of character, Wazzy is way better than Randy in that regard, because Randy is more like misogynistic and Wazzy is kind of like, I want to treat her to a nice night out and have fun with her, you know? And I hope she has a good time.
いよいよ動き始めたわね。交渉していることくらいなら記事にしても OK か。共和国派からの圧力も最近減ってはいるけど。
グレイスさん、何をしているんですか？
If we were shooting at her, would she be Grace under fire? Maybe we should try. Or is it Grace under pressure? I don't remember the expression. Or is it a TV show? I don't remember. Works both ways.
いよいよ再始動ってわけね。
はい、おかげさまで。
りょうちゃんとランディは
50 gets
後から
that
合
show.
流なんですけど。
I'm under 50.
そっか、ちょっと残念ね。しかし、まさかワジ君が支援課に入っちゃうなんてね。お姉さんさすがにたまげたわ。
驚いてくれて何よりだ。
For now, I got a bit of time before I hit over the hill.
なんだったら特集記事を組んでくれても構わないけどね。
That's like almost twice the time that you've known me, and so
Anona.
I'd be streaming for almost 20 years at that point.
楽しそうじゃない。できればいろいろ話したいんだけど、今ちょっと取り込んでてね。それが終わったらゆっくりと。
おや、これは珍しい顔ぶれだ。
ザオ支社長。
しまった。
お久しぶりですね、ロイドさん。エリ
I think one thing that really bugs me about the story of the game is like the little exclamation mark pop up. It's just so predictable every time there's somebody talking from off screen or something like that. It's just always ding 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 every single fucking time. I just feel like they only know like 3 things about how to write stuff, and like they just repeat those things endlessly.
どうしてそれを。
へえ、さすが大した情報網だね。
Yeah, sure.
他ならぬ特務支援課のことですが。
There's so many times where like the characters, like the characters that know stuff, will know like this ridiculously obscure thing, and it's like passed off as like no big deal. But then when they know this like incredibly basic thing that everybody knows, it's like this big surprise, like, whoa, you know that? But then there'll be situations where like the most common knowledge thing in the entire city is not known by somebody that actually is supposed to know everything. And it just, like, there's no consistency in any of that.
しかし、まさかグレイスさんにこちらの動きをつかまれていたとは。さすがは天下のクロスベルタイムズですね。
いやー、偶然ですよ。そう、偶然。
一体こんな場所で何をなさっているんですか？
Did you know milk comes from cows? What?
ルバーチェの私
Nani?
何かご用だったんですか？
I mean, technically, milk comes from anything with any mammal. Really depends on what kind of milk you're talking about.
決まっているでしょう。
But yeah, it would be responded with the stutter type thing. The what? Kind of nani, you know, kind of thing. Every time.
ならば我が社が有効に活用させてもらおうと思いまして。マフィアの保有物件など普通なら手を出しにくいでしょう。
I guess we'll just have to try and find out, huh? It's the only way to know for sure.
しかし我々ならば多少はその手の物件にも慣れています。
Greg. Yep, that's the one.
委託業者にしても月々の管理費は頭が痛いでしょうし、良い取引ができそうですよ。
サオさん、そうした情報は記事にしても。
ああ、構いませんよ。憶測で決めつけるのは勘弁していただきたいところですが。
もちろん心得ていますわ。
それではロイドさん、何かあれば我が社にいらしてください。行きますよ。
すご 人でしたね。蛇に睨まれたカエルみたいな気分だったんですけど。
そうね。
平ゆえきっての若手幹部、白蘭流のツァオリーか。噂以上の切れ者みたいだね。
ああ、相変わらずだな。グレイさん、平ゆえがこのルバーチェ跡地を。
ねえ、倉庫なんかも合わせてまとめて買い取るつもり。
Holy shit! We're having lots of trails, all the trails, not just to Azure, but beyond to Cold Steel and everywhere. Thank you, Drumbo, for the 103 months, man. 103 freaking months! Hope things are going good for you.
もし平ゆえがここを抑えたら、クロスベルの裏社会は完全に掌握されることになる。厄介なことになりそうだわ。
同感です。しかし聞き込みに来たところで。
そうね。これも一家に伝えた方がいいかもしれないわ。あれ、あなたたちもツァーの動向を調べに来たんじゃないの？もしかして別件を追ってる？
That is definitely unexpected.
いえ、
That's pretty neat.
グレイさんは確か面識はあったみたいだし、実は以前グレイさんも会っている人を探しているんです。
You'll be the first person I come to.
カジノで行員の人を任したレクターっていう人なんですけど。
Oh.
ああ、そうなんだ。
That guy. Why would we care if he entered the country? He's a citizen.
本当ですか？ねえ、例のバカンスルックでのんきそうに食事してたわね。取材で急いでたから声をかけそびれちゃったけど。で、こうしちゃいられない。せめてツァオからもう少し突っ込んだ情報を聞き出さないと。じゃあね。また今度。
I've heard some interesting things about that game.
相変わらずだな。でも思わぬところで目撃情報が入ったじゃない。
ええ、早速流浪飯店に行きましょう。了解です。
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know what that is now. I was like the long Lao. Oh, I know what you mean, Triple. Don't worry.
なるほどね。花山椒ってのを使うのか。
そう。ただの山椒とは辛さも風味も段違い。東方でしか栽培されてないけど、最近は鉄道便で注文できるよ。
いやー、自分で麻婆を作るとどうも物足りなかったんだよな。まあか。一つ勉強になったぜ。
I had tofu this weekend that was amazing. And obviously tofu is only as good as what you cook with the tofu. Obviously, like that's how tofu works. It absorbs the flavor of everything you put into it and everything. But it was the texture, and I learned that if you freeze your tofu and then like give it a good sear, then it gives it a meaty-like texture that's almost indistinguishable in a lot of dishes, especially if it's like a curry or something. It's really nice. Completely fooled me.
あっさり見つかったわね。
なんだかものすごくチャランポランそうな。
Makes me want to try to cook with it a little bit more. Not because I want to eat less meat or anything, but because it just offers more versatility in my repertoire of cooking.
あとは身分確認ができればミッション終了だけど。
ああ、遅かったな。待ってたぜ、心の友よ。へ？マスター、こいつらがさっき言った連中だ。やる気と根性だけはあるからビシビシしごいてやってね。
Wait, this isn't the guy I was thinking about. This isn't the miner.
わかった、任せるね。4人というのは大変だけど、 東方料理が広まるのは嬉しい。頑張ってついてくるよろしい。
一体な
相変わらずだな。
追いかけないと。
こら、どこに行く？もう修行は始まっている。
いや、違うんです。
私たちクロスベル警察に所属するもので。
勘違いなら仕方ない。でも何かの縁ね。これを持っていくといい。
This is how we're gonna get her cooking book.
っていいんですか？手帳までもらっちゃって。
店の余り物だから気にしない。
ありがとうございます。それじゃあ失礼します。みんな。
了解です。
Even though we're in a hurry, we're trying to rush up to this guy. We'll sit here and have a conversation and rifle through this recipe book. Chopped boxes? I'm not sure what you mean by that one.
まるで私たちが来るのを分かってて引っ掛けたような。
まあ、あれくらいのことは朝飯前なんでしょうね。
Never seen chopped. Oh, chopped boxes. Yes, I wouldn't mind getting a chopped box and just like trying to, like, without the timer. Obviously, I'm no chef. Trying to. I don't know why I thought you were referring to like a couple boxes like side by side where you had to like. I don't know what I was thinking with that, but anyway, yes, chopped. Yeah, we've seen the whole thing. We binged the whole damn thing, all of it. So yes, but yeah, I wouldn't mind without the timer to like get a random set of ingredients and just say, hey, make something. Here's your pantry. That'd be fun. Really test my culinary mettle, which isn't very strong, but I enjoy cooking, and it would at least get the juices going and trying to figure out what I'd want to cook, you know.
さすがは情報機関の隊員を務めるだけはあるわ。
とても軍人とは思えないような方法だけど。で、ここで諦めるのかい？いや、とにかく後を追ってみよう。今なら通りの人に聞けば行方がつかめるかもしれない。
More of a gold versus titanium. I'm so confused. Is my brain not working today? I don't think my brain is working today, man. Cooking metal. Oh. Oh, you. We're not supposed to talk to the random NPCs? We just know he went towards Central Square, even though that's nowhere near that square. Oh, I guess it is. What's up, Kim? Times. Times what? look at the detail on that building up there. It's got like blue, no windows. It's so weird because it's far away and it's a PSP game, so clearly it would have been like really grainy on the PSP, but because it's like a PC version, which kind of automatically gets a little upscaled. It's like what the PC versions of Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 do. Like a lot of people think they're remasters, they're not. Like this is a legitimate FF8 remaster, but that's besides the point. But anyway, when you put a 3D model on a higher resolution, and then it's very easy to just smooth out the polygons, and voila, there you go, there's your port. That's kind of what's going on here. Since they didn't get any of the graphical improvements on the PSP, it's just this like model that would have been in the distance and been grainy, and you wouldn't have really been able to make out the lack of detail as much. It just looks really odd.
しかしクロスベルってのはマジでわけわからんよな。
言いたいことはなんとなくわかりますけど。
We got Chi. Hey. Oh, kitty. Plop. 100% absolutely true. 6-part FF9 remake. It's gonna be, unfortunately, it's gonna be 6 parts, as in like episodic, like the after years, where you have to buy each part for $60. Sorry. Yeah. Totally true. Yeah, it was really annoying the last couple days because there was the FF9 anniversary. And there's that rumor of the FF9 remake, which of course there's no truth to the rumor. It's just a rumor. Yeah, okay, there was the NVIDIA so-called leak, and a lot of those things have become have come to be found out to be, you know, actual things and everything. But that doesn't mean anything. It just, not to mention there was the talk of the FF9 anime remake that was already like talked about. So the idea that there's an FF9 remake game is completely rumor, and so many people were mad at Square because the 25th anniversary of FF9 came out and they didn't announce the FF9 remake, and it's like, you believed a rumor and then got mad at Square when you found out that the rumor wasn't true. Fucking A, man. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bargain at twice the price. But yeah, it's just a little annoying seeing so many people get like annoyed and frustrated at the fact that a rumor wasn't true. It was a rumor. I'm not surprised that we're getting FFT. Remember that article that they released several years ago where they said they wanted to bring their entire retro library to modern platforms. That's why we're getting so many of the Square remakes and remasters and stuff and ports. So FFT was just an inevitability, just like Xenogears is an inevitability, or any other retro Square or Enix game that they have digital rights to. Well, not digital rights to, but just rights to, period. Where are we going, Chi? There's somebody on there. You cannot go down there. Aww.
通称オルキスタワー、地上250アージュ、40階建ての世界初の超高層ビルディング、新市庁に加えて企業用のフロア、 国際会議場なども用意されているわ。
Oh, is that a new building? That's not the bank?
確かに圧巻ですよね。こんなに離れているのに。
If that's a new building, then first off, it's really inconvenient to get there because it's all the way up a huge, massive flight of stairs. But also, thank you. But also, how did it get built in a month? Oh, it's a tarp covering it. Oh. No, it still would not be able to be built in a month. It would take like months, if not a year or two, to build something like that. And that's with modern technology. How are they relocated? Also, that's a huge sheet. You know? How did they get that sheet over it? And how is it not causing significant issues? It was half built in Zero? I don't remember them ever drawing attention to it, ever. I just want to know how they got that sheet over it, a sheet of that size. Not only that, but I need to know, like, how are they relocated in there when there's this big tarp covering everything? I mean, the weight of that thing must be astronomical, not to mention the way it catches wind and drags on everything and just...
確かにクロスベルでは帝国共和国政府関係者に対して法的ですが、それはあくまで身元が明らかになっている場合だけです。
逆に明らかにできなければ普通の外国人と同じレベルでは取り調べることができる。なるほど、そういうことか。
そうきたか。仕方ない。年貢の納め時のようだな。いいぜ。
どうしたんですか？
ああ、向こうの建物だ。なんか黒い人影が屋根を飛び回ってないか？
It's Yin!
まさか。
もしかしてあのインって人から。
でもこんな昼間からですか？
A dumb one?
しまった。
まさかこのザイルでしたね。
ありえない。
信じられないことするな。
Wow. Absolute madman. They really are, like, real talk, absolute madman. There's all sorts of 2020 lingo in here.
ここまで常識が通用しない相手だなんて。この下は裏通りだ。とにかく階段で降りるぞ。
本当に降りたんだ。
わざわざ仕込んでいたのかな。
We would have seen it. Well, I guess none of it was wound up there, I suppose.
とにかく追いましょう。
ああ、通りにいる人たちに片っ端から聞くしかない。
All right. Hell yeah, thank you. I got handed food, lots of it. This is very much not for you, Chi. I'm gonna turn my camera off while I eat. Chi wants some. I'm sorry, Chi, that's not for you. One second, just let me kind of set this up a little bit. If I could give everything under the sun to Chi, I probably would. Because she's the best.
なんだまたドギかよ。たまにはフィーナも出てくれないとつまんねえぜ。
Oh, you know what? They're talking about East characters. Because the slot machines are East characters.
レクターさん、もう逃げられませんよ。
いい加減観念して身元を明らかにしてください。
身元ね。身元。
あからさまにごまかそうとしないでください。
そうだな。
Yeah, I think it's a smart way to use their properties.
イエスはノーで答えるから何でも質問してくれよ。
わかりました。帝国政府二等書記官
イエス。
帝国軍情報局に所属する
イエスだ。
あっさり認めるのか。
では私今回の訪問は帝国政府の意向を受けてのものですか。
ノーでありイエスでもある。
1ヶ月以上の滞在を。
答えはノーだ。1週間くらいで帰るぜ。
ここまでか。
これ以上は無理ね。
お手数をかけました。アランドール対。
ご協力感謝いたします。
ああ、別にいいけどよ。そういや、あのちびっ子は元気か。あんたらが引き取ったんだよな。
キアのことですよね。ええ、おかげさまで。
Maybe the purpose of his visit is Kia. He wants to get a Kia. He's not happy with his current vehicle.
その説はありがとうございました。
僕たちを逃がすのに協力してくれたもんね。
ん？何のことだ？俺は黒と遊んでただけだぜ。そういや、ハルトマンのおっさん、結局捕まっちまったんだってな。まあ、妙なのに連れ回されてたし、無事に保護されてよかったぜ。
なんでそんなことまで。
あの二人を逮捕してから3日も経っていないのに。
ま、そのあたりの確認も俺が来た目的の一つだからな。ちなみに、
ああ、いたいた。こんなところで何やってん。アルカンシェルのチケットを手配してくれるんだろう。
She kind of looks a little bit like Ranma. I mean, not too much, but enough.
それでどうなったのさ。
That was my first thought, you know?
今日の夜公演の貴賓席を確保してやったぞ。せいぜい感謝するがよい。
本当？サンキュー。前から見たかったんだよね。
誰だ？
まだ若いみたいだけど。
あれ？
何かな。
お兄さん匂いがするね。懐かしい匂いだ。はあ。
ちょっと。
いきなり何を。
ごちそうさま。やっぱりかすかに匂いがするな。そっちの二人からはお姉さんはちょっとするね。
Oh, come on.
エリー。
いつの間に後ろに。
お姉さん大きいね。シャーリーはペタンだから羨ましいよ。ちょっとやめて。
Boy, they're really going with the really dumb anime tropes full out on this one, aren't they?
どうしてこんな。
いい光景だな。確かに。じゃなくて、ちょっと君。
やりたい放題だな。
Casual molestation. That's funny.
セクハラになっちまうぞ。
セクハラじゃないよ。スキンシップだってば。
十分セクハラです。エリーさん。
Good point, Songberg.
大丈夫か？
それでは俺たちは失礼しよう。ミューシュラムのテーマパークで夜まで遊び倒すんでな。
それじゃまたね
なんだったんだ。
つい見逃しちゃいましたけど。
強烈な子だったね。15、6歳くらいかな。なかなかいい仕事するじゃない。
Cool, and she was a minor too. How awesome.
いい仕事じゃありません。どうして私がこんな目に。
What a silly and fun scenario that wasn't at all totally fucking awful. Ha 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 ha.
まあ女の子同士だし、そこまで深刻にならなくても。
That's one of those really dumb anime tropes that I would not be upset if it was completely removed from all media ever. Like, it's one thing, like, if a character actually is a bad person and they're portrayed that way for doing bad things, that's one thing, but that, you know, just like have casual molestation, like it's like a knee slapping joke, like, haha, oh, that's so silly that underage girl just molested that other underage girl. So funny, ha 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 ha. No, man.
それに君、マリアベル城に揉まれ慣れてるんじゃないの？
Just fucking no.
揉まれ慣れてません。
And they don't even fucking like actually treat Ellie like like the victim she is. They just like, gosh, Ellie, why are you such a whore, Ellie? Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's not something that you treat so lightheartedly. That's like a serious offense. That's not a joke thing that you joke around with.
ご苦労でした。
It's like making racist jokes and saying, oh, it's just a joke, bro, kind of bullshit. All right, I'm gonna take my dish in really quick. I'll be back in just a second. Threw a rock and then said it was a joke. Oh my god. Alright, I'm done eating. I mean, I definitely had rock fights when I was a kid because, like, we were dumb kids and we just thought that would be funny. And then I got hit in the head and had to get 3 stitches.
こちらに知られたところで情報活動を制限されないという自信があるのでしょう。しかしこれで滞在期間も大まかに把握できましたし、予想以上の成果を上げてくれたようですね。
そう言っていただけると。
But yeah, it's really important to note that, like, this is going to be kind of a heavy discussion. We're going to try to keep it as lighthearted as possible and more informative and less, opinion oriented. Having certain things in your story does not mean that you support that kind of thing. Like, if you have a character that's a horrible character and they're racist or something, that doesn't make the writer pro-racist, right? Because it's about how that character is portrayed. And so when you have a character that says misogynistic things or racist things or, homophobic things or something, and they're portrayed nicely, like they're a good character, and this is particularly prevalent in like 90s RPGs, and you could actually kind of, to a lesser extent, put Randy in this category where he does things that are not appropriate, but then Randy is portrayed as a hero character, so it makes it feel like that behavior is acceptable, right? So having that character that was clearly a nice, lighthearted character, oh, look at them, they're such a spirited young lady, and do that kind of thing, and then for the hero characters to then treat Ellie the way that they did, it's basically teaching somebody that doesn't know better that that's okay. That's inappropriate. Whereas if you had that kind of thing in the game and they were portrayed as a bad character, like a bad person, and they didn't like that person after that, and then they were supportive of Ellie, that's fine, because it's clearly marking that as negative behavior and suggesting that that is not okay. And just because Ellie screams, "Oh my gosh, sexual harassment," does not mean that it's being portrayed correctly, because afterwards Ellie is treated like it's her fault for being groped. You know what I mean? Like, her party members, her friends are not supportive of her. They're like, "Gosh, Ellie, why are you doing that?" Kind of thing, right? So especially for a game like this that's supposed to be like targeted towards teens and tweens, really, 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 really fucked up. Really fucked up. Not a good look at all. And they're still making it seem like it's Ellie's fault.
同行していた少女というのも気になりますね。レクター隊員の諜報関係の部下といった感じでしたか？
いえ、違うと思います。諜報関係者にしては若すぎるし、あまりにも最も普通の民間人にも見えませんでした。
そうですね。身のこなしも素早かったですし。
わかりました。その娘については一課の方でも動向を把握しておきましょう。では私はこれで。今回はお世話になりました。
いえ、また何かあったら。
Good old date. There's a reason for that, Fort. There's a reason for that. And it has to do with target audience. And back in the 80s and 90s, and to a lesser extent, maybe some of the early 2000s when people really hadn't caught up to it, a lot of like producers of video games or anime, excuse me, I just ate, so I'm burping, thought that in order to relate to the younger audience, the characters had to be of age to relate to the target audience. And since Gundam is clearly targeted towards teens and tweens, everybody was a teenager in the game. And you can see a shift from that where, sorry, my mic is peaking a little bit. You can see as time goes on and more like the 2000 and on media, most games that are, or stories or content or whatever media that's targeted towards teens and tweens do not necessarily have teens and tween characters doing things that are outside of their age range. Like, for instance, Tio being a police officer at 14. Even in the game, it says that she's not allowed to be a police officer until she's 16. You know what I mean? And like their vast arrays of knowledge and skills that nobody of their age like almost ever has, and the versatility of their skills, it makes them completely unbelievable characters and unrelatable on top of that. So if they were like 10 years older, it would make sense, but a lot of the older developers of media targeted towards that age range think that they still need to make the characters of that age in order to appeal to their target audience. But we've seen time and time again that you don't have to do that. You can have them in their 20s and even sometimes in their 30s and still appeal to the target audience. It's about how they're portrayed, how they act, and whether or not they're a compelling character in general, period. But this game just seems so far behind the times. Like, this game was made in 2011. We're way past the 90s at this point. Japan has been getting a lot more progressive recently, especially in the last like 10 or 15 years. So there's a lot of growth there. It just feels like the writer of this game is still living in the fucking 70s or something and just has not grown the fuck up, you know? Not to mention the like thinly veiled pedophilic intentions or fetishes of the writer that are made so crystal clear throughout the entirety of this series writing situations or whatever. Like it's constant. There's so much like sexuality when referring to underage characters in this game, and so it gets pretty bad in some points. I will say that the Crossbell series has had a lot less of it, so it's either they're getting better at masking it or they've grown the fuck up a little bit. But either way, in Trails of the Sky, or the whole trilogy, it was really bad, and I was almost sitting there like, I can't continue playing this series. It's fucking disgusting, you know. So I gave Crossbell a chance, and there is some growth there, so I'm going to continue doing it, kind of thing. But still, the point is that like this isn't a one-time thing. Like, oh yeah, the writer did a oopsie or something like that. It's been going on for the entire series. An intern, sure. But they give her actual authority, you know? Interns don't have authority.
そうね。それにしてもあの子、本当に何者なのかしら。そうですね。ノリでごまかされましたけど、普通の旅行者とは思えません。
What's up, Dragon? Yep, late PS3, almost PS4 era.
無邪気で奔放な少女が
It wasn't even Joshua, like Tio as well, where Agate and Tio, like they were suggesting that they were a couple and like making really forward comments about that kind of thing. And Tio's like what, 11? And then there's Olivier. Was it Olivier? No, it was Kevin who was hitting on Estelle, who's 15, like mega hitting on her. No. They were like, oh, when's the wedding kind of thing. Like, actually, I think that was like one of the lines. It was, when is the wedding? It was, that part of it was really done a lot more when Agate was taking care of Tio, or maybe it was the other way around.
課長かな。
そろそろかかってきてもおかしくない時間ね。
はい、特務支援課ロイド・バニングスです。
ああ、ご苦労。朝言った通り、そろそろ警察学校に来てもらうぞ。場所はわかるな。
ええ、西クロスベル街道の途中から。
ああ、ゲートを開けておく。ところで、一通り街を回ったはずだな。率直に言ってどうだった？
そうですね、いろいろときな臭い状況になり始めている気。
その嗅覚、
了解しました。
やっぱり課長だったみたいね。
何か気になることを言って。
ああ、課長もいろいろと状況の変化を感じているらしい。ヘイユやレクター大尉のことも。
そうね。
で、そろそろ警察学校に行くのかい？
ああ、西口から街道に出よう。
Yeah, okay, finally I can go outside. Now I want to defeat that elite. I'm pretty sure I just have the 2 jobs left. So I can report this one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, if it got better in the cross-bell games, I assume it's going to get better in the later games. That's why I'm still playing them, you know? I haven't decided that, like, yo, gross, I'm not playing these games, you know? Well, time to introduce speeding laws. The car, I know, right? Oh, that poor car. Yeah, not the inevitable kid that gets run over, but that car. Ugh. Oh, we're gonna have a rendezvous with Kate at the hotel at the entertainment district. When I run really fast like this, it looks like what's her name has roller skates on, and she's like on a roller derby team. Especially if I'm running north or east, I guess technically. Yeah, dead kids all around from them being hit by the car, and then like somebody chastising the kids for daring to get blood on the car. I mean, all of these would be worse than the back alley for those aspects. I guess. It's the latest model again. I also kind of thought that it might be like a localization thing, and it is important to note that the localization between the two games is different. So it could be one of two things. Either, yes, indeed, the writer is got all these awful things, but has toned it down a little bit, or the different localization has edited those parts out and made it a little bit more appropriate. So it's hard to say without reading the entire script yourself with fluent Japanese. This is such a tremendous undertaking for one speeding vehicle. Oh, sure. I've never heard of these. Huh. As much as I've talked about all these games, I've never even heard of those. Yeah, that's very interesting. I sent you a message back. Huge ass. See more butts. Typical commoner. Entitled rich kids. If the punishment for a crime is a fine, then that crime exists purely for the poor. Or the lower class earning families, because if it's just a fine and you're wealthy, then it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. There's no real punishment. I guess that was like a required side quest. Interesting. I guess I'll go turn them in. See what I can get. Maybe I'll rank up already. I mean, that really depends on the situation. I'm talking about like traffic fines and stuff like that, or like littering fines. Woohoo! A Medal of Order. Prevents delay. Cool. Got some speed on there as well. Let's go kill us an elite monster now. We can finally leave the town. So we want to go to West Street, right? Well, we go west until we reach the academy, and then we go into it. The end. Oh. Foot.
最近歩いてなかったからちょっと体を動かしたいし、それに確か西クロスベル街道にだったらついでですし。
おいおい本気かい？さすがに徒歩なんて。も
ういい若者がそんなことじゃ情けないよ。
When you walk around the city all day.
普段夜遊びばかりしてるんだから、こういう時に体を動かさないと。
体育会系のノリはあまり趣味じゃないんだけどな。ま、いっか。疲れたら優しいリーダーにおぶってもらえばいいんだし。
おぶらないから。
それじゃあ徒歩で出発することにしましょうか。手配魔獣が出るかもしれないから気をつけないとね。
了解しました。
パパパパパ。
よし、一気に行くぞ。
I win. I'm so good at video games. God gamer.
まあまあだったね。
I got some dumpies.
敵接近、迎撃を開始します。
You may be asking what happened to the SSS leftover Sepith and trails from Zero. Wait, you think you can put Kia through college on a CPD salary? Oh. Yeah, we put all the Sepith into a college fund for Kia. That actually makes sense. I'm okay with that. Having these like buffs automatically apply on start of battle is really nice. Even when I don't get a preemptive, it's still pretty easy to clean up. Punch! Silly Shirley fans said they wanted chest messages, not chest massages. I mean, flirting doesn't cost any money, but gambling sure does. Doodling. What level am I? Okay. So I've gained 5 levels already. Since we started at 45. I can tell right now that the output of Noelle is going to go down quite a bit. For the AoE attacks of her weapon, she's already doing significantly less than Loido. Chitinous Shell. Oh. I didn't actually preemptive it? Besides, he's not in charge. Oh yeah, he's definitely not in charge of the body. That's all right. More dumpings. EP1. You know, maybe the real treasure was the treasure inside me all along. Seriously, give it back. Yeah. The treasure was the treasure inside you. That's how treasures work. They're inside treasure chests. First time in an RPG, huh? Oh, it gave me a new like passive thing for the turn order instead of letting me use my team attack from the first one. Damn. I don't even have scent on. Plankly, I don't see what you find so funny about puns. I'm already bored of them. 'Cause the chest is wooden. What a humorous exchange. Quite the wordsmith you are there. Chansu!
行きますそこ皆さんお疲れ様でした
Meow. Oh, almost missed that. Oh, I did miss it, but it's okay because there's only one.
出直してきなよ。
Scent in the last game was so worth it though, because not only like you could still drag the enemy away, and then when they go back to their spot, you just hit them at that point. It took a little bit longer to get into the battle, but it was fine. I used Scent all game. I didn't have any issues getting preemptive still. The preemptives in this game are so good. They're borderline essential for the sanity of the player, honestly. You get 2 to 3 attacks. Then you get the high probability of the team attack. You know, your human houses are kind of really like big chests. I bet you hate it if some giant tore off your roof and grabbed all your stuff. Yeah? It's a good thing that's not gonna happen. It does seem like the team attack option is a lot more rare in this. Oh, do we have like an actual... It's the same exact map. Except the Crossbow Police Academy is actually listed as someplace I can actually go. Other than that, we won't go to the Moon Temple or the Sun Temple or the Stargazer Tower more than likely, but everything else is just the exact same. Gorelia Fortress, though. Isn't that the barrel over there, though? I'm not positive where Crossbell is located on the big map, on the world map. I thought it was just east of La Barrel, though. Yeah, like this. You drag them, and then they get annoyed, and then boom. So even with Scent, you can still get preemptives. Oh, I never got Scent in the other games. I thought it was new to this one, so that's why I didn't make a mention of Sky. I thought Scent was a new quartz for this game. Because in Sky you have the like detection one where they don't detect you at all, which this one didn't seem to have, or at least Zero didn't seem to have it. Oh, that's a palm. Okay. Not sure how I'm supposed to kill palms then. In Sky, you use space, time, or mirage magic, and it does full damage. But in this one, no idea. I've never figured it out. They also took it away in third, if I'm not mistaken, that you use those elements. And it just became like, I have no idea. Once again. And I didn't learn about the higher element fact until like near the end of second chapter. So I never got to take advantage of actually knowing what kills the palms. Kind of a frustrating deal there for me. Yeah, the rate is so low as well that like even when you do get one, you have no opportunity to really try and figure out how to kill them. So you never learn, which means when you do get to actually find one, it just runs away. Yeah, I don't know how I never found scent then, unless it had really bad elements on it or something. It's the only thing that I could think of that would cause me to not want to use it.
Adios.
Use this code WISH with Mishi to get 500 Mira off your next Crossbell Eats order. Oh, sweet. Wait a second, that sounds like a fake thing.
Adios. いい夢を。あれ?
Well, there's the other character that's part of the other redhead girls. I think they're gonna be like Sky Pirates or something like that. It feels like they fit that mold. Why would we interject here? There's no reason for us to go up and approach this person. Why don't we approach all the other unnamed NPCs scattered all over the place in the cutscenes? So it just makes no sense. Like there's no, like he's not doing anything that requires us to like question him or anything. There's no reason for us to ask him anything. There's no reason for us to approach him. It's so unnatural. It's because first chapter was basically a 60-hour prologue since originally it was supposed to just be one game, and they split it off into 2.5 kind of games, with third not really being a huge connection to it. So basically they created a 60-hour prologue just for first or second chapter, when all they had to do was just like squish out obnoxious, irrelevant dialogue, and it would have been fine. They could have easily put first chapter and second chapter together, and then just never made third because gross.
何かおかしなことでも?
いや、おかしなことは何もないさ。ところで、そこの小僧、今の列車、乗客は何人乗っていた？え？一応車両の中まで目を配っていただろうが、何人だ？答えろ。
それは。
Really?
Hazureだな。それともまともに答える気が。せいぜい目は鍛えておけ。漫然と眺めるな。状況そのものを俯瞰しろ。その上で、そこにある要素を瞬間的に掴み取っておく。それが戦場で生き残るコツってやつだ。まあ、覚えておくがいい。
How rude! He could have just walked around us, but he walked through us.
一体何者？体格といい、隙のなさといい、ただものじゃありませんね。
いや、そんな程度じゃ済まないかもしれないよ。え？
Let me guess. I'm just gonna take a guess, but I think this thing that I'm guessing is completely 100% accurate. How could he kill those poor defenseless monsters? What?
まさかこいつら。今朝確認した手配魔獣か。
間違いありません。
How cruel! We were out here to kill these monsters, and we're mad that he killed them, and not because he took our job, but because he killed the monsters, and that was apparently cruel.
報告されたものより数は多いみたいですけど。
3、4、5体。どれも斬撃で倒されている。さっきの男の仕業かな。ああ、間違いないだろう。鋭利な刃というより巨大なナタみたいなもので
よく冷静に観察できるわね。
すみません。私もこれはちょっときついです。
How? We go around killing monsters all day, every day, and now all of a sudden you have a conscience about it?
わかった。一旦ここから離れよう。あの男は。
ああ、クロスベル市に歩いて行ったみたいだね。今から追いかけても捕まえるのは難しそうだな。
I mean, you can make that assumption. We just don't see the aftermath of our own battles, that's all. They're specifically showing the aftermath of a battle, but you cannot sit here and say that in the hundreds, maybe thousands of battles that they've had that they haven't seen a similar grisly scene more than once. Yeah, instead we just have like shotguns and a giant axe from, what's his name? And explosive spells that probably cause them to spray showers of blood all over the place. Right, exactly what I'm getting at, Dragon, yes. There's definitely a situation where it could be considered, like, actually grotesque. Like if they put him on a pike or something, like in the middle of the street or something, that would be excessive. Can't fish yet, but we know that fishing is at least in the game. It's just low effort video game, that's all. Low effort video game that doesn't put a lot of stock into displays like that, you know? Words to live by. I mean, it's especially words to live by in Final Fantasy X, where Overkill gets you double loot and 50% more SP or whatever it is. But I would walk 500 Selge and I would walk 500 more just to be the chest to walk 1,000 Selge to fall down at your door. And I would walk 500 Selge and I would walk 500 more. It's a song reference for those that don't know. Just to be the man who'd walk 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Oh, she's like, stop, that's annoying.
やれやれ、やっと着いたか。
ここから先が警察学校でいいのよね。
ああ、この先には舗装された森林道が続いているんだ。
道なりにしばらく進めば警察学校の玄関に到着しますね。
なるほど。
ま、迎えも来ないみたいだし、とっとと行くとしようか。
ダメだ。どうもさっきの男が気になる。
It was our fault for talking to him in the first place. We unnecessarily approached him for no reason, just because the writers decided that they couldn't find an organic way for us to actually engage the NPC in conversation. So maybe if they had given us a good reason, then I wouldn't have to question this motive. Maybe if we caught him in the middle of battle, that might have been alright.
このまま警察学校に行く組とクロスベル市に戻る組か。それもありかもしれないね。
いや、このメンバーで二手に分かれるのは早すぎる。ただ念のため捜査一課には連絡しておこう。
なるほど、いいかもしれないわね。
クロスベル警察捜査一課です。
エマさん、先ほどはどうも。
バーニングス捜査官、どうしました？先ほどの件について
いえ、それとは別件です。実は
赤毛で赤眼の異常部。車や鉄道、飛行船を使わずに徒歩で街道を通っているなんて。
I like how there's like the dialogue to like, Lloyd said all the things that he wanted to say, and then they repeat back all the things, and it's like, with that much repeating back, you didn't need to have the whole Lloyd says all the things dialogue anymore. You know what I mean? You already had all the dialogue said. You could have just had like Lloyd say, hey, be on the lookout for this guy, he did this thing. But then they wouldn't have to repeat it back.
わかりました。こちらも気をつけておきます。そちらはセルゲイ課長の要件を果たしてくるといいでしょう。
はい。
一家のお姉さんに連絡がついたみ。
ああ、これで少しは安心だろう。それじゃゲートをくぐろう。
Also, it's profiling, which is technically not illegal, but you can definitely get sued for profiling if it's too drastic. But it's kind of profiling to like say, oh yeah, this guy was big and mean looking. It's like saying that, you know, because a guy has a leather jacket and rides a Harley, that he's a criminal or something like that. So, you know, we're the good guys apparently. Leave it to the police to actually profile. I will say, like, there's a measure of profiling that's acceptable, and everybody does it. You look at somebody and you make an assumption about somebody. That's just how it is. You can't not do it. It's our instinct. We look at anything. We look at a waterfall. We have a reaction to it, right? That's just how it works. If we see somebody that we think seems threatening, we're gonna be wary of that person. But it's whether or not you act on it before you learn more about that person that's the bad part about it. And he acted on it. That's what makes him bad.
話には聞いていたけど、かなり奥深い場所にあるのね。
やれやれ、こんな場所を歩いていかなきゃならないのか。どうにもスマートじゃないね。
The one place on the entire map that we didn't actually go to in the first game, and it's like our second dungeon, and then the rest of the game is just going to be repeated parts from the previous game.
へばってる感じじゃないな。
てっきり都会っ子らしくね。
ただの痩せ我慢さ。さっきから足がガクガクでね。そろそろリーダーにおぶってもらうとしようかな。
全然大丈夫。
先を進みましょうか。
僕の相手が務まる。
Wow.
任せてくれ。みんな大丈夫か。
やれやれ。
私のなんとかなったわね。
Can't help but feel like there's this weird imbalance in the audio. Every now and again, it just feels like it's super loud.
集中これがみんなの力ですね。
I'm not reading the side story chests.
チャンスだ。よし。迎撃完了。みんな先に進もう。
何かしら。崖の下にザイルが伸びているみたいだけど。
ああ、あれはサバイバル訓練用の演習場に降りるところだよ。
サバイバル訓練。
この下は樹海になっていて、視界も悪く獣道しかありません。そんな環境で限られた装備と糧食のみで数日間を過ごすんです。
私には無理そうね。
僕もさすがに勘弁。
I too like the conveniences of modern societies.
ヴィンテージもののワインと洒落たオードブル。
Toilet paper, soft beds. Yeah. I don't need luxury. Wazzy wants luxury. I just want comfort.
ま、せいぜいチーズ味の乾燥したレーションくらいだな。俺も捜査官試験のためにサバイバル訓練は。
I've been camping though, so I've kind of had semi-survival stuff.
かなりきつい訓練だ。
Actual survival stuff is way more involved though, but you get at least used to being outdoors when you go camping, you know?
ランディ先輩、ここで訓練をやってるんでしょうか。
そうか。可能性はあるかもしれないな。他の演習場でやってる可能性もあるけど。確か彼、操られた警備隊員のリハビリに付き合ってるんだっけ。
ええ、新しい警備隊司令の要請でね。早く訓練が終わって戻ってくれるといいんだけど。
ああ、そうだな。
Well, I'll definitely be going down there later, I'm sure, or else they wouldn't have introduced it to me. To be fair, you have to have very IQ to understand police stealing from treasure chest jokes. The humor is extremely subtle. Without a solid grasp on crossball state law, most of the jokes will go over the typical player's head. Wow. Did they take this from my stream? Obviously, it's a Rick and Morty reference, but I actually have a command for that copy pasta. It's not even necessarily a Rick and Morty reference specifically. It's it was a post about a Rick and Morty fan talking about Rick and Morty, suggesting that you need to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty, and without a solid grasp on theoretical physics, most of the jokes will go over the typical viewer's head or whatever. It's a very sad post by a very sad person who fancies themselves to be a lot smarter than they actually are.
まあまあだったね。さあ、とっとと終わらせよう。行くよ。いい夢は見られたかい。
But it was so hilariously sad that it became a relatively popular meme.
まあまあだったね。
And thus the channel command was born. Oh my god, it's a pink pickle! That's no pickle. Whoa. Still getting good XP. I can't tell if like the game is just trying to set you up to be like 55 by the end of this, or if I really did just start this out like a lot lower or something like that, because I'm still getting 50 to 100 XP with 1000 XP to level up. That's very fast leveling, especially with, once you can see how fast these battles go.
俺の番だな。
私か
私のそっか
任せてやってや。
僕の番。いい夢は見られたかい？
Curse you! You're not allowed to counter me. I am the one that counters in the night.
俺の番だやってや。
7 rush? Don't know what that
なんだ
means.
その程度かい？
I noticed that the menus are a little bit snappier in this one. I will say though, the menus in Sky, especially the PC version, are really bad. Really bad, kind of buggy actually. Level 100? Holy shit! Well, we'll at least be getting to level 100 by the end of this game. Or at the very least, close to it. I should probably try to fight it, huh? Stop being a coward and just fight the monster that's twice my level. Makes me wonder if there's like, I don't know, some kind of exploit or something that I could do to actually kill that monster at this level. That would be one of the few things in these games that could be really, really fun that I feel like the game doesn't really give you an opportunity to do. So like there's these monster chests, they kind of randomize their level. Not really literally randomized, I just mean like it feels arbitrary what the level requirement is. Especially considering that like you get access to them in the beginning of the game. Anyway, level 100 chest, obviously an in-game or near in-game chest. But I'm at the beginning of the game, right? Anyway, what I'm getting at, it would be nice if there were a robust enough mechanics system that allowed for you to potentially get the power, or at the very least to exploit whatever you needed to do to beat that enemy at this level, you know? Whether it be like, oh yeah, you know, it only has a particular element, and if you have resistance to the element which you can get in XYZ place, then, you know, you can basically defeat it no problem, or, you know, some kind of like technique that you could do with the game. Perfect guarding is one of those examples of like being able to beat any level of enemy at any level of power. You know, like Dark Souls, you can naked punch everything to death in the entire game because everything is avoidable hit. That kind of thing, that's what I'm talking about. It'd be nice if the game had something that allowed for you. And it's like, well, you know, it's an RPG, it's a different beast, you know, like that's the matter. First off, Expedition 33 has a skill-based system that you can potentially get away through the entire game without taking any damage. But Final Fantasy games are also really, 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 really good at having really deep systems that allow for you to potentially get extremely powerful if you have enough knowledge about the game. Like, I know FF8 is the easy one to pick here because it's the easiest one to break. But you know, you get your Zell card and your Quistis card and Diablos, and you're a god, you know, until nearly the end of the game. So you can actually do things like, well, I guess the Atomos robot is before Diablos, but still you can kill the Atomos robot very easily with very minimal grinding. I mean, the easier way to do it would just be getting windmills, like 5 windmills, and boom, there's 100 tornadoes. Monster Hunter Wilds? Yeah, I did a review for it. I think Wilds was phenomenal. I thought it was better. I thought it was basically everything Worlds had, but better, personally.
Yeah.
Anyway, point I'm getting at is it'd be nice if the mechanics lent themselves to that kind of idea that like having a tremendous knowledge in the game can give you significant advantages. But the power of this, the power output of the game is so like hard gated by chapters and you know the ability to craft quartz based on like story progress and everything. And then everything else is just so set in stone. Like it's really like tight balancing, like Dragon Warrior, where you basically need to have a certain power output before you can even do anything. Is there anything better than Treasure? Arguably a really good book. I'd recommend the Sunshine Agnes series personally.
やれやれ。行くぞ。これが俺たちの力だ。
Yo, Monty, thank you for the 69 bits.
Huh? ここが警察学校の建物だ。やっと到着か。
さすが森の中だけあって閑静な場所にあるのね。課長はどこにいるのかしら。
とりあえず正面の入り口が警察学校の受付になります。中に入ってみましょうか。
ああ、そうしよう。ああ、警察学校のと。
それじゃあアーネストさんはこちらの方に。
ああ、ダドリーさんたちが面会を申請すれば。
There's a prison in the police academy? That seems really dumb. I will say though that a lot of prisons are quite a ways outside of the city, or at the very least the fringe, and so that way when they escape, they're out there in the middle of nowhere. They don't exactly have a lot of places to go. It deters the idea that they would want to escape.
ひどい目にあったみたいだし、いずれ機会を見ておじい様と訪ねてみるわ。
そうか。それがいいかもしれないな。なんかいろいろあるみたいだね。
私も詳しくは知らないけど。
There's if you travel out in a lot of the more rural areas of Nevada, or even just anywhere in the West Coast, honestly. I haven't seen it in the East Coast. That's only reason I say it that way. But there'll be like there'll be signs that say "Do not pick up hitchhikers." That's because there's a prison nearby. Did I start dressed? No, I've been busy all last week, so I haven't started anything new. I'll probably get to it pretty soon.
Oh, やっと来やがったか。
ロイド君、ノエル総
長。ロイド君。
しばらくぶりだね。
ただいま到着しました。遅くなって申し訳ありません。
ああ、さっき連絡があったが、暴走車の取り締まりを手伝っていたそうだな。ま、そういうことなら遅刻も多めに見てやろう。
ありがとうございます。それと、保安事務長、ご無沙汰しています。
お元気そうで何よりです。
ノエル君とはこの前の定期演習以来か。ロイド君は卒業以来だから10ヶ月ぶりになるかな。いやー、しばらく見ないうちにすっかり立派になったもんだ。
まだまだ半人前ですよ。察するに警察学校の責任者といったと。
ああ、周辺施設の管理全般を担当されている保安事務長だ。
保安。
いやいや、そんな大層なもんじゃないよ。それじゃあセルゲイ君、ミーティングルームは自由に使ってくれたまえ。
ええ。さて、時間が惜しい。早速始めるからと。
セルゲイ課長。
結局どんな要件なんですか。
なんだ、いろいろヒントはあったはずだがまだまだひよっこってところか。
いろいろなヒント。これもしかして。
It's training. Oh. We're gonna get our car?
そうか。交通基本法の講習ですね。
正解だ。
Sweet, we're gonna get our own sick ride.
この度特務支援課に動力車が支給されることになった。これを機に交通法のいろはを頭に叩き込んでもらうぞ。
Well, there's probably gonna be a car mini game. I don't know. The Trails games are not very good at mini games to break up the monotony.
交通基本法だ。一応頭に叩き込んだが。
なんとかやれやれ。こんなところで授業が待っていると。
でも思ったよりも簡単なルールしかないんです。さっきの暴走車の事件みたいに外国人への罰則が弱い面もこの先動力車が増えてきたらこれだけでは対処できなさそうな気がするんですが。
そいつは今後の課題だな。自家用動力車が普及し始めてからまだ10年と経っていない。いずれより厳密なルールが求められることになるだろう。外国人への罰則などに関してもな。
今だと役所に申請すれば簡単に運転免許が交付されるわけですけど。
Seems like a really bad idea.
確か試験制度の導入も検討されているんですよね。
ああ、そうなった場合は各種講習に実務。
I disagree with that, Fort. Because, like, the mini games were side content for the most part. There were very little. There were very few mini games that were required. And I thought that it was just enough. It was pretty much about the same as like base FF7, like in the same places, you know, kind of thing. So my opinion is that I thought the amount of minigames was awesome because they were all really, really, really well done and polished out and well presented. And the vast majority of them were optional. If you didn't want to do them, then like, you know, don't. I don't know. I never got it. Like, when people started complaining about the too many minigame thing, I'm just like, you praise games like Nier Automata for having like multiple styles of gameplay and that are all decently well done, and then chastise Rebirth for them having multiple styles of gameplay that are all really well done. It's like, oh, I got too much game. What a shame. I just, it doesn't make any sense to me. And it's like, it's one thing to have a very, very long game that's, you know, not super well done and or just kind of meh at the end of the day. It's another thing to have a very long game with a lot of extra stuff that's really well done. Right? You know? I don't know, man. That's, maybe I'm taking crazy pills. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear people complain about there being too much content that's all well done in Rebirth. That's how I feel. But to be fair, most of the things that I hear about Rebirth are obviously that it's excellent and you should play it.
実際の運転はノエル、お前にやってもらおう。
はい、了解しました。
そうか。ノエルは当然動力車を運転できるんだよな。
Yeah, she drove us in the last game.
あれだけ自在に運転できるくらいだものね。
Oh, my hair's not long. I remember I just got a haircut and I was like, I was getting bugged and I thought I needed to lift up my headset to fix it, but it just must have been a hair blown on me like a cat hair or something.
入隊して以来指令に叩き込まれたから。
よし、それじゃあ早速お前らに動力車を支給する。外に用意してやるからついてこい。
Well, there was no car parked outside, so it must be in the garage.
とんだサプライズだな。
ええ、課長も人が悪いわね。
しかし動力車か。僕はあんまり詳しくないけど、ベルヌ社かラインフォルト社のどちらかになるんだ。
うん。自家用動力車といえばその2大メーカーしかないからね。で、ベルヌ社の方が老舗でラインナップも豊富なの。小型車から中型車、バスまで手広く扱っているし。
ラインフォルト社が出しているのは運搬車やリムジンが多いのよね。
ええ、どちらかというと頑丈で高級なものが多いですね。動力列車や動力戦車の技術を転用したものが多いみたいですし。
いきなりで実感がなかったけど、ちょっとドキドキしてきたな。よし、見に。
He wants me to give him peculiar dishes. Ooh. It's like an Escalade, jeez. Talk about wasteful.
特務支援課に支給される動力者。
It does look a little all-terrain though, so maybe that was their
悪
thought.
くないデザインだね。
これってベルヌにもラインフォルトにも見えないデザインラインですけど。
正解だ。こいつの型番は
XD。
リベール製サイス中央工房の新型だ。
ZCF が動力車を開発していたんですか？
Any genre game I don't normally play? I mean, I'm down for everything, but the one, I would say the one like genre of game that I'm just gonna like not really glance too much at is sports. Don't really care about sports games. I'll play them if people want to play them, you know, but I don't really care about them. The sports games I enjoy playing are things like NBA Jam or like something that's more than just a sports games, like Mario Strikers I'd play, you know. But Madden 96 or 532, I don't care. I don't care. And it's not like I dislike them. I like every other game more, you know?
そんなに驚くことなのかい？
リベールは国土が険しいこともあってその代わり ZCF は世界最高の飛行船メーカーとして知られているんだけど
その ZCF が動力車を開発したなんてスペックは最高時速はどのくらいですか？
どう落ち着け。何でも飛行船用の新型エンジンの小型版が搭載されているらしい。最高時速にしたら1500セルジュは硬いらしいぞ。
Isn't Selg like meter? So I guess that would be like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but 1500 Selg per hour seems excessive. What's DBD? Dead by Daylight? I don't really care about that game either because I don't know, man. It's like a murder sim. It's just a little too twisted.
鉄道以上の速さですか。
でもよくこんな車を手配することができましたね。まだ正式に発売もされていない新型みたいですけど。
I'm guessing it's that Tito and fam donated it after they heard about our exploits, or maybe Estelle came back with some stories to tell. Of course, remember that Hero Protect guy is the coolest ever and everybody loves them, so of course everybody will do everything that they can for them, you know, and that's what the Gary Stu deal with these games. Mary Stu, Gary Stu deal.
こいつを融通してくれたのはディーター新市長でな。
I don't know if Selga is supposed to be meters or feet or kilometers or miles. Obviously, it's not 1500 miles per hour because that would be like a jet plane.
ディーター市長が？
確かにおじさまなら ZCF との付き合いも。
さすがは天下の IBC 総裁ですね。
CEO of IBS.
ここまで用意がいいと逆に警戒しちゃうけどね。
まあその分働いて返せってことだろう。荷が重いんだったら辞退することもできるぞ。その場合警察で採用されているベルン社の汎用車を回してやる。
いえ、ありがたく使わせてもらいます。もう動かせるんですか？
整備と試運転は済んでいる。ほら。
We got the Scar Key.
そうね。一家の人たちを羨ましがってたのが懐かしいわ。
Have fun trying to navigate the narrow streets of the city built for not
それ
cars.
じゃあ早速一っ走りしてみるかい？
ああ、せっかくだからこれでクロスベル市に戻ろう。ノエル、運転をお願いできるか？
ええ、お任せください。
そんじゃ俺も便乗させてもらうとするか。
どうしますか？どこに行きますか？
Oh, cool. It just like you go into the car, it just pops up on a little map thing to go where you want to go.
お
That's
安い
cool.
ご用です。はあ、新車の香りがする。ハンドル周りも使いやすそうだし、これはものすごくいい車ですよ。
シートの座り心地もいいし、内装のデザインも悪くない。なかなか気に入ったよ。
確かにいい車みたいだな。それにこの広さだったら8人くらいは十分乗れそうだ。
ティオちゃんとランディが戻ってきても大丈夫そうね。
ま、とにかく発進してみる。
That means that there's going to be a 7th party member. Actually. I wonder if what's her face is going to be a party member, the girl. The one that we treat like a daughter. Wouldn't be the first time there's a child as a party member in an RPG.
車の良し悪しってのは転がしてみてなんぼだ。
And then suddenly, oh no, the steering's not working. Oh no, the brakes are cut. Oh! This is really weird. If you look at the posts in the mirror in the windows, they don't move with the terrain. They kind of move back and forth. Like they're doing this. It's really weird.
これはすごいな。
ええ、スピードが出ているのにすごく安定しているし、エンジン音もとっても静かだわ。
それでいて心地よい振動が感じられるのも憎いよね。
さすがは天下の ZCF だな。俺も個人的に1台乗り回したいくらいだぜ。
はあ、警備隊の装甲車もお気に入りなんですけど、浮気しちゃいそうでなんだか後ろめたいです。
そんなものなんだ。
カーマニアならではの感性みたいだね。
すげえ動力車だな。
Hello.
ランディ、あなたね。丸5日のサバイバル訓練明けなのに、なんでそんなに平気なのよ。
Why does she look familiar?
正直クタクタさ。一緒にシャワーを浴びて同じベッドで眠りたいくらいだぜ。
もうバカなことばかり言って。それにしても見たことのない車だったわね。警察に導入されたベルヌシャあたりの新型かしら。
いや ZCF 製みたいだ。まさかあんな高そうな車が支援課に支給されるとはな。
ZCF って動力車は作ってないはずだけど。
Marielle.
それにどうしてあなたの課に支給されたなんてわかるわけ？
いや、ロイドとお嬢が車内に座っていたからさ。課長と新人たちも乗ってたし、多分うちに支給されたんだろう。
よくあんな遠くの車内まで確認できるわね。 ZCF 製っていうのも車体に書かれていたから？
ああ、ボディの脇にいやーこりゃ帰るのが楽しみになってきたな。
ねえランディ、やっぱりこのまま警備隊に戻ってこない？
え？
だってあなたの能力はどう考えても軍隊向きだし、それにライフルだって今回の訓練ではちゃんと
模擬弾を使った演習だからな。
Really shooting
戦
blanks.
じゃ使い物にならねえのはお前も知ってたろ。ま、ピンチになったらいつでも駆けつけてやるからよ。リハビリ訓練の仕上げといこうぜ。
分かってる。遅い！いつまでグズグズしている！あと10分で全員登ってこないともう半日延長するわよ。
イエスマム。もうヘビは嫌だ。ダラダラするな。迅速かつ安全に登れ。
It's not an easy thing to do to climb rope, by the way.
やれやれ、鬼召喚だね。
うるさいバカランディ。
In chapter 1? Of course not. Way too soon for that. It does feel like there's about the same amount of chapters in this. So like 4 chapters plus epilogue and prologue. So 6 total chapters. A one huge-eyed man.
ええ、すでに一家には連絡しました。
ま、何者かは知らないけど、どう考えても普通じゃないよね。あんな異常な戦闘力を隠そうともしてないんだから。
What's this, Dragon Ball Z? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
テロリストや傭兵だった場合、自分の戦闘力は隠すはずだ。いくらクロスベルに連中を直接取り締まれる法律がなくてもな。
ですよね。兵ゆえや帝国政府も不穏な動きを見せていますし、ルバーチ消滅後の揺れ戻しが水面下で始まったみたいですね。
水面下というには地と露骨。今月末には通商会議がある。お前らも相当。
Yeah, I know, right? We already finished the prologue. There's no way.
心得ています。とりあえず。
But maybe it's a shorter game. I don't know. I wouldn't be bothered if it was a shorter game, because not because I don't like the games. I'm enjoying myself. You know, as much as I have negative things to say about certain aspects of the game, that's just me being honest with what I'm playing. I enjoy the games quite a bit, actually. I enjoy them for different reasons. You know, like the intermission periods with the long story does get to be a little bit of a drag, but I enjoy my time with them. I think that they move very smoothly, you know. But yeah, it's like I just want to get to Cold Steel, right? That's really what it is. As I'm just excited to get to Cold Steel. So, if this game was short, oh well. Yep, we could definitely do that. Experienced a lot of that when my time in Canada. Oh, they got rid of the stairs and turned it into a ramp. They didn't widen it enough, though. Good luck getting your car in there with that wide of a car, with that sharp of a turn, with that little of space.
この動力車のための？
ああ、スロープ化と駐車スペースの増設工事だ。予算は一応警察本部が。
There are 4 games of the Cold Steel series. Yes, Reverie is considered part 3 of Crossbell.
きそうですし。
動力者のある生活か。なかなか潤いがありそう。
Excited for English voice acting. There's that, but I get the impression that Cold Steel is really going to liven things up with a different style of gameplay, visual aesthetic, etc. And I'm kind of looking forward to that. But you know, we'll see when we get there. When a Trails fan says a game is bloated, it should be scary. Yeah, but with English VA and a better presentation, if it's longer, that's not that big of a deal, you know?
キーヤが飛び上がって喜びそうだな。
うわー、何これ、綺麗な車。
やあ、リュウにアンリ。
また会ったわね。
すっげー、こんな車見たことない。もしかしてこれ兄ちゃんたちが買ったの？
そんなわけないって。
Well, of course not. We just got it for free.
でも
We don't buy things.
支援課で使えることになったんだ。
本当ですか？兄ちゃんたち、いつの間にそんな出世したんだよ。
いや、別に出世したわけ
Yeah,
じゃ
we
ない
got a promotion, as in we're promoting the Zeiss factory car.
そういえば、今日はキーヤと一緒じゃないのか？
ひょっとしてももちゃんと一緒かしら。
いや、日曜学校から一緒に戻ってきたわけじゃねえし。キーヤちゃん、マーブル先生に用事があるって残ったんです。ひょっとしたらまだ大聖堂にいるのかも。
そうなのか。
どうしたのかしら。
やれやれ、相変わらず過保護だね。
よっぽどキーヤちゃんが可愛くて仕方ないんですね。
いや、そんなことは。
保護者として常識の範囲よ。
そんなに心配なら大聖堂に迎えに行ったらどうだ？せっかく足もあることだしな。
あ、それもそうですね。
ノエルさん、お願いできる？
ええ、お安いご用です。
え、何？キーヤを迎えに行くの？俺も。
Oh, Kia will be the 7th. Well, no.
ちょっとリュウ、おじさんに早く帰ってこいって言われてたんじゃないの？
I don't think she's gonna be a party member.
そうだった。今日は珍しく姉ちゃんが帰ってる
But
んだ
the
よな。
art suggests 6 party members, but I could see it being 7 with the 7th special skill. But they don't know, it doesn't have to be 7. It can only be 6. It's hard to say. Sometimes they kind of surprise you, you know? Most people's starting point is Cold Steel. So Cold Steel is a little bit more popular simply because people that don't really care about playing all the old games or don't really know where to start with Cold Steel because it's the most... It was the first one that came out in like the modern era of gaming. So it was like the first PS4 one kind of thing.
また今度、二人とも乗せるからさ。
The first one that wasn't on PSP, basically.
それじゃあ僕たちこれで失礼します。
As far as I understand it. I could be wrong there.
よし、そんじゃあとっとと行ってこい。俺は一足先に戻るからな。
Also, yeah, Crossbell wasn't localized by then. By the time Cold Steel was coming out, so it's more of a incidental popularity rather than one due to merit. I mean, I can't really say that it's deserving of that merit or not, but that's just the reality of the situation.
わかった。お願いするよ。キーヤが驚く顔が。
あの子、動力者が大好きだものね。
やれやれ、ほんと親バカだな。
Okay. Interesting. Roof. So much effort for this like driving through the city thing, and they can't be asked to like do other simple visual conveyance things or like story cutscene elements or anything like that. Lightheaded but fine. I feel like you're standing up and getting lightheaded, and it's usually a sign of low blood pressure. But if you're just like so hot that you're just like kind of worn out, that's pretty normal. Try to stay cool.
やれやれまさか教会に僕が来ることになるなんてね。
ワジ君って礼拝とか全然行ってなさそうだもんね。
別にエイドスは嫌いじゃないけど、昔から教会の空気は苦手でね、こうむずがゆくなってこないかい。
宗教がかった不良グループを率いてたくせに。
よく喧嘩で聖戦とか言ってなかったかし
ら。あれはどちらかというとアッパスの趣味なんだけど。
あら
Excuse me, you're in my way.
突然すみません。クロスベル大聖堂というのは。
ああ、はいそうですけど。
リースさん？
エリーさん、どうもお久しぶりです。そういえばクロスベルの出身とおっしゃっていましたね。
ええまさかリースさんとこんな場所で再会できるなんて。
Whew, good thing they know each other, so we don't have to have the awkwardness of trying to actually organically engage in conversation to become friendly.
エリーの知り合いなのか？
Lucky.
私が各地に留学していたのは話したと思うけど、2年前アルテリア王国に留学した時に。
It's one thing that they kind of do is they just make up a bunch of history as they go of certain characters to just like fill in the gaps so they don't have to have like any kind of like real organic interactions to grow relationships between characters. They just go, oh yeah, I know this person, and then that's it, done deal. They're already familiar. The end.
アルテリア王国。
へえ。
Notice they do that quite a bit.
教会の本拠地がある場所だったかな。
ええ、その通りです。はじめまして、リース・アルジェントです。この度クロスベル大聖堂に赴任することになりました。よろしくお願いします。
こちらこそ
よろしくお願いします。
そうですか。リースさんがクロスベル大聖堂へ。あら？でも確か
エリーさん、一つお願いがあります。私の身分は他言無用にしていただけませんか？
やっぱりそうですよね。その何か事情があって赴任を。
Why this is not the time to have like a really big conversation about motives and everything when you're whispering. You just go, oh, okay.
詳しいことをお話しします。クロスベルの状況についてお聞きしたいこともありますし。
わかりました。
エリ
なんでもないな。
着任の挨拶があるので私はこれで失礼します。そういえば皆さんも大聖堂へ用事が。
This is like one of those instances where just like a simple expression of just like kind of thing would just eliminate all of that long wordedness that I kind of miss.
知り合いの子を迎えに来たんです。多分日曜学校の教室にいると思うんですけど。
そうですか。それではまた。
何か独特の雰囲気を持ったシスターさんだったな。すごく落ち着いていたけど、俺たちよりも年上なのか？
私の一つ上だったから19歳のはずよ。アルテリアに滞在していた時にたまたま知り合っていろいろと美味しいお店に連れて行ってくれたわ。
美味しいお店ですか？
ええ、ああ見えて食べることが大好きな人なの。クロスベルに来たんだったらいい店を紹介しなくちゃ。
さぞかし紹介しがいがありそうですね。
ワジ、どうした？じっと見つめたりした？
いや、面白い気配をまとったお姉さんだと思ってね。
面白い気配？
確かにシスターだけあって清らかな感じはしたけど。
いや、どちらかというとただものじゃない雰囲気かな。どうやら
She just works out, bro.
何か知っているみたいだけど。
何のことかしら？
そろそろ日が暮れる。早くキーヤを迎えに行こう。
そうね。
Hope it's not summer because the sun's setting at like 9 o'clock and you left your freaking kid there all day long? Doesn't Sunday school usually end at like noon? And the sun's about to set? What are you doing? Rip.
あれ？
どうしたの？
いや、まだ授業をやってるみたい。
心式がこうなってこうなるから、はい、答えは512平方セルジュです。
はい、正解です。式の展開がユニークでしたけど、今自分で考えたのですか？
こっちのやり方の方がなんとなく気持ちよかったから。キーヤ間違ってた？
いえいえ、とても素晴らしい解放でした。皆さん、公式というのはあくまで正解を導き出すための、時には工夫して楽しみながら。
It's one thing like to be exceptional in mathematics they're learning, it's another to devise them yourself. You know? She's basically making up mathematics as she goes along because she even said it just felt more natural to do it this way. It's a little less believable.
年長クラスの授業よね。
キーヤちゃんすごい。あの問題、私だったら結構手こずりそうですけど。
いわゆる中等数学だね。なかなか見事な解放じゃないか。
ああ、さすがはうちの。
そうね、キーヤちゃんならあのくらいできても。
じゃなくって。
やれやれ、少しは落ち着きなよ。
とりあえず授業が終わるのを待ちましょう。
あら、あなたたち。
あれれ、みんなどうしたの？
Picking you up from school, girl? What's up? What do you mean? What are we doing here?
いや、キーヤが遅いから迎えに来たんだけど。
それよりキーヤちゃん、どうして年長クラスの授業を？
ひょっとしてロイドたちに事情を話していないのですか？
察するに彼女の学力はかなり高いみたいだね。年長クラスの授業についていけるくらいに。
ええ、本人の希望もあって少し前から年長クラスにも参加してもらってるんです。と言っても数学などの自然科学に限ってですけど。
そうだったんですか。
まさかキーヤちゃんが。
黙っててごめんね。キーヤまだ子供なのに数学なんか勉強しちゃって。
謝ることないだろ。キーヤが興味あるんだったら俺は反対しないよ。
そうね、知的好奇心はそのまま伸ばしてあげたいし。私も賛成かな。
本
当？ただし竜たちと一緒の授
Man,
業。
if I had a kid that was just like, can I please do super duper advanced math? I'd just be like, yes.
日曜学校で得られるのは何も勉強だけじゃないんだし。
Maybe I might make it seem like it's something special. Just be like, I don't know. You might want to ask your mother or something like that, you know? Make it seem like it's like a special treat so that they'd be more invested.
マッキューとモモにわからないところを教えてあげるのも楽しいし。
そっか。
ちゃん本当に頭がいいんですね。
おかげで私も助けられているくらいです。年長クラスへの参加は週に一度くらいですし、私も見ていますから。
ええ、もちろん。
よろしくお願いします。
話がまとまったようで何より。それじゃあ日が暮れる前にとっとと支援課に戻ろうか。
ああ、そうしよう。マーブル先生、それでは失礼します。
どうもお疲れ様でした。
先生、さようなら。
Didn't the last game end like in spring? Maybe it's fall. I don't know. They have this passage of time, but it doesn't seem like they manage the seasons.
さようなら。
よし、
行きます。車だ。すごく綺麗だね。誰が乗ってきたんだろう。
これは確かに喜んでもらえそうだ
And
ね。
then you open the door and just get in and don't say a damn word.
どうしたの？
キーヤ、聞いて驚け。何を隠そう。この車は俺たちが乗ってきたんだよ。
本当？宝くじが当たったの？それとも株で儲けたとか？
キーヤ、いつの間にそんな知識を。
まあクロスベルにいれば聞くことも多いでしょうし。キーヤちゃん、この車はお仕事用に支給されたものなの。
No, I will not name my next cat after a car brand.
だから正確には私たちのものじゃないわ。
へえ、そうなんだ。でもいい顔してる。すごくかっこいいね。
そうか？
キーヤちゃん、わかってるみたいだね。早速乗ってみる？乗りたい。
大喜びだな。
ああ、せっかくだから別のルートで帰らないか。僕としては港湾区を通って東通りに抜けてみたいかな。
It's not a route that's going to the opposite side of the city.
あら、いいかもしれないわね。
よし、そのコースで支援課に帰ろうか。ノエル、お願いできるか？
ええ、お安いご用です。それじゃあ、レッツゴー。
Are they gonna do every screen again? That is actually kind of funny. I do find that kind of hilarious as well. Also, like, I don't know why they made this tiny stretch, the driveway / parking for this massive vehicle. It just does not make any sense. In fact, even the game, which has perfect movement of the vehicle because they can just script it, clip through the fence. And it's just like,
なかなか悪くないね。
They built this city with cars in mind and then made the cars too big or the city too small, you know?
確かにそうね。まるで街明かりの中を泳いでいるみたいな気分だったわ。
これからは遠出するときはこれに頼ることになりそうだな。
ええ、耐久性も高そうですし、いろいろな場所に行けそうですね。
They also made the slopes way too sharp. They're basically like 45-degree angles. As a note, when you're like going up a hill, like a 8% grade is like considered massive.
そうだな。そろそろ戻ってくると。おっと、ちょうど戻ってきやがった。
ただいま帰りました。
課長、あら、通信中ですか？
いや、もう問題ない。そら、とっととそこの端末を起動してみろ。
You boot up the fucking terminal, bitch. You're right
警察
there.
本部から連絡が入っているんですか？
起動すればわかる。ほら、新人どもとキーヤもこっちに来い。
何かあるみたいだね。
は？ティオちゃん。
ティオだ。こんばんは。どうもお久しぶりです。
ティオ、一体どうして？ひょっとしてクロスベルに帰ってきているのか？
いえ、まだレマン自治州の
That was weird. It didn't have the filter on that particular EA, which is no. I wonder if they just reused a different file without the filter on it and didn't realize what they were doing there.
よりも帰るのが少し遅くなりそうなので、わがままを言って回線を使わせてもらいました。
そっか。
ティオちゃん、顔を見られて嬉しいわ。あら？でも動力ネットって自治州外のネットワークには。
はい、本来なら有線でつながないと膨大な情報量を処理できません。ですが今、財団と IBC との間で遠隔接続の実験が進められています。まあ強力な無線ブースターがレマン自治州とクロスベル自治州の間に、それで一応映像と音声もこうして遅れているわけです。
そうだったの。
技術の進歩はすごいんだな。
ねえねえティオ、遅くなるって言ってたけど、いつ帰ってくるの？月末か来月の初めにはそちらに戻れると思います。
Okay, so it's probably spring or summer then.
それまでの間はこの通信で貯めたキーヤ分でしのがせてもらおうかと。だからキーヤ、もっとよく顔を見せてください。うん、ほらほら、サイトもティオに顔を見せてあげて。ええ、大丈夫。元気でやってますから。
動力ネットにはこんな恩恵もあるのね。
そういえばランディさんもまだ戻ってないそうです。
I'm guessing it's like August, July kind of time, which makes it all the more weird because why was Tio at school, or not Tio, but Kia at school at like 8 o'clock at night?
ノエルさんとワジさんはもう参加したみたいですね。
ああ、ちょうど今日から仕事を始めてもらってるんだ。
ティオちゃん、お久しぶり。
やあ、お邪魔させてもらってるよ。
お二人ともお久しぶりです。それにしてもノエルさんが出向してきたのは納得ですが、ワジさんがそこにいるのはちょっと不思議な光景ですね。
僕もそう思うよ。
もう笑い事じゃないでしょ。
まあ当面はなんとかこのメンツでやっていくよ。だけどティオ、早く戻ってきてくれよな。
ええ、ティオちゃんがいないと本当の支援家じゃないものね。
うんうん。では早めに戻れるよう私の方も頑張ってみます。本当はヨナもこの通信に呼ぼうと思ったんですけど、徹夜続きだったみたいでコールしても起きてこなくて。
Why would we even want to talk to him?
あいつも頑張ってるみたいだな。まあ財団に与えた損害を取り戻しているらしいからな。
あんまり無理をしないように気を配ってあげて。もちろんティオちゃんも無理はしないようにね。
はい。
No filter again on that one.
すみません。
It makes me feel like that those voice lines are used for other parts and they just reuse them, which is not good. You should have, even if you're saying the same word, that voice line should be unique to that scene because of tone and context playing a heavy part in how it's perceived. but I will say that voice line delivery in this game is pretty deadpan. It's just kind of like they're reading a script, so I don't think it matters that much, but they could have at least had a separate file that applied the like on the phone filter or whatever there.
無理を言って実験用の回線を使わせてもらっているので。
そっか。
もっと話していたいのに残念ね。
また機会はあるだろう。ティオ、そちらの予定がついたらまた連絡してくれ。
了解しました。
じゃあな、ティオ。
よかったらまた連絡してちょうだい。
ティオちゃん、元気。
アディオス。良い夜を。
またね、ティオ。ええ、それではまた。おやすみなさい。
消えちゃった。
ああ。
なんだか顔を見たらますます会いたくなったわね。
青春だね。
Bro, you're like 21. Shut up. If that. I don't know how old Wazzy is, but I imagine they would probably make him a little bit older, but not by much.
最初は縁もゆかりも
So
ない
if
関
Ellie
係
is
だったんだけど
18,
ね。
they're all pretty much
そう
the
だ課長。
same age here.
遅くなってすみませんでした。
いいだろう。今日の報告については後で聞かせてもらうとして。
And I think that's one thing that really bothers me is when like a character is like 20 or 21 and they're talking to an 18-year-old kid, they're like, youth. Huh. Yes, I remember when I was young back in the day. Oh, now I have this aching back and bills to pay. Like, shut the fuck up. You're still a child. And it's like it's one thing if they're like, you know, being a little bit sarcastic or something, but
そういえば
like dead serious.
まだ当番は決めてなかったわね。そっか。特務支援課って食事が当番制なんですよね。
なんだ、そうなのか。ちょっとめんどくさいね。
和ジも支援課に入ったからにはちゃんと分担してもらうからな。新しい料理手帳も手に入れたし、苦手だったら教えるからさ。
それは嬉しいけど、僕そこそこ料理はできるよ。面倒だからアッパスあたりに作ってもらうことが多かったけど。
だったら文句を言うんじゃない。
Yeah, how dare he have somebody cook for him in his own base that he controls.
まあ今日のところはみんなで手分けしましょうか。
それじゃあ手っ取り早く作れるものが良さそうですね。キーヤも手伝
やれ。一服しながら待つとするか。おう。
Really? Where the hell was that? The irony of something like that makes those kids born in 95 feel more childish than the ones born in 97 because it's a very childish thing to do. Right? She seems to really enjoy it and she's great at it. Let Kia do all the cooking.
そういえば雑誌の週刊予報に書いてあったような。もしかしてキーヤまた入り込んできたのか。最近あんまりなかったけどどうしたのかな。
静か。
しずくちゃんと遊んでる夢みたいだな。まだ明け方だし、もう少し俺も眠るか。DG 教団の巫女、500年前の時代の出身か。
Yay, Forced
教団の
exposition.
残党がいなくなって危険が及ぶこともなくなった。もう家族も残っていない以上、下手に記憶を取り戻さない方が。今はクロスベルの治安を守ることに専念しよう。 この子たちが安心して暮らせる毎日を守るためにも。
That truck has cat ears on it.
どうやら今日は一
It's the
日
Meowmobile.
小雨が降り続くみたいだな。
It's a Meowble Fortress.
夜にはちょいと荒れるらしい。
そうですか。動力車が支給されたから一通り郊外も回ってみようかと思ったんですが。
まあドライブ日和って感じじゃないのは確かだね。
残念です。
ところで昨日私たちが街道で遭遇した人については。
一家でもまだ確認できていないようだ。サウといいレクターってやつといい、一筋縄じゃいかない連中ばかりだな。
ええ、昨日会った男はそれ以上に危険な落ち着いているけど得体の知れない凶暴さをにじませているというか。
確かに虎みたいな雰囲気がありましたね。その
That's my cat. Calm on the surface, but a ferocious demeanor lying just underneath.
ゾッとしない例えだけど確かにそんな雰囲気
She'll
だった
lick your hand
テロリストか傭兵どちらも考えられそうだけど。
if you're not careful.
となると旧市街あたりで情報収集するといいかもね。ナインバリの女主人とかいろいろ知ってそうな気もするし。
Nine volley? I'm not sure if volley means anything in German, but nine is no.
交換屋のアシュリーさんか。元武器商人で裏の世界にもいろいろ詳しいみたいだけど。
確かにそういう意味では訪ねてみる価値はありそうね。
Where's Zyfrig when you need him?
ただお前たちがあくまで
I guess it
支援家だって
pronounced
ことは
volley if it
忘れる
was
な。
German, but
傍聴方
doesn't
面
seem
に
like a
気を張
German
りすぎ
word.
て
Seems more like
本
Italian
来の役割を見失う
or
ぞ。
just nothing.
わかりま
Could
した。
just be nonsense.
とりあえず端末で支援要請をチェックしよう。
ええ、わかったわ。
あれまた
Oh, this was the only medium one, that's why. We'll soon be offering a puzzle game Pom Pom Party on Orbital Terminals throughout the city. Oh. Chief Roberts? Maybe C? Bakery. Civic Center? Oh. It's not. That was City Hall.
出ている緊急要請はすべてクロスベル市内だな。この程度の数だったら一通り片付けても良さそう。
財団の依頼もティオちゃんが関係しているかもしれないし、ももちゃんの依頼もできれば聞いてあげたいわね。
では緊急要請を片付けながら旧市街の交換屋を訪ねるんですね。
なあ、そうしよう。
ま、雨も降っていることだし。
Well, it's just a visual overlay for the rain. Like, there's not actually a rain. What I mean by visual overlay is it's like a GIF playing over the interface of the game. So instead of actually having like the raindrops hitting the ground and seeing them splash and actual raindrops coming down, it's just a simple graphical display put over it, kind of like a screensaver that's see-through in a way. Kind of disappointing. You can see because of the way you move, the raindrops don't change. It's actually kind of disappointing, to be perfectly honest.
Robert 主任からの依頼。
ええ、早速受付のランフィーさんに取り継いでもらいましょう。
おや、諸君は。
ディーター市長、
それにマリアベルさん。
Oh, he's the mayor now. What could possibly go wrong with the richest person in town being politician?
ああ、銀行での仕事が随分溜まっていたのでね。ベルに手伝ってもらいつつ、ついさっき一通りの仕事を済ませてきたところなのだよ。
皆さん、こうして顔を突き合わせるのもなんだか久しぶりですわね。
I mean, realistically, if they had good intentions, they would have a large amount of resources to pull from in order to do good. But you don't become ultra rich by doing the right thing.
元気にしていたかしら？おかげさまで先日支援課も再始動したところよ。どうねどうね。
Oh no, hugs. Crazy.
健康状態が良好のようですわね。この柔らかく温かな感触。死体の下に
Is this just like Molest Ellie the video game or something?
たまりませんわ。もういちいちいかがわしい言い方をしないでちょうだい。ところでロイドさん、私に何の断りもなくエリンにちょっかいを出してませんわ。
会っていきなりそれですか。
Good question, Demidot. Hard to answer that one.
ロイドさんは危険人物ですし、定期チェックは当然のことですわ。もしそのような行動を取ったことが発覚した場合、分かっていますわね。
警戒されてるね。
ベルったら。
やれやれベル、せっかく久しぶりに会ったのだから。改めて久しぶりだね、諸君。新メンバーのノエル君とワジ君も馴染んでいるようで何よりだ。特務支援課の再始動、この場を借りて祝わせていただこう。
その説はどうも。支援課への推薦の件、改めて礼を言わせてもらうよ。
動力車の支給の件もありがとうございました。あんな素敵な動力車を運転できるなんて夢みたいですよ。
君たちの役に立てたなら幸いだ。私も新市長となった甲斐があったというものだ。市長と IBC 総裁、この2つを両立させるのは
Isn't that like a conflict of interest?
まあ、お父様の場合、お忙しいのはほとんどご自分のせいでしょうけど、何でもかんでも引き受けてきて手伝わされるこちらの身にもなってほしいものですわ。
すまないベル。クロスベルのためを思うと手の抜きどころがわからなくてね、ついつい身の丈以上の仕事を引き受けてしまいがちなのだよ。
おじい様もおじさまのバイタリティには彼のような若い政治家こそ今のクロスベルに必要なのだとよく嬉しそうにおっしゃっていますよ。
大先輩のマクダエル議長にそう言われると照れてしまうな。とはいえ私も政治家としてはまだいろいろと勉強させてもらわなくては。
ああ、お父様、そろそろ新市長ビルの方で打ち合わせのお時間ですわ。
おっと、それでは諸君、私はこれで失礼させていただくとしよ
う。すみません、なんだかお引き止めしてしまって。
いやいや、そんなことはないさ。おかげでリラックスできたよ。何か困ったことがあったらいつでも言ってくれたまえ。他ならぬ君たちのためなら惜しみなく助力させてもらうよ。
ありがとうございます。おじさまもベルもお体にだけは気をありがとう、エリー。それでは失礼させていただきますわね。
お疲れ様でした。
やっぱり
月末の通商会議も迫っているし、 分刻みのスケジュールなのは間違いないと思うわ。
昨日の動力者といい、僕らのためにいろいろと手を回してく
For
れて
us
る
or
みた
to
いだし
buy us?
忙しすぎて体を壊さないよ。とにかく今は
Yeah, we're in the debt of a politician, a wealthy business owner politician. What could possibly go wrong with that? I'm sure they'll totally portray that in this game.
こんにちは、ランフィーさん。あら、ロイド様にエリー様。お久しぶりにございます。どうやらまた特務支援課のお仕事を再開されたようですね。
ええ、おかげさまで。
これからも改めてよろしくお願いしますね。ええ、もちろんですわ。それでは
エプスタイン財団のロバート氏に。
ああ、その件でしたら承っておりますわ。そうですわ。その前に以前支援課の皆様にお渡しした換金サービスに使うカードの有効期限が切れてしまい、新しくご用意いたしましたので。
Why?
このカードを以前のように通常より高い換金率でセピスをミラに変えさせていただきます。
そんなサービスを私たちが受けてもいいんですか？
ええ、皆様はクロイス市長並びにマリアベルお嬢様の大切なご友人ですから、便宜を図るのは当然のことですわ。
それじゃあありがたく受けさせてもらおうかな。
ぜひ今度利用させていただきます。
お待ちしておりますわ。ではロバーツ主任にお取り次ぎいたしますので。
This was the optional quest, right?
いやー、君たち
I guess they're all required, they were all urgent, so...
依頼を見て来てくれたんだよね。いやー、本当に助かるよ。
なんだか楽しそうな内容だったよね。なんとかってサービスの最終テストがどうとか。
確かポムットでしたね。
なんだかどこかで聞いたことのある名前で。
言われてみれば確かに。
きっと楽しいと思うよ。それじゃあ早速だけど仕事を受けて。
ええ、もちろんです。
それでは仕事の内容を説明してもらえますか？
任せてくれ。実は近いうちにポムットという動力ゲームを配布する予定でね。市内の動力ネット端末所有者に向けて開発を進めていたところなんだよ。
動力ゲーム？
それってビリヤードやポーカーみたいなものとは違う。
まあ一定のルールにのっとって勝敗や得点を競うという最も異なるのは端末の画面上のものを動かして遊ぶってところだ。
なんだかすごそうですね。
それじゃあ今回の依頼のテスト。
Could you imagine, like, playing a game, like billiards or something, but like on a digital screen? That'd be so wild. I don't think that's even possible. Like, that just seems like you can't do that. That's crazy. I don't think it's possible, but yeah, that'd be really neat if you could.
プログラムを組む以上バグは出てしまうものだからテスト。
でもその程度のテストなら財団でもできるんじゃないのかい？
このテストは少し前からティオ君に手伝ってもらってたんだけど、実は2つほど問題があってね。
2つの問題ですか？
まずティオ君は時々テストに A4 システムを持ち出してたみたいでね。だからちょっと有用なデータを取れたとは言い難いというか。
A4 システム？
ティオちゃんが何度か使っていたあれね。前にちょっとだけ教えてもらったわね。
ああ、確か動力端末や魔道場を扱う時に使っているシステム。
この際だから改めて僕から説明しておこうかな。
Oh, do we have to though?
A1 システムとはティオ君の胸部プロテクターに内蔵されたオーバルスタッフによるノーウェイトでの動力魔法の発動やそれらを補助するというのが主な機能になるかな。このシステムを使いこなすのはかなりの適性が必要なんだけどね。
やっぱりティオちゃんがいないとこの手の話題は厳しいわね。
要するに
Video games. Yeah, they tend to be pretty neat.
まあね、 なんでも A4 システムで常人じゃ組めないような大連鎖を組んだりして圧勝を重ねてたらしい。
It still doesn't explain why they wouldn't test this internally. Like, Tio's not here to test it internally anyway, so what does it matter? Like, get one of your developers.
ヨナ君がテストに付き合ってたらしいけど一度も勝てたことはなかったそうだ。ああ、でもティオ君がずるいとか言ってるわけじゃないからくれぐれもティオ君におかしなことは言わないでくれよ。
はあ。残りの一つの理由はどういったものなんですか？
ああ、もう一つはこのゲームが対戦ゲームってところにあるんだ。さっきもちょっと触れたけどこのゲームは遠方の端末同士で遊ぶことができるんだ。だからどうしても市内での実地テストがやりたかったってわけさ。
Seems like a pretty reasonable price though. It's like, gosh dang, I tell you what, that car's so cool, I'd pay $10 for it. You know? I agree though that like Japanese VA without being able to like hear tone and intonation and everything can be really hard to pick up on. Although that doesn't guarantee that the VA would be within those parameters either. However, I will say that typically speaking, Japanese VA tends to follow a lot of the sameness of everything that they do. It's always the same kind of archetype, same kind of delivery, same kind of tone and everything. And that's just what they do. That's just kind of how they prefer it. So, like with English VA, you're going to get more people that are going to try to actually give more varied tones and personalities in order to make the characters feel unique and special. And you're going to end up picking up on more meaning through that. But I'm the same way, you know. Even if the delivery of the Japanese VA was phenomenal, which it's pretty mid, it's pretty standard. Even if it was phenomenal, it wouldn't matter to a non-native English or Japanese speaker anyway, because again, like you can't pick up on the subtlety of the language, so everything is just lost to a non-native speaker regardless. So in the same way, I want the English VA because you get more out of it. I would rather bad English VA than fantastic Japanese VA. Unless it's Yakuza or Like a Dragon. Something about Like a Dragon / Yakuza that just like you want the way over the top style of VA that you get from those games, you know, because it's basically like the most wild anime you've ever seen, but like if it were real, you know. So whenever I play those games, I still do the Japanese VA. It just feels right.
だろう？これは動力ネット構想の初期段階で企画されたものでね。動力ネットがもっと普及すれば
Although to be fair, they only really had English VA in 7 and 8, right? So yeah, setting, I mean, the setting is important, definitely. You know, you vibe with that setting and everything, and it definitely has an impact. But I mean, if Yakuza wasn't Yakuza, I'd still want it in English, even if it was set in Japan. It's just the wild nature of it. Like, it's just so overly expressive and wild and just like outlandish. And the kind of like warrior kind of style of I scared my cat. You know, kind of things that you would get from the characters. You just really want that. Oh, I'm sorry, Chi. I didn't mean to wake you up. Come on, go back to sleep. There you go. I never watched a JoJo before. Can't really say. But yeah, generally speaking, I prefer dub. So I'm really looking forward to getting to Cold Steel so that we can have English VA. But we're so early in this game, it's going to be a week or two. Plus whatever. Actually, I think Ninja Gaiden comes out this month, so we might not get to it before Ninja Gaiden comes out. We got 3 weeks for Ninja Gaiden, so should be fine.
ちょっと話はそれたけど、まあ事情はそんなところかな。ってことで君たちにはこれをプレゼント。
これはメモリークォーツですか？
Gotcha, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
そのメモリークォーツに
It's like playing the Guardians of the Galaxy game on streamer mode, where instead of getting those like 70s, 80s hair bands, you just get like generic combat music, you know?
それを支援下の端末にインストールすればすぐに遊べるはずだよ。
インストール、要するに端末にプログラムを組み込む作業ですよね。前にピオちゃんがやっているのを見たことがあるし。
それじゃあエリー、よろしく頼むよ。
心強いね。それとこいつも渡しておくよ。僕のエニグマの番号と。
あ、ちょっと待ってください。立て続けに難しい用語が。
I feel like they would at the very least reference the Ninja Gaiden bird in the new Ninja Gaiden, just because it's like it's such a huge pop culture thing for gaming, you know?
要するにネットワーク上で使用する名前みたいなものなんだが、まあ対戦を遊ぶために必要なものとだけ考えてくれればいいよ。
For those that may not know, in Ninja Gaiden, the original Ninja Gaiden, when you get to the second world, you're jumping over pits of death, right? And when you jump over one of them, there's a bird that spawns as soon as you jump, which you can't possibly account for, and it just instantaneously knocks you into the pit and you die. And like 99% of all players that played that game die there. It just happens at least once, you know? And it's kind of bullshit, and we've come to realize later on as time has gone on that having things auto kill you that you can't possibly account for is dumb, and they don't do it anymore. It's more about like execution based difficulty rather than just like cheating the player out of a life, right? So I always get annoyed when games have Ninja Gaiden birds in them, and there's a new 2D styled, retro styled Ninja Gaiden coming out called Ragebound on the 31st. It'd be pretty on point for them to have a reference to that. Yeah, but when you play games like Castlevania that you don't have controlled jumps on, or and to even to a lesser extent where the control on your jumps is very tight like Mario, you don't really have a choice. And not to mention, you have no reason to believe that jumping is going to result in a death. Like, there's nothing that's told you that, hey, this is potential problems. So you just kind of jumping along. It's really early in level where there's not really a lot of risk otherwise. It's pretty common in the NES and even to a lesser extent SNES and PlayStation era to create pitfalls and traps where the player couldn't possibly react to it and kill them in an effort to create difficulty. We actually just played NES TMNT. We played, so like we had a whole bunch of people vote in games that were like a bunch of hard NES games. We played the TMNT NES game, which I ended up beating in like 4 hours. I couldn't believe I got through it so fast. And Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 3. Almost back to back to back. It was really fun.
で連絡をくれたら次の手順を教えるからね。まあこんなところかな。早速テストを
I think
始めてくれるかい？
the actual hard NES game was Battletoads. That game actually requires a decent amount of skill and knowledge, and there's definitely like in the back half a lot of like blind jumps and really difficult platforming and really messed up enemy types that is very difficult to get through. That game took me about, I want to say like 15-20 hours to beat, but TMNT, for whatever reason, I got through it in like 4 hours. Castlevania 1, I would have beaten it in like 2 hours, but my cart kept on freezing. Castlevania 3 took a little bit of time though. I think that took about 6 hours. That one was really rough. Alright, so how do I play Pom Pom Party? Okay, fine. That's fine. I'll take the garage.
ロバーツ主任によると、このメモリークォーツを端末にインストールするんだったな。それじゃ、よろしく頼むよ、エリ。
ええ、やってみるわ。
Downloads a virus that gets all the police information sent straight to them. Dossiers on wanted folks. Profiles on the police force, undercover
もら
agents.
っていたロバーツ主任のアカウントも入力しておいたわ。
Whoops! We just installed strange software on a police PC.
へえ、結構手際がいいじゃない。
ほんとエリーさんっていろいろなことに詳しいですよね。
It looked like it was just Pio
知識も
or
豊富
whatever
み
it
たいです
is.
し。
But yeah.
これに関してはティオちゃんがやっているのを見ていたというだけだから、説明書なんかもあったし、よく読めばそんなに難しいことでもなかったわ。
Nobody uses parse.
いや、でも正直助かるよ。俺なんか、やっと端末のキーボードにな。
どういたしまして。それでロバーツ主任に連絡を入れればいいのかしら。
ああ、早速かけてみるよ。
No, actually, the installation went horribly. We need your help. Get over here right away.
大丈夫です。次はどうすれば。
Good thing our operating system is compatible. Phew.
端末からポムットを起動してみてくれ。そこに僕のアカウントが表示されるはずだから、それを選択すると対戦できるよ。そうだ、せっかくだから支援課のリーダーである君が代表として対戦してくれないかい。
ええ、わかりました。
それじゃあ席を変わるわね。
開発者であるこの僕に勝てるかな。ティオちゃんを任せられる男が改めて確かめさせてもらうよ。
She's 14, bro. Okay. Yeah, what are you, 35? Maybe slow your roll there, buddy.
なんだか本音が聞こえてきたような。
結構な親バカみたいだね。
Oh, is that what it's supposed to be implying? Did not suggest that.
わざわざ支援課に依頼してきたのって。
I see. Still, I mean, to even suggest that Lloyd himself would be interested in Tio that way is also still wrong, since she's still fucking 14. Okay. So basically it's Tetris slash Pio Pio or Dr. Mario. You can only do this, that's it? Okay. That makes things a little bit more difficult. You can't actually... Oh, I see. Okay, it's not, it don't have to be lined up or anything. Oh my god. How did I win? I
よし、なんとか勝てた。うん、結構楽しいかもしれないな。
It felt like I was absolutely supposed to lose that first match.
傍目に見てた印象なんですけど、ロバーツ主任ってもしかして強くないのでは？
そうだね。開発者なのに強さ的には初心者の君と大して。
Oh my god, you don't have to be a god gamer to make an interesting game. Fucking chill out, god damn. Fucking gatekeepers over here, bro.
レベルをある程度合わせないとテストにならなそうだし。はい、こちら特務支援。
今のはいい勝負だったね。まさに歴史に残る大勝負。興奮しっぱなしだよ。
どうやら真剣勝負のつもりだったみたいだな。それでテストの結果はどうでした？
ああ、バッチリだよ。市内でやる分には目立ったラグもないし、通信状態も申し分ない大成功と言えるね。
そうですか。それは良かったです。
インストールしたベータ版は近いうちにリリース版にアップデートしておくよ。プログラムの配布が始まったら対戦できる人も増えていくだろう。いろんな人とアカウントを交換して、もちろんこの僕だっていつかリベンジするつもりだしね。
お手柔らかに。
いやー、協力してくれて本当にありがとう。僕は別の仕事があるからこれで失礼するよ。
どういたしまして。また何かあったら。
I want to play more Pom Pom Party.
そうするよ。それじゃあね。
なんとかうまくいったみたいだ。
お疲れ様。なんていうか主任らしい依頼だったわね。
そうだな。
ともあれ、これからもこのゲームは楽しめそうだね。この際だからクロスベル1のポムットマスターを目指してみたらどうだ？
いや、さすがにティオには絶対にかなわないだろうけど、でも仕事の合間に息抜きがてら。
そうですね。
Well, the good thing is I can just report that quest right away and maybe I'll rank up. Nope.
お疲れ様でした。報告は言ってはまた依頼を出す。
One thing that bothers me is that you can't see your full thing until it comes down a little bit. Just I can't turn it sideways, which is kind of a bummer. Why is he so much like way, like it feels like I'm doing pretty dang good here and I just can't seem to keep up. Oh, wow. Okay. Apparently that's just like an I win button or something. It seemed real, like if that's the easier opponent, maybe he's tooled incorrectly or something, but if that's the easier opponent, that felt really tight, like I was gonna lose that until I got my craft ability or whatever. My craft mac and cheese ability. City Hall and the bakery. So I spent a month in Japan, and it rains a lot there, and so people have umbrellas, and umbrellas are so like just basically everywhere and cheap and available that basically like almost every store you go into, there's just like a bin of umbrellas, and like you're supposed to put your umbrella in there and take it out when you leave, because you don't want to be going into the store with the wet umbrella going over the place. Like you walk into the store, you shake off your umbrella, you put it in the bin, and it's like basically little slots, like a bunch of little slots in a grid to put your umbrella in. Every time I went to somewhere like that, I ended up with a different umbrella, because they were so just freely exchanged. Like it didn't matter whose umbrella you took, because generally speaking, there's like 20 just plain black umbrellas in there, and you just kind of grab one, whatever. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's just like, I mean, she does say it's a pink umbrella and it was very, very special to her, but I can't imagine it'd be all that difficult to get another pink umbrella. But that being said, it's a kid, and I get how kids are with things. They get very, very attached to certain objects that are specifically special to them. And they, you know, because the idea of like having something that is theirs is very alien to them. So they get very attached to certain objects very, very quickly. But yeah, there's just umbrella, $1, you know, for an umbrella, basically. Yeah, we're just supposed to remember that very, very weird, intimate detail from the last game. Thanks. What do you mean you don't remember every single inch of dialogue and every character perfectly by name? Kind of bummed that you don't actually carry around an umbrella when it's rainy. Green and pink umbrellas. What did they say? Okay, probably just Harbor District. I thought I saw him say a different district. My guess is she's behind here. Wow. Right away. Wonder why these ones aren't voice acted. Because they are required urgent requests. In the last game, they were all voice acted. Anything urgent. Makes no sense that City Hall was converted into a civic center. Like, why? Just because there was some trouble? Oh, they're gonna make us check a bunch of buildings like with the books, except for verifying residential records. Also, how is that umbrella request an urgent request? Those are usually like major things that lead into main story. You know, that actually is interesting. I wonder how many times somebody that has like a well-known name like tries to register for something, and then the person processing the application's just like, yeah, right, that's obviously a fake name. You know what I mean? And they'd have to like sit there and be like, no, that's me. You know? Maybe that's why a lot of people use pen names these days still. All right, let's just do these one at a time then. Seems like such a drag. That's true. I mean, that's a totally different thing, though. So now I gotta go to East Streets and Acacia Apartments or something? Isn't the apartment over here? At least they still have their expensive clothing. That's really important. Oh, okay, that's good. Wait, no, that's not good. That's just the, okay. The orange is like whatever the last step was. I still have to do that. The other ones. Okay, so Fisherman's Guild. Rod to rod. Let us stand rod to rod. That's how we do things here. Everybody in this guild stands together rod to rod. Lord Lake Lord? Lord Lake Lord. Lord Lake Lord. Anyway, Hot Buns, thank you for 28 months of subbing. Thank you. I never saw Mr. Fisher Guy. Yeah, I did not read Jazz Bar there at first. I read something different than Jazz Bar at first. I had to stop and be like, nope, nope, jazz, that's jazz. That's a jazz bar. Oh, because Joachim was such a big part of the Fisher Guild. I mean, I doubt that that information would have been made public to begin with. I mean, that basically suggests, like, oh, because he was a member of the Fisherman's Guild, that they're bad. That suggests that if he bought his groceries at a certain grocery store, that they're implicated as well, which is ridiculous. Bad people do normal people stuff just because they're part of a group or they shop somewhere. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, obviously it's gonna feel like it's bad press or something, but still. A lot of people would also be like, cool, this is where that murderer guy shopped, awesome, or some shit like that. That's what I was gonna suggest, is that they just start their own group. Like, if they're trying to usurp the Fisherman's Guild, like, away out from under them, just start your own group. Everybody's not gonna want to be a part of his rich boy club anyway, so just start your own group. Oh, I see. This is just a means for you to have to start new. It has nothing to do with anything important other than forcing you to start new as well. That's all that is. Got it. Okay. I thought I might need to read some of this, but I realize I don't now. All right, downtown Lotus Heights. Okay. You suck at RPGs? I mean, I got pretty severe ADHD, and I tend to prefer RPGs, but I will say when things get rather dull or boring, I tend to get very annoyed, and most of the time when it comes to things like side quest dialogue, I just match through it because it's usually not important. Earthbound is fantastic. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you need to find, like, everything's enjoyable. You just gotta find the thing that you like. You know, there are a lot of really bad, mid, not super great RPGs out there. You gotta find the ones that are, you know, really compelling and interesting to you. And there are plenty out there. If you liked Earthbound, there are plenty of other games that you'll find that you'll enjoy. Earthbound is definitely a fantastic RPG. So if you liked Earthbound, then I'm sure there are others that can keep your attention. Glad you enjoyed it. I had a decent time with that game. I could give you some RPG recommendations, but like at the end of the day, the easiest answer is like Final Fantasy because they have the most compelling gameplay and stories amongst RPGs, but they may not be your cup, you know, it may not be your thing. So, I mean, I could recommend Final Fantasy until I'm blue in the face, but it just may not be your style, so, and that's fine. But yeah, I mean, we're done for today. We're wrapping it up, but if you want to ask me in Discord or come back tomorrow, because we'll be here doing this again, just, you know, hit me up. I'd be happy to give you some recommendations on things to try out if you are interested in RPGs. Maybe you're just not. Whatever, you know, doesn't matter. And you do the thing you do. But anyway, that's all the time we have for the evening. We are, I don't want to continue any further, even if I had time, because there's a really good chance. What usually happens is when you're about to clear up the urgent quests, you get like a call on your phone or something, and then boom, 2 hours of dialogue before you can save the game again. So we have an opportunity to save, we're taking it, because right now it feels like we're about ready to get into a big story that's either just at the end of your urgent requests or connecting your urgent requests to something big. We'll see. But anyway, it's been an awesome night. I mean, it's Trails to Zero, like it's Trails from Zero, whatever it's called. It's the same game. And so I'm enjoying it, but you know, it definitely could be cleaned up here and there. So anyway, we're gonna be playing this every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday until we're done with it. So we got this going on all week, and then Saturday day off, and then our next viewer choice game. So look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, as we delve deeper into Trails to Azure. Have an awesome night. Thanks for all the love and support, bids and donations, tons of subs and resubs. Thank you very much. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Cheers. Good night.